The juicy, rich red fruit finds itself in the hands of the main character and causes genuine admiration for its bright color. But as soon as the first smile appears on his lips, disappointment changes his mood. The tomato turns out to be too sour. A promise is already ripening in his mind. Next time, he will definitely grow a sweeter crop. Suddenly, an unexpected voice is heard behind him. A charming beauty with cute ears gathered in a ponytail turns to Mr. Isagi, gently informing him that everyone is already gathered and waiting for him. In her right hand, she confidently holds a basket filled with large, juicy red tomatoes. Looking in her direction, the guy nods affirmatively and promises to come right away. Full of enthusiasm, Isagi passionately dreams of achieving a different, more dignified life for himself. Remorse Empire, Remorse Castle. In the corridors of the majestic fortress, knights in luxurious armor line the corridors, each of them radiating unwavering courage. Amidst this splendor, one of the men addresses the boy, calling him by name. The news of the court alchemist's immediate dismissal comes like a bolt from the blue. The protagonist's eyes suddenly widen. His gaze reveals genuine surprise and immense incomprehension of his interlocutor's actions. Surprised by the decision, Isagi does not hold back his question. Why did you do that? In response, the young man is convinced. He copes with the duties of a court alchemist quite successfully. Such interest stuns him, because he did not expect such a question at all. The main mission of the court alchemist, the man emphasizes, is to create magical weapons for military needs. These words catch the young man by surprise. Surprise and confusion flash in his eyes. The head of the Imperial Alchemy Department is Jarius. His gaze remains indifferent as he examines the scroll in his hands. However, he sternly reproaches the boy for completely neglecting his work and spending days digging in the ground. The young man stubbornly denies this, insisting that this is not an underground company at all. Isagi carefully slides his right hand into the sleeve of his kaftan. The head of the Imperial Alchemy Department closely watches his movements. A small bag appears in the young man's hands. With a persistent gesture, he calls for attention to it and tells him that he grows crops with the help of alchemy. With excitement in his voice and an angry expression on his face, he points to the packages in his hands and boasts. He has bred varieties that germinate even where the soil is completely dead. There is a clear irritation in the man's voice. All this, they say, is complete nonsense. When there is a shortage of food, it must simply be taken by force. Supporting his chin with one hand, he confidently extends the other forward, as if demonstrating. This method seems to him much more effective. Anger runs through the boy's entire body in a tremor, and his left hand squeezes the bag of seeds so tightly that it's about to tear it. Boredom with this world fills his thoughts. His patience has finally snapped. The warlike Romarian Empire grew into a formidable force through ruthless conquests. So significant human resources are invested in the development of the army. Still, I am convinced. Irresponsible politics brings only suffering. In my memories, hungry, exhausted children on the streets. In order to save the country, I dreamed of overcoming the problem of food shortages with the help of alchemy. The head of the Imperial Alchemy Department stands up quickly, resting his hands on the table and firmly declares, neglected duties and days spent in the garden within the castle walls are a thing of the past. Isagi cautiously wonders if he has been stripped of his position. The young man's thoughts are filled with knowledge. He fulfills his norm conscientiously, but, being a simple boy from the shelter, he cannot overcome the cold superiority with which the adult man treats him. His confidence is unshakable. What was done was a necessity. Alchemy, he is convinced, is not created for destruction, but is designed to bring joy to people and grant them happiness. Isagi's gaze flares with furious fury as he looks at his former boss. Half turning, Jarius announces with icy indifference, "From now on, you are free." Turning his whole body away, the man meets the young man's gaze with cold indifference in his eyes. His voice is calm and emotionless. Alchemists must obey without question. The young man's contemptuous gaze bore into him. A bitter irony flashed through his thoughts. To the head of the department, alchemists seem like mere tools. Barely restraining himself, the young man dryly announces that he understands everything and accepts the order. The deserted streets around, the variety of houses are only contemplated in silence as the main character leisurely walks through the city. Finally, his gaze stops at a building with a sign clearly visible above the entrance. This is Sagi's workshop. Taking off his outerwear at the entrance, the young man hears a familiar girl greet him warmly again. Good morning, Mr. Isagi. A charming beast girl with pointed ears and a playful tail sticking out from under a neat ponytail approaches him. Her face blooms with a friendly smile, and in her hands the girl holds a wooden tray, carefully covered with a napkin. This sweet maid's name is Murca. She is interested in how his day went. Sadness envelops Isagi as he enters the room, carelessly throwing his jacket over his right arm. The girl's unexpected presence makes him freeze. She's already here, earlier than he expected. Among his many duties at court, Murca finds time to lend a shoulder to work in the workshop. His memory tirelessly brings back pictures of the days they spent together, filled with the comfort of working together. For the sake of growing crops on depleted lands, they conducted research together within these walls. Holding back a sigh, the protagonist, with indescribable sadness, sinks into a chair. Puzzled by his depressed appearance, the girl watches him intently. The excited note in her voice shows concern. She seems to sense that something is troubling him. With a worried look, she peers into the interlocutor's face and asks what happened. Instead, the protagonist suddenly falls silent. With a heavy heart, the hero tells the girl the whole truth about the events that happened. His voice is full of sadness and regret. Mercy, unable to contain herself from surprise, exclaims at the top of her voice, not understanding how this could have happened. Indignation grips her, and she angrily declares, "Mr. Isagi served for the good of the Empire." What she heard does not fit into the girl's mind. Her gaze flares with rage. The fingers of her right hand squeeze a sheet of paper so that it almost tears. Her left hand rests convulsively on the table, seeking support in this storm of emotions. The boy is embarrassed by her unexpectedly violent reaction, so he involuntarily reaches out in an attempt to defuse the situation. Murca, burning with rage, sharply asks if he is really angry. The protagonist calmly reports, it would be untrue to deny his own anger. However, his heart was touched by a shining moment. It turned out that it was enough for her just to recognize him. At the same time, the guy notes that this has its advantages. Mercy's eyes widen with surprise. She cannot hide her surprise. The hero himself sincerely thanks her for the care that touched him so much. Orphaned since childhood, he lived in complete solitude for years. With a smile on his face, the boy gently places his hand on her chest, confessing how happy he is that she has become his friend. Her cheeks are covered with a light blush, and stammering a little, the girl addresses him by name. With sincere admiration in her voice, she asks about his plans for the future. In response, the guy, scratching his cheek in confusion with the index finger of his left hand, hesitantly admits, the dismissal took him by surprise, so he has no ideas about the future yet. Mentally touching his chin with 2 fingers, the protagonist ponders whether they will welcome him at the shelter, or whether they will allow him to work again and stay there. However, at this moment, the girl is carefully observing him. The girl's cheeks flushed, and her arms, crossed over her chest, betrayed excitement. Her soul was torn by doubts. What to do next? But suddenly struck by an idea, she hesitantly suggested that he go with her to her native land. He turns to her in surprise, holding his breath, searching for an answer in her eyes. His face is confused, and his voice is full of uncertainty as he asks, not understanding what she meant. A bright blush flashes on Mercy's face. With her hands outstretched, she hastily denies any ambiguity in her words. The girl tries to explain. It is only a matter of wanting to offer new experiences. Her ears are obediently pressed to her head, and her tail is treacherously pulled upwards under the influence of her mistress's feelings. A slight look of condemnation crosses Isagi's face as her words echo in his mind. Touching his chin, he thoughtfully considers the suggestion of going to her homeland to unwind and try something new. It is mentioned that the girl's homeland is the Beast Kingdom. A map appears in the protagonist's mind. On one side is the Ramirez Empire, and next to it is a possession where the lion's share of the inhabitants belong to beastmen. More than 80% of the population are representatives of this people. The companion nods, confirming. In fact, this is just a small village on the outskirts of a large kingdom. After gratefully acknowledging the invitation, Isagi casts an uncertain glance, lost in thoughts of his own usefulness. But Murca suddenly rapidly closes the distance between them, exclaims with genuine enthusiasm, leaving no doubt in her answer. With her arms crossed over her chest and a frown, the girl assured him that with an alchemist like him, their affairs would go much better. What she heard so impressed the boy that he called her by name in surprise. Murca observes that, despite the abundant natural resources of their village, food shortages are only getting worse every year. Her memories are filled with memories of her native landscapes, evergreen forests, majestic mountains, and the free-roaming wild animals that inhabit that land. The young man recalled how he first heard from her about her desire to help him with his research. She sincerely dreamed of making people's lives easier by creating new varieties of crops that could grow even on the poorest soils. A promise springs to mind. As soon as the work with these grains is finished, they will certainly go to the homeland of the Murca. A dreamy gaze stops at the canvas bag resting peacefully on the nearby table. Realization overtakes Isagi. He has only recently completed his research on this culture and has managed to gather a lot of important information. With his hands clasped together, he concentrates on his new discoveries. The girl, surprised by his behavior, watches attentively, not hiding her confusion. The guy thoughtfully touches his chin with his palm, a cloud of thoughts hanging over him about how to make this plant take root effortlessly on any soil. With a sudden exclamation, the main character announces that he has understood everything. Murca, stunned by the surprise, throws him a surprised look. The guy decisively grabs the bag from the table and turns sharply to the girl standing next to him. There is confidence in his gaze, a stern line has cut between his eyebrows, and he says that he is going to her native land. Stretching his arms out toward the bright light, the protagonist meets the girl with a confident gaze. With hope in his voice, he suggests that perhaps they will be able to use the knowledge and traditions they have created together. A smile blooms on his lips as his eyes sparkle with confidence. If he can achieve true food abundance, this triumph can be given to the whole world. The girl, approaching him, responds with a sincere smile and expresses her gratitude with deep gratitude. The smile instantly fades from her face, and for a few minutes there is an anxious silence between them. Finally, full of doubt, she cautiously asks if he is really sure. Instead, she meets only a confused look from him in response. He has no idea what exactly is being talked about. Confused, the girl clasps her lips and looks away. She barely audibly admits that with such abilities and the unusual varieties he brought, he would be valuable in any country. The boy only looks at her words in confusion, reminding her that it was she who invited him to come. A modest blush rises to the girl's cheeks, and bowing her head, she apologizes for her hasty proposal. Covering her mouth with her hand, she admits that those words escaped her only under the influence of feverish passion. The young man is convinced that it is better to accept support from those around him than to remain completely helpless and tied hand and foot. Extending his hand to her, he confidently notes, "Only those who act freely are able to change the empire." With a slight smile, the protagonist places his right hand on his chest. Isagi sincerely confesses to her. Thanks to her support and help with his research, he has always felt confident. Now, as a sign of gratitude, he wants to thank her and help her herself. The question flies from his lips. Is it really beyond his power? Tiny tears gather in the corners of Mercy's eyes, but she quickly wipes them away with her left palm. The protagonist firmly declares, if that's the case, he's packing his things and heading to the animal kingdom. A smile blooms on the girl's face, and she meekly agrees with his decision. A light blush covers her cheeks, and with a half-smile on her lips, she agrees. If so, then she will also leave everything and join him. A smile plays on his face as he takes out his large bag, leisurely packs his things and promises, they will definitely meet later. A barely audible melody accompanies the steps of the girl, who is about to leave. Suddenly the meaning of her song reaches the young man. He freezes, staring at her in bewilderment, as if discovering a completely new sound in the familiar notes. Suddenly, Isagi rushes out of the workshop, loudly calling out to the girl and begging her to stop. Having already stepped onto the bustling city street, she looks back at his shout, and in her eyes there is surprise and a silent question. Disbelief flickers in the protagonist's eyes. It seems incredible that she would really agree to leave everything and go with him. In response, Murca firmly repeats her decision. She is unable to leave him alone. With a note of concern in his voice, the protagonist asks if she is really sure about her decision to leave her job. In his opinion, service at the palace is a prestigious occupation, and it is also generously paid. In response, the girl gives him a warm smile. Her cheeks are slightly flushed, and her hand involuntarily touches her chin. With a friendly smile and half-closed eyes, Murca notices that he is now worried about her condition, just as she was worried about him recently. Breathing a sigh of relief, the protagonist looks intently at the girl. Now, filled with compassion, he suggests that she go with him. She responds to this proposal instantly and confidently. She agrees without hesitation. Several days have passed, and our heroes are ready to leave the city, walking towards the city gates. At that moment, a carriage passes by them, with a coachman at the wheel. The girl advises them to move calmly, and asks if he needs any more help. Isagi agrees with her words. Calmly, with a barely noticeable smile on his lips, the main character reports that he has taken care of everything. The magic bag contains water and provisions. There will be no difficulties. With her hands clutching the straps of her bulky backpack, the girl cast a displeased glance toward the amazing alchemical bag. The very one that hides more than one could imagine, even though its appearance does not allow one to believe it. Murca looked at him and said that it was about a month's journey to the kingdom of beasts. They would have a difficult and tiring journey ahead of them. But the girl suggested that they make the journey pleasant. The young man, looking thoughtfully and regretfully at the silhouette of the castle that peeked out from behind the wall, silently agreed with her. Behind the wide round window, an amazing landscape unfolds, in which Isagi, not hiding her smile, is lost in admiration. Her lips involuntarily open in surprise. Nearby, the girl involuntarily smiles as well, her gaze directed in the same direction. Next to them are two men. One is intently immersed in a book, holding it in his hand, and the other calmly accompanies the company. The events unfold on September 12th and 17th. The city is enveloped in the evening bustle as two travelers slowly walk through the narrow streets. The protagonist's gaze lingers on the girl, after which he, smiling, extends his hand and points with his finger to the majestic tower rising ahead. The evening of September 28th greets them in a distant field, where they set up camp and light a small fire. Murca sits down beside the smoldering wood, lined with smooth stones. Isagi hands her a glass of fragrant hot drink, from which a light steam rises. On the morning of October 7th, the crew is racing down the road again. Inside, Murca is desperately trying to wake the boy, insistently addressing him through his sleep. In the darkness, the silhouette of her friend is enough to make Isagi reluctantly open his eyes. The girl announces her arrival to the protagonist. Squinting sleepily, Isagi wipes his eyelids with his left hand and stares at the landscape unfolding outside the window. His eyes widen in surprise. Before him is his native land of Murca. The bustling streets are full of beastmen, bustling about their business. Here, in the village of Plumina, lies the Beast Kingdom. After getting out of the vehicle, the protagonist looks around the streets in a daze, stunned by the number of beastmen around. Even the outskirts of the city retain the spirit and power of the Beast Kingdom. Isagi and Murca stare intently at the animal faces around them, trying to make sense of the new reality that has opened up before them. The mighty bullman with a kind smile strides confidently forward. With his left hand he carries a bucket of water, and with his right he holds a pole to which several more buckets are attached, swinging on his shoulder. Meanwhile, behind him, the boy watches as the girl, with fierce stubbornness, pulls the goat by the rope tightly clamped around the stubborn animal's neck. A little further from this company, a woman is carefully examining a shovel belonging to a local merchant. Nearby, a boy with rabbit ears is holding a cage with a rooster in his hands and looking around in surprise, while a girl nearby is trying to catch a chicken that is escaping. Nadia persistently calls the boy to her home, but he doubts. Shouldn't he greet the headman first? The confusion in his eyes. It is not known whether he should be surprised by the unexpected arrival of a stranger. Reassuring him, the girl assures him that the elder is her father. With her right hand focused on her chest, she looks confidently into the hero's eyes. The surprise in his voice breaks out in an unexpectedly loud, questioning exclamation. He feels like he should have heard this sooner. Murca, smiling charmingly and slightly closing her eyes, apologizes, adding that she wanted to surprise him, so she kept everything a secret. The boy wonders what he should do now, and he admits that he is very worried. Isagi worries whether he will refuse their help, saying that alchemists are not needed here. The girl gently reassures him. There is no reason to worry. Everything is going as it should. Anger flared in Murca's eyes. Clenching her fist tightly, she sternly warns, One more such word, and she will have to teach him a lesson properly. Behind, the confused hero tries to comprehend what he heard. Was the threat of a strike really made now? The girl waves her hand towards her house, gesturing for Isagi to come over. He follows her. Eventually, they find themselves in front of a large house. Smiling, the girl says that they have finally arrived, and this is her home. As soon as she crosses the threshold, Mercy looks back and says, first, she will tell her father and mother everything. The protagonist warmly replies that he completely shares her intentions. The girl's hand rests on the cold metal door handle. Suddenly, a smiling woman jumps out of hiding, beaming with joy at her return. She exclaims with emotion, "Mercy is back!" The girl, addressing her as Mom, asks not to scare her with such surprises anymore. The boy watches all this, not hiding his surprise. A sense of surprise grips the protagonist as soon as he crosses the threshold of Mercy's house. Right in front of him stands an angry man, his gaze piercing with cold hostility. There is no doubt, this is Mercy's father. The air seems to vibrate with tension, and with every movement of this man, tangible hostility flows. The man kindly invites him to sit on the bench across from him and his wife, next to Murca. Isagi politely thanks him for the hospitality and sincerely apologizes for the inconvenience. Embarrassed and a little stumbling over his words, the newcomer finally admits that he is very pleased to meet you. Excitedly, he explains to the guests that he has come from the Rimurus Empire, and his name is Isagi, an alchemist. As quickly as a bolt from the blue, Mercy's father intervenes in the conversation, loudly ordering the boy to be quiet. Frightened, the boy only stares in surprise at the enraged man. Sparks of indignation flash from the man's eyes. He categorically declares that he will never allow his daughter to be with someone whose origin is questionable. The confused protagonist bursts into the scene and exclaims in surprise, not knowing what is going on. The village elder, choking with anger, shouts at the young man again. The words fly from his lips. Murca is his dearest daughter, and in front of him stands only a stranger who unexpectedly appeared in their lives. Unexpectedly, Mercy's mother interrupts the conversation, smiles gently, and admits that she even likes him. The father, shocked by the statement, immediately falls silent, and, with a confused look, turns a surprised look to his wife. The protagonist is overcome with embarrassment, and blushing, he apologizes for this misunderstanding. With a slight smile, Mercy, like a true mother, emphasizes, "Finally, a man has appeared in our house." The fat woman suspects that the decision has long been made without her. Suddenly, Murca jumps up from her seat, startling everyone around her with her actions. The girl's cheeks instantly flush. She grabs the hem of her dress tightly and, with an uncontrollable exclamation, admits that everything didn't go according to plan. The real goal was to introduce Isagi as a new resident of their village. Frowning, the father looks at his daughter trembling next to the stranger in surprise. Nearby, the mother gives them an uncertain smile. Embarrassed, the man blushes and suggests starting over. He introduces himself as Kelsey, the village head. The elder asks if he would like to settle in their village. With open sincerity on his face, Isagi agrees. He adds that he would be grateful if he were allowed to engage in alchemical research among this community. The room falls silent, the boy's words hanging in the air, incomprehensible to his parents. The father opens his mouth in confusion, and a worried frown appears on his mother's face. The boy stares at their faces in confusion, trying in vain to understand why such a misunderstanding has occurred. Murcia's curious gaze falls on Isagi. In her mind, neither his father nor his mother have even heard of alchemy. Surprise is instantly reflected on the boy's face. The man, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, admits. He is ashamed, but it is the absolute truth. Isagi finally begins to understand what is happening. He wonders if they have ever met alchemists. The young woman he is talking to admits that alchemists are a real rarity in these parts. So the main character decides to first tell who alchemists really are. With a gentle smile on his lips, the hero tells his interlocutors. Alchemists are masters who can control matter through magical power. They know how to not only process, but also radically change the structure of various materials, using mysterious spells. The thought that creating something significantly different in quality from the original material is extremely difficult does not leave him. However, this type of skill is extremely practical. Faced with these words, the girl's parents frown and remain cautiously silent, reflecting on what they have heard. The girl remarks that this is too difficult to understand and suggests that it would be better to show alchemy in action. Looking at her, the guy agrees that this approach is indeed more effective. Holding his breath, the protagonist confidently approaches Kelsey and asks for the sword hanging from his belt. The man glances at the weapon and agrees without hesitation. The protagonist begins to study the sword in detail with interest, examining every detail. Kelsey's voice sounds interesting. "What do you say?" he asks. "Look, yesterday he bought a real rarity, a wonderful manatee." To which the interlocutor only shrugs. "There is no manatee in this dagger, not even close." Indignation flashes in the man's eyes. Can't he hear? He insists again, demanding an answer. The heroes tell us that alchemists are endowed with a unique gift to recognize the true essence of any substance. Before them is a metal of low purity, resembling mannet, known as nomatite. In her imagination, the girl paints the image of a cunning merchant who sells counterfeit weapons, brazenly assuring that each of his goods is full of magical power. To this, the man reacts indignantly, and barely restraining his anger declares, "The price is 20 silver coins." Taking off his gloves, the young man confidently grips the sword in his hands and assures him that everything is under control. He will easily transform the blade into a real dagger made of manite. Surprised, Mercy's mother asks again, thinking aloud. Meanwhile, her father is stunned. It never occurred to him that a sword could be turned into a valuable material, so he immediately asks how this is even possible. In the hero's hands, the sword gains strength. A shining magic circle appears around it, and the blade flashes with bright light. The girl's mother and father freeze in amazement, not taking their astonished eyes off the boy's unexpected actions. The young man's thoughts focus on the need to first change the shape and weight of the dagger. He immerses himself in the process, intertwining sorcery with imagination. The structure of the blade changes again and again under the pressure of his magic, until the blade takes on a multitude of new shapes. A sincere smile blooms on the protagonist's face as he hands his friend's parents a dagger enhanced with magic and announces that everything is ready. The man picks up the weapon, looks at the boy with genuine surprise and asks, "Is this really a real manatite dagger?" Isagi advises to let a stream of magical energy inside to make sure. Amazed, the man cannot hold back an exclamation of surprise. A pulse of magical power pierces the new weapon, and Kelsey freezes, mouth open and eyes wide in astonishment. The bewildered man looks down at the dagger, unable to hide his surprise. Noticing a target on the wall behind the protagonist, he throws the new weapon with all his strength and agility right at the center, throwing a half-joking phrase about how he would like to try it out. The small dagger copes with its mission with lightning speed. To the surprise of the headman, the target literally flies into pieces, and a hole is made in the wall. The window frame flies up, and the man looks outside in delight and cannot believe his eyes. The blade thunders into the ground outside the house. Blushing slightly, Kelsey smiles and casually remarks that everything is fine. Meanwhile, his wife appears behind the man, carefully placing her left hand on his shoulder, a fake smile playing on her face. She asks what he is doing here. The husband looks at his wife with fear, a little pale from what he has experienced, admits that he had no idea of his own strength. His wife, shrouded in a menacing aura, rattles her knuckles and sternly warns, "No excuses." Kelsey, ready to fall through the ground, begs her forgiveness. Horror and confusion grip the hero. He apologizes sheepishly, admitting that he should have warned him in advance. This problem is unlikely to be solved quickly. From behind his back, from his backpack, Isagi pulls out a wooden plank. A few minutes pass. The wall remains intact, like a target stubbornly hanging in the same place. The girl enthusiastically exclaims that this is very cool, and the main character expresses her gratitude. Meanwhile, the boy uses magic to separate the wooden fragment from the log. He admits that alchemists are capable of this, and above all, he seeks to cultivate the land with the help of alchemy. The man looks intently at his interlocutor and sternly cuts him off. Unfortunately, this land is exhausted, and farming here is absolutely useless. Surprise flashes in the eyes of the protagonist. He admits that he has long suspected this. Isagi throws in a new truth. This is why the forests are thinning and the resources of the mountains are dwindling. The bewildered stranger cannot stand it. He wonders why he set out on this long journey, having such knowledge. The protagonist's gaze is filled with determination as he addresses the village headman. Placing his left hand on his chest, he says with enthusiasm, "I came here to change the food situation for the better with the help of alchemy." Kelsey thoughtfully touches her chin, peering intently at the man she is talking to. The man explains seriously. Murca brought him news of the village's difficulties, and so he seeks to revive the fertile land using plant varieties enhanced by alchemy. In Isagi's thoughts, a desire arises to reduce the number of hungry people, at least by one person. The words are imbued with reflection, as if he weighs each of them. But suddenly the girl stands up. Murca confidently declares, "It is worth leaving everything as it is now, and the wealth of the mountains and forests will rapidly disappear." The young girl, with a burning desire in her eyes, addresses her parents in a firm voice. In the name of her future home village, she asks for permission to master agriculture with the help of Lord Sagi's alchemy. Kelsey closes her eyes. A slight smile appears on her lips. The man clarifies, "It's not about faith, but about hope for one's chance." The village headman, without taking his eyes off his happy wife, finally agrees to give permission. The impression is frozen on the main character's face. His jaw is ready to touch the floor in surprise. Confusion burns in his eyes. Next to him, Mercius shines with a happy smile. All the gratitude in the world in that look. Together, they express gratitude to Mercius' parents with sincere warmth. Here, the husband's gaze is fixed on his wife, who is absorbed in writing on the scroll. With calm confidence, he says, "Isagi needs a separate home. He will be allocated a spacious house, where there is enough space for everything he needs." Having finished writing, the woman silently passes the scroll to her daughter. Murca is instructed to take him to Siggy's vacant house. The girl nods in understanding and takes the scroll. With a sincere smile, she turns to the boy, inviting him to come with her. The atmosphere of the palace squeezed him, depriving him of freedom, but instead, real opportunities opened up here. His favorite thing absorbed him without a trace. Murca and Asani strolled leisurely down the street, not even suspecting that a girl was watching them intently from around the corner, who had realized who she was dealing with. Side by side with the girl, he confidently steps forward. They leave the outskirts of the village behind, heading towards the forest. In his mind, the boy dreams of how the power of alchemy will help turn the life of this village into a real fairy tale. A forest path leads them forward, and the girl softly says, "This is where your home is." They move on among the tall trees, and the boy feels a sense of new beginnings growing deep in his soul. His gaze, full of impatience and hope, glides towards the place he will now call home. An old house with a collapsed roof appeared before the boy and girl. Surprise flickered in their eyes as they examined this gloomy building. The sheet of paper in Murcia's hand trembles. Her lips part in surprise, and a frown appears on her face as her gaze settles on the buildings in front of them. Instead, Seizi only looks around in confusion, wondering if this is really going to be his new home. The girl notes with disgust that the building looks neglected and miserable. There is a dark, disturbing energy in her gaze. Angrily clutching a sheet of paper in her hands, she explodes with indignation. "How can you force Mr. Isagi to live in such a nightmarish place?" Behind her, the main character looks at the girl with fear and surprise. The owner's words about the house being a bit old come to mind. The mention of Kelsey's warning escapes his lips. Suddenly Mercy turns around, a scream escapes her lips. It's beyond her strength, she can't allow this. Her fists clenched with rage tremble, every cell in her body screams, to go and tell him the whole truth. But unexpectedly Isagi stops her, holding out both hands in a calming gesture, and quietly saying that everything is okay. The girl turns to him resolutely, her gaze filled with confidence, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her cheeks turned slightly pink as she glanced at the young man, and words of disagreement escaped her lips. Clenching his left hand into a fist, Isagi confidently exclaims, "If a dwelling is no longer fit for living, it is much wiser to rebuild it." This is exactly how, he assures, a true alchemist thinks. With a smile, the young man admits that he has long dreamed of trying to build the house of his dreams. The girl, unable to contain her surprise, once again clarifies the details of this idea, wondering what he had in mind. When the main character served as the court alchemist, he was treated with contempt simply because he came from an orphanage. This was the reason he sought for the fact that he was forced to live in a workshop that resembled a huge warehouse rather than a cozy home. A smile appears on the protagonist's face as he looks at the house. He confidently declares that he will strive to create something that he truly likes. The girl slowly lowers her hands and, in a barely audible, slightly sad voice, agrees with his words. The edge of his gloved hand glides gently over the old wood of the wall. A suspicion flashes through his mind. Is this building really so neglected that it is no longer fit for anything? Meanwhile, the girl's attentive gaze imperceptibly follows his every movement. Taking off his gloves, he studies the old, abandoned building with concentration, a confident smile on his lips and determination in his eyes. Slightly frowning, he purposefully directs the flow of magic towards this house, as if he already imagines how this whole ruin will willingly collapse. A magic circle flares up around his palm, allowing him to influence the tree. The quality of the wood changes in an instant, and the trunk begins to crack and tremble in all directions. Finally, the structure collapses completely, leaving behind only a handful of sticks of various sizes. Behind, the girl watches this spectacle. The young man, wiping his forehead wearily, smiles. Confusion and surprise flash in her eyes. Several boards deftly fly onto her shoulder. She holds the entire wooden load with one hand. Admiring with a smile, Mercy winks at him and promises to put the scattered boards aside. Surprise slips into the boy's voice, but deep down he can't understand. These boards seem to weigh a lot. He squats down and begins rummaging through his backpack. Preparing to work in the garden, the hero decides to get rid of weeds to clear the plot for the future harvest. Having groped through the contents of his backpack, he suddenly finds what he needs. With a smile, he takes out a universal herbicide, a reliable weapon in the fight against unwanted greenery. Thanks to his alchemical knowledge, Isagi radically changed the composition of the product. The action became more powerful and faster. Armed with the new tool, the hero energetically sprays it on the grass of his own plot. With enthusiasm in his voice, the protagonist assures that everything is fine and encourages himself and the girl to start building a house. Murca looks at him wearily and, feeling tired, wipes her face with her left hand. The hero pulls a large wooden stick from his magic backpack and examines it carefully, frowning. Nearby, the girl pulls another identical stick from the same backpack. Her exclamation is heard. The boy's name with notes of surprise and anxiety at the same time. A look full of anxiety follows how Isagi, unable to hold on under the weight of the stick, falls to the ground with an unexpected cry. Meanwhile, a piece of wood is pulled out of the thicket, which he managed to get hold of during a fight with a plant monster. The protagonist's palm touches the tree. An alchemical circle flares up around it. In an instant, the trunk's strength increases thanks to witchcraft. At this time, Isagi activates levitation. Several branches rise into the air at once, obediently obeying his magic. With a focused gaze and confident hand movements, the boy controls the wooden logs, forcing them to move in the desired direction. Under the control of artistic efforts, the first outline of the dream house comes to life. The solid foundation of a new dream grows right in front of him. Next to him, the girl, with wide eyes, watches the events in shock. Her lips involuntarily part, her face showing genuine surprise. Meanwhile, the boy's thoughts flashed. Nothing else fetters his freedom. His focused gaze and eyebrows furrowed with determination indicate that his dream home is now magically emerging. The walls and windows are already growing one after another, and soon the construction of the roof will begin. The master has already formed an ideal building project in his mind, which he enthusiastically brings to life. The door is the first finished detail of his creation. Now it is only necessary to follow the plans step by step. Finally, the final touch. The roof completes the construction of the house. Joyful delight rings in Isagi's voice. Everything is ready. With his arms outstretched to the whole world, he admires his new, beautiful house with rapture. Nearby, his girlfriend also gazes at the new dwelling with fascination. The right hand shades her eyes from the blinding sun, allowing her to take a closer look at the structure that has risen before her, while the left hand confidently lies on its side. The girl, with her arms folded on her chest, looks with undisguised admiration and enthusiastically declares, "The structure is striking in its perfection." Taking off their shoes, the heroes cross the threshold of the protagonist's new home. The boy, a little embarrassed, timidly asks if he has overdone it. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, holds her breath in surprise and delight, and her cheeks involuntarily blush. Mercy turns to him. A radiant smile gives her a confession. Now she knows what his dream home is. The girl runs her hand over the kitchen tables, and the hero watches her movements with delight, full of joy. The boy quickly climbs the stairs to the second floor, gesturing for the girl to follow him. Her face shows genuine surprise. Together, they even manage to find a bathroom in the new house. The protagonist assumes that he will eventually find a decent job. Isagi turns to the girl, asking for help in arranging the furniture in the house. Murca, beaming with a warm smile, gently covers her eyes and urges her to rely on her. With deep disappointment, the hero takes out only one chair from his backpack. That's the end of their treasure. With a slight sigh, the chair is already standing by the table. He mutters to himself, half-jokingly, that in that case, it's as if they've forgotten about furniture altogether. The girl, with a beaming smile on her lips, remarks that it's unlikely that anything will change here. There's simply not enough space in that storage room. The young man, sighing in disappointment, mentally returns to his past workplace, littered with papers, and reluctantly agrees with her words. Suddenly, something makes the girl's ear twitch. In the silence, she clearly hears a familiar voice asking if she is there. Mercy, without wasting a moment, rushes out of the house and notices with a start. Her own mother is calling her. An amazing picture appears before the woman's eyes. She is frozen in delight. Her lips involuntarily part, and her palm covers her breath in surprise. Looking at her daughter, the woman enthusiastically wonders if she has ever seen such a luxurious house in her native village. Murca tells her that Sagi transformed the house with the help of alchemy, making it more comfortable to live in. The mother is stunned by this news. Upon learning that the house has literally been created anew, she is sincerely delighted. Alchemy is truly an amazing thing. The protagonist, mockingly, begins to scratch the back of his head with his right hand, unconsciously pushing it back. He apologizes for trying to rearrange everything here in his own way. The woman, sensing the situation, stretches her hands forward in a conciliatory gesture and assures him with a slight smile that everything is fine. He apologizes for his unexpected appearance. The woman, standing on the threshold, offers to help with the cleaning so that he can move in immediately. However, he notices, embarrassed, that her help probably won't be needed at all. With obvious gratitude, the boy notes how pleased he is to feel the girl's concern. Her smile blooms even brighter when she asks if she can look inside the house. In response to her request, he smiles warmly and invites her in. The woman's bright gaze flashes with delight and wonder as she steps into the home that the boy once built. Mercy's mother, running her hand over the perfectly smooth surface of the table, notes with admiration how impressive this house is and draws attention to the spacious, cozy kitchen. The daughter watches her with a calm gaze, and the main character remains silent. Unexpectedly, the hero points to the kitchen shelf behind the girl and draws her attention, saying that this shelf is too high for her. The girl looks back at him, full of surprise. Standing on tiptoes, full of determination, Mercy reaches higher and higher. Her gaze focused, her right arm stretched upward, the girl persistently strives to reach the shelf. She asserts with confidence in her voice. If she makes an effort, she will definitely reach it. Behind the girl, the boy squints in confusion and declares that he will now reduce her height. An alchemical circle flashes in the air around his palm. Meanwhile, the girl abruptly reaches forward and grabs the doorknob. The woman asks if it's nice here, and then adds that if they put all the kitchenware out, it would be even better than theirs. The girl next to her suddenly comes to life with a new idea. Isagi, who is standing nearby, is embarrassed, shrugs her shoulders, and timidly throws her hand back, smiling shyly. Mercia's exclamation echoes through the air, and she turns sharply to her mother, clasping her hands in a fervent gesture of supplication. The girl asks hopefully if there is any furniture or things left in the house that no one uses anymore that could be moved here. Time passes, and Murca, with her hands on her hips, stands in the middle of the protagonist's cozy kitchen. The girl notes with delight that now there is real home comfort. The guy is so surprised that he can't keep his mouth shut. The protagonist's eyes light up. He enthusiastically notes how great it turned out and thanks the girl, because now there is a real home comfort. She shyly looks away and modestly admits that she is glad to hear that. Thinking about the interior, Murca leisurely looks around the room and notices that the walls still look empty. So she really wants to decorate them with something special. The girl also considers the idea of placing an elegant vase on the table to add coziness and warmth to the room. Confusion and surprise flash in his eyes when he unexpectedly catches her soft smile. Slightly tilting her head to the side and squinting with pleasure, the girl suggests, Let's have dinner together now. The girl pulls a large cauldron from under the table and carefully places it on the table, having previously spread a napkin. Versailles tells them that their mother has prepared a delicious meal for them, so they can sit down and enjoy it. Her image comes to life in the young man's memory. A broad smile flashed on the girl's face when she removed the lid from the cauldron. An unprecedented picture unfolded before the protagonist's eyes. The dish impressed him so much that his eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth involuntarily opened. The boy exclaimed in delight that the dish looked incredibly appetizing. Milk soup appears before his eyes, and the thought of this simple dish seems surprisingly pleasant. She awkwardly apologizes for her modest choice, but Isagi, smiling pleasantly, assures her that this is exactly the taste she wanted right now. The girl thanks him shyly in return. One serving of the grace of pores. A special sienna-colored soup steams on a tray on the table, a milky white broth made from mountain herbs and forest mushrooms. Next to it is fresh bread from a sorcerer's bag. A smile blooms on the protagonist's face as he is about to scoop up the fragrant milk soup with a spoon. The girl, not moving from her place behind him, gently wishes him a delicious meal. Surprised, Isagi turns to look at her closely. With excitement on his face, Isagi turns to the girl, wondering if she will keep him company at the table. Murca immediately blushes. Her cheeks flare, and her tail almost smokes from embarrassment. The girl turns away abruptly and bursts into a scream, declaring that she is only a servant and cannot sit at the same table with him. The young man looks at her in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for such a reaction. He calmly explains, "This is no longer a castle. No one will reproach her for it." Enthusiasm spreads in her large eyes as an unexpected invitation rings in the air. "Can I really join in?" The protagonist turns to her and kindly offers to share a meal with him. With her palms clasped together along her body, the girl tilts her head slightly to the side. A blush appears on her cheeks, and a sincere smile plays on her lips. She thanks him for the opportunity to be by her side. Murca sits across from Isagi at a neatly laid table, with milk soup steaming temptingly and freshly baked bread on it. With a slight smile, the hero suddenly laughs, noting that her posture is quite unusual for such a meeting. The girl, covered in paint, confesses to him that she feels the same way. It seems to her that peace comes only when he is near. The young man just smiles. "It's not strange at all," he says, and advises her to try to get her emotions under control. You sincerely thank the girl for the treat, and she accepts these words with a slight smile. You carefully raise the spoon to your lips, first blowing lightly on the hot milk soup so as not to burn yourself, and then carefully taste the first spoonful. Isagi's eyes shine with surprise, and his face is filled with delight. The dish is truly delicious. The guy shares his feelings. In each bite, the sweetness of milk is exquisitely revealed, gently enveloping the palate. He asks Murca what the plant on his spoon is called. The girl tells him without hesitation that it is cricket grass, a wild and unpretentious plant that grows thickly in the surrounding forests. In her opinion, this simple plant has a surprisingly pleasant taste. The image of the crunchy stem and tender boiled leaves makes him think, perhaps this herb tastes equally good boiled or roasted. The exquisite taste of mushrooms and the salty nuance of bacon merge together into a harmonious pair, emphasizing the delicate sweetness of milk. Each ingredient is clearly felt, and the imagination draws a holistic palette of flavors. He eagerly bites off a piece of bread, dips it in the milk soup. In his mind, he admires how the bread absorbs all the liquid, becomes soft and so easy to eat. A smile blooms on the girl's face as she watches the boy happily devour his dinner. Relief wells up in her soul. The hero announces his satiety, leaving only an empty plate behind. The girl, happily noticing that he liked the food, quickly gathers all the dishes onto a tray and carries it out of the room. Murca, smiling broadly, assures him that she will wash the dishes herself. The young man refuses her help, assuring her that he will clean everything up himself. In his mind, he dreams of the girl returning home, because after so many years, she has finally set foot on her native land. Raising a dirty plate to her face, the girl announces intently that she will stay. The boy, widening his eyes in shock, catches the seriousness of her words and exclaims in surprise. Unable to contain himself, he asks if she really intends to spend the night here. The girl announces that from now on she will live here and serve him. Placing her hands on the table, she looks intently into the boy's eyes. Her unexpected confession knocks the hero off balance. His cheeks suddenly turn red. With passion in his voice, the young man asks her to wait a moment, stretching his hands forward in a conciliatory gesture. Turning to the girl, he clarifies whether she realizes that this place is not the Imperial Palace at all, and he himself no longer holds the position of court alchemist. She nods in the affirmative in response. Confidence shines brightly in Mercy's eyes as she crosses her arms over her chest and boldly declares, she is ready to serve him as long as his heart desires. No amount of persuasion will change her decision. The protagonist, shocked by what he hears, opens his mouth in confusion and looks at her in surprise. Feverishly going through the options in his head, Isagi, barely finding the words, makes excuses. First, he needs to furnish the girl's bedroom, and right now there's simply no way to build one. She tells us that her things have long been occupying an empty room on the second floor. She gestures briskly, marking them, saying that everything is in place. The main character notes her unchanging agility with a smile. She says that she works lightning fast, as always. Despite his doubts, the young man continues to try to give his beloved love. Murca looks at him with a sad look and quietly asks if she is allowed to do the same. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy gives in to his own doubts. He admits that he would be only too happy for her help. It would be very appropriate. The girl, beaming with a smile and with noticeable admiration in her voice, doesn't hold back and asks, "Is that really so?" A slight frown crosses Isagi's face as he advises the girl to tell her parents everything. They will definitely start to worry, and Kelsey the most. The figure of the stern village headman, who recently shouted angrily that he could not allow such a thing, suddenly appears before the main character's eyes. Confusion grips the girl. The answer seems unattainable. Barely trembling, the girl hesitantly says she has her mother's permission. The boy asks her about her mother in confusion. Finally, it dawns on him what she means. Not far from the main character's home, in the same village where the knight has already died, a formidable and angry village headman raises his voice to the entire yard, wailing, and calls his daughter by name. Her left hand clenches into a fist in fury. An indignant voice thunders with an order to return home. She will never allow her to live under the same roof as Isagi. The boy looks away in embarrassment, while the girl is overcome with complete surprise. The next day, when some time had passed, the girl cautiously knocked on the door of the main character's house, the same one she had recently bewitched with the help of alchemy. With anxiety in his eyes, the young man greets her, gently addressing the girl by name, and cautiously asks if she managed to get along with Kelsey yesterday. The girl looks down, sadly clutching the hem of her dress. Her ears droop weakly, and her silence only emphasizes her depressing mood. With a note of regret in her voice, Mercier reports that she never received permission from her father, so she is forced to leave home every day to help him. The hero understands her words. The girl's sad voice asks for his forgiveness, each of her words echoing in his heart with a painful chord. In Isagi's imagination, this child is the most precious treasure, and such feelings are, of course, natural. A picture emerges in the alchemist's memory. The village headman, in a fit of rage, insisted on her return, clenching his fists in anger. The young man assumes that they will still be able to communicate normally. When he notices the sad girl next to him, he tenderly admits that for him, true happiness will be just the fact that she will appear. With anxiety in her eyes, the girl turns to him. She approaches him with unexpected determination, exclaiming that she will definitely persuade her father to let her live and work with him under the same roof. Putting her hand on her heart, she asks to give her a little more time. Such frankness stuns the boy. Isagi remarks that she doesn't have to put in so much effort. She'd look too upset if she had to fight. She holds out her hands in a conciliatory gesture, her thoughts stealthily returning to how awkward he would be if they suddenly had to live together. Full of contradictions, Murcia does not give up trying to refute him. The boy scratches his head in confusion, throwing his hand back in an uncertain gesture. From behind the thick bushes, another girl with ears watches attentively, quietly calling Murcia by name. With unexpected surprise, the girl looks around, trying to see who said her name. Meanwhile, Isagi, leaning slightly, peeks out from behind Murcia, gazing raptly at the stranger. Curiosity and surprise are reflected in her gaze. A young beauty with cute ears appears to meet them. One hand is confidently stretched forward, The other she gently presses against her, rapidly approaching. Joy blooms on her face. It seems that mercy does exist after all. The girl's jaw drops in surprise, her eyes widening at the unexpected encounter with a familiar figure. With hesitation in his voice, Mercier calls out her name, addressing her as Naya. He runs up quickly and grabs her hands tightly. She excitedly says that she learned about her return and couldn't help but meet her. Murca, beaming with a sincere smile, warmly notes how long it has been since they last saw each other. The main character stands nearby, watching this heartfelt moment, holding Mercier's hands tightly. Naya doesn't hide her surprise and wonders what made her friend return so unexpectedly. She was about to share all the details, but Naya's attention is suddenly drawn to the boy next to her. An expression of genuine surprise appears on her face. The girl raises her eyebrows in surprise. Her lips barely part in surprise, but her gaze does not move from the young man. The boy timidly extends his hand forward, a little confused by the persistent gaze. Suddenly, an epiphany comes to Nay, and she announces with a joyful exclamation that she has finally understood everything. Blushing mischievously, the girl touches her chin with her finger and, smiling slyly, announces that she has brought her husband. Her friend's words cause Mercy to blush, and she waves her hands desperately, trying to deny her fiction. Some time passed before everything that had happened was told to Nai. The protagonist briefly summarized. His name was Isagi, and he was an alchemist. The girl, with a smile, recounted his dream of making the village wealthy through alchemy, and admitted, "It was really cool." Smiling slightly, Nai closes his eyes and notices that he seems to be a kind person. Meanwhile, the girl greets him and extends her hand for a shake. The boy watches the scene in surprise. The girl with the fluffy ears winks cheerfully and smiles broadly, a light blush covering her cheeks. Introducing herself as Nia, she adds amiably that she was a close friend of Mercy's as a child. Smiling, the girl firmly squeezes the alchemist's hand and shakes it vigorously in different directions, welcoming the boy. He just freezes in confusion, not understanding such a passionate gesture. Murcia, on the other hand, cast displeased, cold glances at them, as if hiding her own hostility. Opening his mouth in confusion, the protagonist froze in delight, watching his new friend. Thoughts swirled in delight. Such hospitality, and even to a person, a real miracle. Smiling self-confidently, Naya leans closer to Murcia, and playfully covering her lips with her hand, asks if she really invited him. The girl blushes deeply with shame, but still admits, yes, she did. She tries to understand what's so special about it. He watches in surprise as Murcia looks around in confusion, and Naya becomes embarrassed. It seemed that there were no secrets between him and Murcia, but the unexpected change on her face clearly indicates that they are happy together. And perhaps there is still a lot of unknown hidden beneath the surface of their relationship. The boy's gaze slides to the girl standing nearby, turned away from him. A sincere desire to have someone so dear to him by his side appears in his thoughts. Meanwhile, Mercier is confused and embarrassed by his friend's words. With a light step, Annie E. leaves them, hastily announcing the need to leave. In parting, she expresses her sincere wish for Isagi to prosper in his farm. With a wave of her right hand, the girl says goodbye. Following her, Mercier supports this gesture. Joining Isagi, with a smile and a wave of his hand, he sees his friend off. Naughtily clutching the edges of her dress in her hands, Murcia blushed slightly with shame, and hurried to apologize to the young man, saying that her friend was too noisy. However, the main character does not agree with this assessment. On the contrary, he is sincerely glad that she was not afraid to talk to them. Some time has passed, and the main character unexpectedly suggests to his girlfriend to start work today. Slightly surprised, she quickly fixes her hair and asks if the moment has really come. The young man assures her, the real test awaits their couple right now because he wants to find out as soon as possible whether they will be able to get a harvest right here. Concentrated, the protagonist rests his chin on his palm, remembering how he uprooted all the weeds from this plot yesterday when he was building a house. Now he faces a new challenge. It's time to plow the land. With unexpected curiosity, the boy exclaims, turning sharply and looking away. Isagi announces, there is a stone ahead, which prevents him from passing. The protagonist voices his intention to use this stone as material for something important. From the side, the girl silently watches, carefully analyzing his every move. Isagi's palm confidently touches the block, and his gaze carefully studies the structure of the stone. A magic circle flashes around his hand. With the power of magic, he gradually changes the shape of the stone, and a figure appears before the star's eyes, increasingly resembling a human silhouette. A huge stone golem grows in front of the boy and girl, as if from the bowels of the earth. The main character is filled with joy from the long-awaited success, and Murca gazes at the created monster with admiration and surprise. Isagi's palms clasp the magic stone, his gaze fixed on its shining surface. A wild inner impulse makes him wonder. Should he absorb this power by embedding the Hetman stone in his own chest? Finally, with a firm hand, this guy places the magical artifact exactly where it is destined to be. Experiencing joyful excitement, the protagonist clenches his fist and announces, "The golem is ready." The creature's eyes flash with a bright glow. Isagi, turning to his creation, confidently orders to move forward. The clay giant obediently carries out the order and takes a step forward. Murca watches this spectacle in amazement. Gathering all the strength of his voice, the hero clasps his hands around his mouth like a mouthpiece to address the stone golem. A powerful command echoes through the spaces, and the words finally reach the mighty creature. Obeying the command, the golem ruthlessly drives a plow with two sharp hoes into the ground, plowing it with incredible force. A hand on his forehead shields his eyes from the blinding sun. And thanks to this, Misagi carefully examines his creation. Satisfaction appears in his gaze. No disruptions in the flow of magical power. Everything works flawlessly. A girl stands nearby, smiling kindly. She notes with admiration that nothing else could be expected from the golem he created. A voice from behind the thick bushes gave a command. It was the village headman. Without wasting time, he loudly shouted the young man's name, curiously asking what was going on here. Mercier frowned in displeasure as she recognized her father's voice. She had announced in advance that she would be spraying herbicide over a wide area. Without looking back for a moment, still burning with anger, the heroine ignores his presence. At this time, the main character's gaze turns to the village headman, who still cannot recover from his surprise. A golem appears at the scene of the events, and, stunned by what he sees, he unexpectedly addresses him by name with sincere surprise. Isagi explains in detail. Before you is a golem, created by Alchemy to help in the field. This creature is not aggressive at all and does not pose a threat to people, so you cannot worry. The man, with his arms folded on his chest, is somewhat confused and tries to find words. Kelsey admits with uncertainty that alchemy is indeed a useful thing. With a cautious gesture, the man runs his hand over his chin and thoughtfully asks the boy if this land is capable of producing crops. Surprise instantly appears in the young man's eyes. Meanwhile, behind them, the golem plows the soil relentlessly, heedless of anything. A slight smile appears on the hero's face, as he notes that the quality of the soil is almost identical to that of the Empire, so the crop should grow without difficulty. Meanwhile, Isagi, taking the seeds in his hands, adds with a hint of skepticism. In fact, this is just a guess. A faint shadow on the man's face indicates confusion. He turns away and, as if uncertainly, says, "If this is really so, then that's great news." Meanwhile, behind him, his daughter leisurely treats the plants with herbicide. The boy's thoughts involuntarily return to Murca, and he becomes embarrassed by the realization that her complete indifference to Kelsey says only one thing. She is angry. Meanwhile, the girl stubbornly goes about her business, stubbornly ignoring her father's presence. The hero pulls out a small bag from among his belongings, involuntarily feeling with fear the tension hanging in the air. Voicing his idea, he speaks of his intention to grow plants here, and addresses the village headman, inviting him to join him and see everything with his own eyes. A smile blooms on the protagonist's face. If everything goes according to plan, they will be able to harvest immediately. He clutches a huge bag in his hands. The elder of the Beastman village looks at the protagonist in surprise, not understanding what exactly he is talking about. Having whispered to himself the promise of a quick harvest, the man looks thoughtfully at the ground. The guy energetically opens the bag, pours out its contents, and adds that he will first distribute special fertilizers made with the help of alchemy. The main character says that the raw material is ordinary fertilizer, common throughout the Empire. But instead of changing its properties or enhancing it, he himself made it much more nutritious. What he heard struck the interlocutor, and surprise and confusion appeared on his face. The girl silently realizes her father's complete lack of understanding. Mercier finally gives in and explains to Kelsey. In short, it is a fertilizer created alchemically to restore depleted soil. At this, she only looks up at him in surprise. The confused man nods, indicating that he has understood everything. A sigh of relief escapes the protagonist, who carefully observes the father and daughter. The girl apologizes to Isagi for making him worry. In response, the boy gives her a gentle, friendly look. A soft smile crossed his face as he spoke. It seems that he and she have a mutual dislike. However, there is respect and warmth between them, because family is a treasure that cannot be replaced. Murca quickly glanced at her father and confirmed the boy's words with a smile. In response, the man only nodded kindly and smiled at his daughter. Having abruptly switched to another topic, the boy turns to those present and calls on them to scatter the fertilizer. A golem is already standing nearby, having long since completed the task. The girl next to her father supports the main character's idea. The work is in full swing. The girl pours out the contents of the bag, and the golem, located nearby, is energetically practicing with a hoe. The main character explains that the golem thoroughly mixes the fertilized soil, loosening it with a hoe, and then forms the beds with a shovel. The young man adds that seeds are only sown where the ground is already prepared. The village headman addresses Sagi by name and asks if it is worth waiting to add fertilizer to the soil. Usually, everything happens exactly like this. But the fertilizer created by the hero speeds up the decomposition process, so he manages to save time and effort on thorough mixing. What he hears impresses the interlocutor to the core. Closing her eyes and maintaining an impassive expression, the girl confidently declares, "For Mr. Isagi, this is a trifle." The man behind her smiles slightly, not hiding a certain uncertainty, and Isagi, rummaging through his backpack, thinks that it seems that the bar has been raised again. The young man takes a bag out of his backpack and announces that the first plants to be planted are those that easily take root even in desolate lands and are familiar to everyone. Opening the bag, he shows off carefully selected potatoes. Bending over the fresh beds, the boy carefully places the potatoes in the prepared holes. The seed tubers fall into the ground one by one. Then they are covered with a soft layer of soil, which he carefully fills with a hoe. The boy confidently grabs a bucket of water and says, "If you water it, it will definitely grow, and soon it will be possible to harvest." Isagi quickly pours water directly into the holes. Behind him, the girl repeats his movement. Standing motionless, the man, although his voice is uncertain, denies the boy and claims that he will not be able to grow up instantly. The boy's face, turned to the village headman, is frozen in surprise. Of course, potatoes grow quickly, but it still takes 3 or 4 months. And suddenly, sprouts start to shoot out of the holes under your feet. At first, barely noticeable. But in a moment, they are rising incredibly quickly. Your gaze drops to the ground in amazement. Right under your feet, the plant is incredibly rapidly rising above the ground, making your eyes widen in delight. At some point, ripe potatoes appear all over the field. The man opens his eyes wide in astonishment, his jaw almost hanging open in surprise. Nearby, the girl smiles happily, observing the fruits of their labor. The potatoes are ripe, beckoning with plump tubers and begging to be picked. In the hero's hands is an empty bucket, and a smile of satisfaction shines on his face. His work has been crowned with a generous harvest. Meanwhile, a man stands behind him, so stunned by what he has seen that he is unable to even recover. The boy turns to him and remarks, "The yellow stems and leaves are a clear sign that it is time to harvest." Kelsey does not take his eyes off him in surprise, genuinely shocked by what he has heard. When the hero presses himself tightly into a thorny bush, straining his muscles, he pulls it out of the ground with effort. A slight discontent runs across his face. He longs to understand what is wrong here. Murca and his father hold their breath. Impatient hope burns in their eyes. They carefully watch the boy, hoping for his success. Finally, the main character's efforts are crowned with success. After exerting even more effort, he pulls the bush out of the ground along with the potato. A bright smile appears on Isagi's face. His gaze is full of joy. He admires the result of his work with admiration. With a loud cry of joy, the boy triumphantly displays the vegetable, holding it firmly in one hand and leaning on it with the other. Smiling, He admits that although he was confident in his abilities, he feels a great sense of relief. Murca sincerely rejoices with him, and does not forget to congratulate him on his success. Unable to contain his excitement, the man holds up another dug potato bush to his eyes, and loudly exclaims that he still can't figure out how to get a potato harvest that same day. The young man's gaze freezes on him. He explains his surprise quite rightly, and immediately suggests tasting it. The girl advises him to prepare a simple dish, for example, fry it. The sunny day inspires Isagi with an idea. Why not arrange a culinary experiment in the open air? After a while, the table is set. The girl skillfully peels the potatoes with a knife, and then cuts them into pieces. The man and the boy, sitting a little distance away, sit down at the table. The one behind them takes something out of his backpack again. The village headman, observing a strange device with a magic circle on it, asks Izzy what it is for. The guy explains that it is a magical mechanism that can create flames. Kelsey, shocked by what she hears, can only ask in surprise. The boy's hand rests confidently on the round switch on the side of the device, and with a careful movement, he turns it. Suddenly, a tiny light flashes in the very center of the magic circle. In a brief explanation, he adds, "By pressing this button like this, you can light a flame." The amazed man watches the amazing phenomenon with his mouth wide open. Fire literally erupts from thin air. Meanwhile, the guy calmly explains that you just need to adjust the lever, and you will be able to regulate the strength of the flame at your own discretion. The surprised man with furrowed eyebrows exclaims, he has heard that the city has many convenient things, but a device that can easily start a fire at any time is something incredible. His hands spread wide apart, not taking his gaze away from the device standing on the table. Frozen in impassive silence, the main character emotionlessly watches the elder's confusion. The gray-haired elder, addressing a young man named Isagi, wonders if this is his handiwork. Meanwhile, the flames do not stop their frantic dance. With a slight smile on his face, the young man squints his eyes and enthusiastically tells the village headman that creating such magical objects is also the art of an alchemist. The man is amazed. He looks at the boy with genuine astonishment. The girl heats up the frying pan and starts cooking the potatoes, increasing the heat. She looks at the future dish with a keen eye and thinks, it's time to add a little oil to fry the potatoes over moderate heat. After waiting for the crust to turn golden, Murca decides to flip the potatoes again. A smile lights up her face as she deftly tosses the pieces in the air, holding on tightly to the handle of the pan. The girl covers the pan with a lid. Nearby, holding their breath in anticipation of a delicious dish, the main character and her father watch the cooking with great impatience. Kelsey has long been clutching cutlery in her hands, and Isagi is holding an empty plate, ready to fill it with the desired dish. With a gentle smile on her lips and closed eyes, the girl watches them attentively. At this time, an idea arises in Murca's mind. Let the drink infuse on low heat for 4 minutes. That's all the worries. Now all that remains is to divide the portions. Holding a tray of freshly prepared dishes in her hands, the girl joyfully announces with a beaming smile, everything is ready. The aroma of sautéed potatoes has already filled the room, and the appetizing dish is waiting on the served table. The man's gaze, fixed on the dish, expresses genuine admiration. His mouth fills with saliva. A small tear moistens his emaciated cheek because he can't quite wrap his head around it. This delicious dish was prepared by his daughter. The girl casually informs him that the seasonings here are simple. Just oil, salt, and pepper, so she trusts them to taste it themselves. Having stuck a fork into a piece of potato, the guide sends it to his mouth and chews it thoroughly. Sudden surprise is read in his wide-open eyes. The girl, hesitating, then chooses the same dish, a slight blush filling her cheeks. A warm smile lit up the main character's face. The dish turned out to be incredibly tasty. The man took his time. He carefully chewed each piece of potato sauté, enjoying the impressions. From the opposite side of the table, the girl agreed without a shadow of a doubt. The taste of this dish was impeccable. The village headman's eyes widen in surprise when he sees the finished dish. After tasting the potatoes, he exclaims in delight that he has never tasted anything like them before. These tubers are much tastier than the ones that appear in their fields. Inexplicably, an inexhaustible energy flares up in the man's chest, as if a whole source of power is raging inside. His left fist involuntarily clenches with zeal and confidence. The observer freezes in amazement, noting to himself, the beast's perception has become even sharper. With a calm smile, the hero announces that these potatoes are truly special. As soon as you taste them, you will feel an unprecedented surge of vitality. What he hears seems incredible to the man, and he cannot hide his surprise. Isagi notices that his words carry almost no weight. The man continues to finish his meal with appetite. In the end, not a crumb remains on the plate. Mercy carefully collects the dirty dishes and disappears through the door. Meanwhile, the man and the boy remain alone outside. Thinking, Kelsey raises his hand to his chin and asks the boy, "Will even this village be able to produce a harvest if the alchemical plants he created are planted?" Hearing the question, the young man confidently assures him, "Without a doubt, everything will grow here." With a light on his face, full of inspiration and confidence, the protagonist puts his hand on his heart and firmly declares, he will do everything possible to help them achieve their goal, even if it seems impossible, because this is his calling. The companion looks at him in confusion, but does not say a word. Considerations about crop stability push Isagi to an important decision. He plans to expand his fields and try to plant improved plant varieties in order to harvest a richer and more diverse harvest in the future. A calm smile blooms at the corners of Kelsey's mouth. Deeply confident in himself, he thinks, this time these lands will certainly become fertile, because within them pulses the real power to change the world. The neighbor, unable to restrain his admiration, proclaims this aloud and, leaning his hand on his side, solemnly hands him responsibility for the future of this land, with complete trust. With sincerity in his voice, the boy loudly expresses his gratitude, promising to gradually implement this idea. The very next day, he manages to sow other plots, as well as plant tomatoes and carrots. Around his house there are dense plantings of a wide variety of plants. The number of beds has increased significantly compared to the past. A boy and a girl are standing next to the halum. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Isagi says that the atmosphere has become a bit strange and asks Murca if he has overdone it. Her answer is in the affirmative. With his palm raised to his forehead, he shields his eyes from the scorching sun, gazing into the endless expanses. His thoughts take him back to the past, to the vast palace gardens, where plants once had to be grown. Realizing how much space he had, he was so filled with energy that he went overboard. Exhausted, Isagi picked up another potato bush, breathing heavily and trying to regain his strength. Murca, along with Golem, who were standing behind, came to his aid. The hero carefully wipes the area under the pillar with his right hand, breathing a sigh of relief. The question is swarming in his head: where to put such a large supply? For such cases, a magic bag always comes to the rescue. You can hide everything there. The girl approaches him with a confused look, holding a bulky bag of picked fruit. Isagi sighs and remarks that there is a shortage of workers, so it will not be possible to harvest even half of the harvest before the end of the season. When asked by Murca about the possibility of creating another golem, the young man blushed, smiled shyly, and quietly admitted, now it was impossible, because he had no more magic stones left. Suddenly, the girl, placing her hand on her heart, with indescribable fervor suggests asking her father and mother for help. Murca's voice rings with unwavering confidence. They will definitely come to the rescue. In such a situation, they ask to wait a bit. The girl agrees and adds that they will now do the gallop. One hand of the hero involuntarily rests on his side, with the other he reaches up, wincing from the pain in his lower back. His face is full of torment. An unexpected girl's voice emerges from behind, full of confusion and question. Turning around at the sound, the young man stumbles upon Nea. She stands stunned by what she has seen. With a weary gaze, he meets her surprised eyes, lazily greets and wishes her good morning. Her eyes opened wide in surprise, her hands instantly covered her mouth. The girl was surprised because they had never seen such a huge field in their village. Taking off his hat, the protagonist notes with a slight hint of pride. Just yesterday they were using alchemy to cultivate the land. Stunned, the girl exclaims, "Has it only been 2 days since you appeared?" There is disbelief in her voice as she adds, "It seems incredible that anything can grow in this soil at all. Even more fantastic is the fact that it is harvest time." A smile appears on the protagonist's face. He confidently declares that everything is due to alchemy. The girl flares up in response, her eyes closed tightly in irritation. She breaks into a scream, reproaching him for always having the same response to everything. Suddenly, a voice is heard from the side. Someone confidently confirms Isagi is indeed telling the truth, and even addresses the girl by her name. The guy looks confusedly at those who have just appeared, and Nye instantly turns around and notices Uncle Kelsey in front of him with surprise. With inspiration, putting a hoe on his shoulder, the man confidently says that he saw it with his own eyes yesterday. In his garden, even in this remote village, juicy crops of modified plants give unprecedented results. Nearby, the smile of his wife blooms, who holds a basket in her hands, and his daughter stands next to him. A spark of joy flashes in Nia's eyes. A slight blush covers the girl's cheeks. Clenching her fists with an enthusiastic smile, she declares, "If Uncle says so, then it is absolutely true." In her soul, Nia feels that this is simply incredible. With a joyful sparkle in her eyes and an unchanging smile on her face, the girl turns to the main character, confidently assuming that the time for harvest has come. A slight blush appears on the main character's cheeks due to her own overly violent reaction. She nevertheless confidently confirms her words, and the modest smile on her face emphasizes the admission. In her enthusiasm for sewing, she really went a little overboard. Stunned by the surprise, the man marvels at the variety that has unfolded in a day, and cannot believe that the field has changed so much in just one night. Embarrassed, Soggy scratches the back of his head, looks away, and sincerely apologizes. He was too carried away in his joy and clearly went overboard with his concern. Kelsey is overcome with joy as their previously starving village finally enjoys bountiful harvests. The elders greet him with words of peace and gentle smiles, assuring him that there is no reason to worry. The boy's wife's smile reaches her ears, and she joyfully shares. Their village has never seen such generous harvests. She excitedly admits that her heart is pounding with joy. Naya stands nearby, resolutely adding that she herself will gladly join in the harvest. Happiness and gratitude fill the boy's eyes, because there are true friends nearby. The young man is urged to start harvesting as soon as possible. Murca and her mother smile gently as they pick pumpkins and squash from the bed. Kelsey deftly cuts a head of cabbage with a sharp knife. The stone golem and the exhausted hero, exhausted, pull beets from the soil. A little time passed. Baskets full of a variety of vegetables and fruits were lined up on either side of each other. Eggplants here, and even mother-in-law among them. Usagi wipes his forehead wearily, exhaling heavily. Suddenly, Nia emerges from the bushes, addressing him by name. In her left hand, the girl holds a juicy tomato, and with her right, extending her index finger, she points at it. Smiling, she asks if he will let her taste the fruit. The same friendly smile appears on his face in response. He assures her that, of course, she can try. The words cause the girl to be truly delighted. She exclaims joyfully and uncontrollably, not hiding her emotions. The girl with the pointed ears raises a juicy tomato to her lips, as if tasting a real delight. A light blush touches her cheeks, and her fingers involuntarily touch her face as, through her squinted eyes, she is overwhelmed with delight at the bright taste of the vegetable. The girl's sonorous, enthusiastic voice pierces the silence. She asks the main character what it is, and immediately enthusiastically exclaims how delicious it is. The guy does not hide his joy at such a sincere reaction. Naya, on the other hand, notes with surprise that this dish is not at all like the tomatoes she is familiar with. With a smile on her lips, Isagi shares her secret. These tomatoes not only ripen twice as fast, but are also distinguished by their special sweetness. The girl's wide-open eyes shine with delight. She cannot contain her admiration. This is a real miracle. Meanwhile, Murca angrily peers out from the thick foliage, carefully observing their conversation. Looking down dreamily, the girl quietly remarks that the others seem to be having a good time together. Meanwhile, you confidently take the tomato in your hand and watch her. The guy with the bitten tomato in his palm looks at the girl in surprise. The calmness on Mercy's face does not disappear as she reaches for another tomato, firmly declaring that she wants to taste it too. Without any hesitation, the main character happily agrees. The girl happily sinks her teeth into the juicy vegetable, enjoying its taste. Unexpectedly, Nia approaches the girl and supports her by the arm. Stunned by such a sudden change in behavior, she covers her mouth with her hand, not hiding her surprise at the unexpected politeness. Mercier only frowns slightly and watches the scene in bewilderment. Niall's gaze, adorned with a sly smile, turns to his friend. Mercy's cheeks flare with such a blush that it seems that steam is about to come out of her ears. A displeased grimace appears on her face, and an irritated voice calls Niall's name. The girl's cry, asking to wait, reaches Naya, who tries to run away from her, but is unable to do so. He catches up with her. The anger in her voice is clearly audible. Nearby, Isagi, watching this scene, picks a juicy tomato and, smiling faintly, thinks, these two actually get along great. 3 days have passed. Near the house, in the middle of a lush field, Murca, the village headman with his wife, and the main character have gathered. Isagi reports that the harvest is over, and sincerely thanks everyone for their support and care. Kelsey asks the boy what he plans to do with his harvest. The boy, holding the bag in his hands, smiles and replies that he intends to give it all to the villagers. After all, if the vegetables are kept in the magic bag for too long, they can spoil and clog the passage. Raising her left index finger, Murca's mother suggests a real feast. The hero, stunned by the idea, asks the woman if she really means a feast. A big smile spreads across her face as she thinks about how wonderful it would be to treat everyone to dishes from your own fields. She believes that this will help people get to know you better and make living together much easier. With a slight hesitation, Isagi thinks about the hassle of organizing a banquet, all the preparations and fuss. He touches his chin in concentration, his mind going back to the noisy banquets in the palace. At that moment, Mercy gently calls him by name. The girl explains that despite the loud name banquet, this event is not very formal. It is enough to simply invite people to the main square, set up tables and chairs, and everything is ready. The guy nods, making it clear that the essence is quite clear to him. The village head loudly orders to gather the people and begin preparations immediately. The entire village is gathering for a festive feast that very evening. The hero enthusiastically embraces this idea, until suddenly, upon hearing that the feast will take place today, he is genuinely surprised by such haste. Some time has passed, and the young man asks the girl if everything is ready, and then reminds her, "We need to hurry to the central square." The tension is growing. Another minute, and he starts thinking aloud. Will everything go without surprises? Murca only slightly shrugs, not understanding where such anxiety comes from. Isagi claims to be a human being and has just arrived here. The stranger, visibly alarmed, asked uncertainly if there would be any guests at his banquet. The girl remarks, even though the banquet was scheduled for today, she is certain that the entire square will soon be filled with people. Genuinely surprised, the main character carefully examines the square, not believing his eyes. Marcia turns to him and remarks that everyone will definitely show up. The city hasn't seen such feasts in many years. Suddenly, Isagi sees a whole wave of people rushing through the streets after the girl. Even the little ones are happily frolicking among the crowd. The huge number of townspeople amazes the main character, and a smile of admiration appears on his face. Marcia's joy also does not go unnoticed. Suddenly, Mercy's mother's voice is heard in the yard. The woman calls the soaked boy to her, calling him by name, and tells him that she is about to start cooking. She offers to help, if only he brings the necessary products. The boy readily agrees. A variety of vegetables spill out of the magic bag onto the table. Eggplants, tomatoes, onions, pumpkins, carrots appear. The woman looks in amazement at the pile of such wealth and the scope of the harvest. The headman's wife notices that it's been a long time since the village has gathered so many fresh products. She ponders in her mind what to do to entertain the unexpected guests. Meanwhile, the main character watches with delight the joyful commotion around him. The city of Beastmen was bustling with activity. Everyone busy preparing for the upcoming festival. Some were making decorations, others were responsible for arranging the square, while Murca, Nia, and their companions carefully selected ingredients for the dishes that would adorn the festive table. When all the ingredients were already in the cauldron, carefully prepared for cooking, Isagi began to cast a spell over the dish, pouring the energy of his alchemy into the cauldron. An alarming commotion arose among the residents of the village of Pomenya, who were watching the events. But then, the flame flared up cheerfully, and the food slowly boiled in the cauldron, filling the air with spicy aromas. While the dish quietly bubbled in the cauldron, The beast race girls kept their eyes on him, skillfully adding more and more ingredients to the hot mixture. Isagi, watching their skill, couldn't help but smile. The process of cooking fascinated him more and more. A little time passed, and all the dishes were already waiting on the table. As soon as the villagers started to come up to get their treats, the voice of Kelsey, Mercy's father, came from behind the table, addressing Isagi. Meanwhile, on the main stage, under the gaze of the community, stood the village headman. The man gestured for the boy to come up on stage for a moment. Without hesitation, Isagi accepted the village headman's request. Filled with sincere gratitude, Kelsey addressed the villagers, thanking each one for coming together. He shared with them the story of how their food-starved village had become so abundantly supplied with food. The man's unexpected words immediately made Isagi's cheeks flush. A sense of awkwardness gripped the young man, as he had never imagined that he would be introduced to the entire community so unexpectedly. Once on stage, Isagi hesitated due to the unexpected introduction. But after gathering his thoughts, he decided to give a welcoming speech. Recovering a little, Isagi gathered his will, and, in a trembling voice, gave his name. He cautiously added that he was an alchemist, and had only recently arrived in their village, so he knew almost nothing about the people or the area. His hesitant words and genuine confusion caused the villagers to smile kindly, noticing that there were plenty of ingredients left. The boy informed his fellow villagers that everyone could enjoy the dishes to their heart's content. Naya and Marcia admired the touching scene, watching Isagi confidently perform on stage. The village headman, taking advantage of the unexpected acquaintance, called on everyone to sincerely welcome the new resident named Isagi and raise glasses in his honor. A wooden mug full of drink fluttered in the headman's hands. The wooden mugs flew up to a joyful din. All the villagers welcomed the boy with approval, honoring him as a new member of the community. With a loud shout, they welcomed the young man, and then, immersed in the festive atmosphere, drank the drinks to the last drop, calling on everyone present for good luck and comfort. The village of Pulminia was buzzing with festive cheer. Local residents gathered at lavishly laid tables, enjoying precious moments with their families. The atmosphere was filled with joy, as people had not seen so many delicacies on the tables for a long time. Walking down the street where festive tables were laden with food, the boy noticed in confusion that all the seats were already taken. At each table, someone was enjoying the delicacies, and a noisy polyphony broke into every corner of the village. A voice was heard in the distance. The young man was being called to him. It was Mercy, who could already be seen at the festive table. The girl waved to Isagi, pointing to the empty seat next to her and Nea. As soon as the young man approached the table, the girl hurried to inform him that she had already prepared a portion of food for him. At these words, Isagi nodded gratefully to Murca, sincerely thanking her for her concern. Already on the plate was a dish of pot au feu with vegetables, a thick, rich soup made with beef and fresh vegetables. The mere sight of this deliciousness filled Isagi with joy and eager delight. Scooping a spoonful of the thick pot au feu and adding it to his bowl, Isagi looked at the dish with open admiration. Murca felt a pleasant thrill from such attention, and Nea was also pleased with the boy's sincere admiration. Tasting the vegetable pot au feu, Isagi enjoyed the rich taste of the dish. Having tasted the dish, I stared at my empty spoon with delight. Pat au feu with vegetables turned out to be a real culinary masterpiece. The sweet notes of carrots and onions were perfectly combined with the bright, spicy accent of black pepper. This taste was simply impossible to describe in words. The unforgettable taste of potatoes, mushrooms, sausages, and a whole host of other ingredients enveloped Isagi's taste buds. Murca watched with satisfaction as the boy enjoyed the pot au feu with vegetables, a soft smile appearing on her face. Meanwhile, Nea also decided to taste this dish. The taste of the vegetable stew pot au feu caused the girl to be truly delighted. Choking with delight, she shared with everyone that she had not tasted such a rich vegetable soup for a long time. Nea enjoyed every spoonful of this dish. Constant economy on food forced the family not to shy away from even vegetable peelings. Sometimes they had to make do with just the peel. Murca shared her memories with increasing bitterness, and Nea, although she silently agreed, the sight of the generously laid table aroused in her sincere gratitude and joy. A representative of the animal race, who happened to be nearby, overheard the imperceptible conversation. With bitterness and emptiness on his face, he declared that one day this luxurious feasting would end, and they would have to return to meager food. His terrible words stunned the villagers like a blow to the head. During the feast, no one wanted to hear such speculations about a possible food shortage, but the peasant stubbornly believed it. Isagi watched the scene, confused and bewildered by an awkward surprise. The realization that people's thoughts were beyond their control brought him some peace. There was no point in judging the man for his worries. However, at the same time, there were some minor jabs from the other residents, who still humiliated him a bit. For now, the food supplies in every household in the village remained unchanged. The unpleasant news darkened the boy's mood, and the smile that had just appeared on his face instantly faded. One day, the boy made a firm decision. With a loud voice that made everyone in the village turn around, he tried to calm the agitated crowd. At that moment, Isagi stood up from his seat, declaring loudly to the entire community of Pumina. The young man emphasized that even the villagers would be able to grow these specially bred crops. The eaters immediately put down their spoons, held their breath, and listened intently to his words. The young man assured the villagers that even depleted soil would once again yield a bountiful harvest if sown with these plants. Resistance to cold and disease sounded almost like a fairy tale, so the bewildered villagers, holding their breath, took his words with a mixture of astonishment and astonishment. The gray-haired boy confidently promised all the villagers the seeds of these crops would go to each of them. His stern gaze radiated determination and hope, adding strength to the entire community. Naya listened to the boy in amazement, not believing her ears. The brown-eyed girl froze in surprise. It could turn out that even in her hands plants could come to life. Without denying the girl's words, Isagi completely agreed with her. As soon as Nai gave the seedlings proper attention, she would have the opportunity to grow plants that would bear juicy fruits and bring real benefits. A joyful spark flashed in the girl's eyes upon hearing this news. A muffled whisper arose among the villagers after the young man's words. Meanwhile, the man who witnessed what was said froze in genuine astonishment. A surprised voice sounded, indifferent to whether it was a dream or reality. The man was stunned by the boy's offer to help increase the food supplies in the village of Paminia. But still, a feeling of unease burned in the peasant's soul. A boy named Isagi had recently appeared in their village. Logic did not suggest why the newcomer would care so sincerely about strangers. This was what prompted the peasant to directly address Isagi with this question. Anxiety enveloped Murca. The man's insulting words, thrown at Isagi, did not give her peace. For the simple inhabitants of the village, it remained a mystery why the stranger was putting so much effort into their well-being. But despite the rude attacks, the boy did not even flinch. He only calmly and imperturbably endured this misunderstanding. Rage appeared only in a clenched fist. Then, without wasting another moment, the boy found the words to explain. A sad, wet voice told everything in detail. As a child, he had been exposed in front of a temple in the very heart of the capital of the empire. He had grown up an orphan from the very beginning. What he heard deeply struck the peasant. Such a truth chilled the blood in his veins. Recounting his life drama, Isagi confessed, to get at least a handful of food, he had to fight for every crumb. The child survived, enduring a debilitating hunger. The sad story stunned the inhabitants of Pumina, leaving them in silent delight. Finally, Isagi shared his experience with them. That was how he understood what hunger was. His confession showed that he was well acquainted with the feeling of emptiness in his stomach, because it was not every day that fate pleased him with delicious dishes. That's why the boy, smiling, asked them, "Don't everyone dream of eating delicious food to their heart's content?" Despite the fact that he talked about a difficult childhood, there was no sadness in his words. The man was stunned. Not only did he hear the boy's sad story, but he was also struck by how, despite everything, he smiled sincerely and broadly at the world. He looked at Isagi with wide eyes. Having awkwardly apologized to his soaked friend for his distrust, the boy fell silent. However, the young companion did not care. If he had been in the peasant's place, he would also have doubted the stranger. At these words, Mercy gave the blond boy a warm smile. With a determined gleam in his eyes, the peasant turned to Isagi. Would he share his seeds? Seeing the abundance on his interlocutor's table, the man wondered. What if he too would manage to grow something himself and taste the fruits of his labor? A hand rose in the air, and a moment later, the palms of other villagers reached up to the sky. After a brief request from the man, the rest of the villagers set off for Isagi. all eager to obtain the precious seeds and try their luck in the new field. A noisy crowd of villagers rushed to the seeds, so that Isagi could barely cope with such an onslaught. Mixing calm with a slight excitement, he managed to curb the ardor of the Paminians. He assured everyone that there was plenty of seeds, enough for everyone. As for Murcio, watching this scene, he could not hide a warm smile. No matter how powerful or famous a person is, improper nutrition can harden their heart and make them forget why they are truly alive. Even after finding themselves among alchemists, Isagi did not abandon his passion for food research, continuing his work along this path. The boy distributed seeds of plants that he had grown himself. The villagers crowded together, forming a long line for baskets of grain. Looking at this crowd, he realized, everyone is the same when it comes to hunger. It was for the sake of this undertaking, so that as many people as possible would have a chance to overcome poverty. In that case, Isagi decided to further develop agriculture in this world. The boy's gaze, full of confidence, slid over the smiling faces of the villagers who happily accepted the bag of seeds. A familiar man stood out among the crowd, already holding a huge bag of seeds in his hands. Realizing that if the people of Paminia had taken up farming earlier, food shortages would have been a thing of the past. Meanwhile, Kelsey tirelessly distributed seeds among his fellow villagers, providing them with everything they needed for the new harvest. The master with the bag of seeds addressed the villagers of Paminia a second time, delivering his words loudly and emphatically, thereby capturing their full attention. The man saw everything that was happening as an opportunity for the village to become richer and better. His words of support rang out. They gave a ray of hope for a brighter future. The residents cheered and joyfully raised their glasses, celebrating the new prospects. In the evening, the sky was shrouded in darkness, and only bright lanterns shed light on the village streets. The cheerful inhabitants of Pulminia raised their glasses and congratulated each other. The upcoming changes promised better well-being. So that evening, a cheerful bustle and loud laughter could be heard all around. Meanwhile, in the Ramirez Empire's possessions, within the walls of the majestic Imperial castle, the chief alchemist was hunched over a report on the growth of the production of magical artifacts and special items, reporting the results to a more experienced man. Suddenly, the man addressed the alchemist by name, calling him Garius. To his great surprise, the boy turned out to be a prince, the first heir to the throne. His name was Vas Drevenshire Ramoris. The prince had long been planning to ask his husband why there had been no report on Isagi this month. His own curiosity made the heir to the throne want to know what Isagi was doing right now. The head alchemist, Garius, froze in surprise when it turned out that his teacher, Weiss, had not forgotten that insolent commoner. For a moment, the prince had no answer, and an awkward silence enveloped the entire hall. Prince Weiss heard only a dry answer. The commoner had been dismissed. Everyone was sure that the man was just a retainer with an insignificant role. A few moments of tense silence hung in the room. The news stunned the heir to the throne. His unbridled curiosity made him urgently find out why Isagi had lost her place. With a smug smile, the man began to explain to the prince that in this empire, alchemists really only existed to create magical artifacts and equipment for the army. Isagi, however, limited himself to the simplest routine and avoided any major investment. Upon hearing the reason for Isagi's dismissal, Crown Prince Weiss Ramoris instantly flared up in anger and rudely called the long-haired man a fool. Echoing throughout the office, his furious fist slamming on the table did not go unnoticed. However, the act committed against them was truly horrific. Without hiding his surprise, Garius watched the prince's explosive rage, caused by the banal release of the impudent commoner, Isagi. For him, the alchemist had no uniqueness in the slightest, so it was difficult to understand why such a scandal had erupted around it. The situation was truly shocking. Prince Weiss, indignant, rebuked Garius. The entire empire had placed great hopes on the new crops created by Isagi, hoping that this would save the country from famine. That was why he handed over the matter to Isagi and significantly increased the funding. Even with the prince's outburst of anger, Harry still calls his Saudi worthless in a trembling voice. It was hard to believe that the study of a commoner had turned out to be so valuable compared to the manufacture of magical weapons. But Crown Prince Wise's irritated voice quickly dispelled all doubts. Exploding with anger, Prince Wise Ramirez turned to the chief alchemist, wondering what he found in his subordinates, besides their status. In the opinion of the heir to the throne, Jarius did not have any special abilities. The gray-haired old man's whole body suddenly trembled. Such a powerful wave of awareness of the danger that hung over him covered him. Meanwhile, the frowning heir to the throne did not take his eyes off the chief alchemist, and in those cold gleams of his eyes one could read barely restrained anger. Cold sweat was running down Jarius's pale face. The head of the alchemists was confusedly looking for a way out of the situation. After all, the crown prince was furious at his actions. The frowning Prince Weiss raised his voice in despair, demanding that the white-haired man immediately propose a new way to provide provisions. Increasing the food supply had become a matter of paramount importance. For a moment, the crown prince fell silent, lost in thought. A sticky sweat of fear broke out on Jarius's forehead. The crown prince's anger frightened him to the bone, and only hope for the wise advice of his mentor kept him from falling into despair. With anxious anticipation, he caught each of his next breaths, hoping for a new way to solve the difficult problem. A short, tense pause struck fear into the alchemist's heart even more. Prince Weiss, unable to contain his anger, thundered, offering a new choice. Jarius would have to return Isagi back to his care. Meanwhile, the boy himself immersed himself in agricultural concerns. The light was already pouring in outside the window. The gray-haired grandmother, holding the sap tightly in her hands, sincerely expressed her gratitude to Isagi. After all, it was thanks to his care that life had first sprouted here, on the desolate land, a ripe harvest that she had never even dared to dream of. Happy and grateful, the hostess was glowing with joy, marveling at this miracle. Smiles spread across Murcia and Isagi's faces as their grandmother expressed her admiration for their efforts in growing the crops. In unison, they replied that seeing her joy was their greatest happiness. The girl and the boy said goodbye to their gray-haired grandmother. It was thanks to their distribution of seeds of carefully selected crops to the residents of Pomenia that all this became possible. A real agricultural frenzy broke out in the village of Pomenia. Local residents, fascinated by the unprecedented idea, worked tirelessly on the land, carefully growing the seeds that the boy had given them. Work did not stop in the fields. Everyone did their part, hoping to grow lush plants and juicy fruits. The beast-like girl remarked that under peaceful circumstances, the village of Pomenia would be able to reap a bountiful harvest. Isai did not object, but the young man had a strange feeling that something was troubling him. Disturbing thoughts were weighing heavily on Isaga, and he was lost in thought. Noticing this tension, Murcia immediately became alert and anxiously asked what was troubling her friend. The man explained to Murcia that the fertilizer they were currently using was the result of Isagi's efforts to improve the Imperial fertilizer. However, at the current rate of use, this fertilizer would only last for a few years. Murcia was genuinely surprised by what she heard, and she could only look at him in silence. Isagi's voice continued confidently, explaining that this was the reason for the search for a new fertilizer that could be produced right in their village. The girl still couldn't hide her surprise, staring at Isagi in surprise. Isagi pondered, weighing his options. He could have purchased Imperial quality fertilizer from traveling merchants, but his mind told him otherwise. Making his own nutrient soil using local resources was the most profitable option. This would avoid the inflated prices of merchants and save the community's precious resources. The realization dawned on the girl. Constant feeding from the pockets of the damp creature was not going to solve this problem forever. Hearing the black-haired girl's words, Isagi immediately decided to first collect the fertilizers that had been used in Pomenia village for many years. He confidently informed Murcia of his decision. Mercy listened carefully to the boy's final decision. As a token of gratitude, she promised to ask the peasant family if they knew about this fertilizer in the village of Pomenia, and also to ask her acquaintances to share it with her. Some time passed, and the young man and the girl returned to their house. On their table were only 3 types of fertilizers that they could find in the village. Isagi warned this would not be enough. There was only one reason for the shortage: the poor soil around, and therefore there were almost no people in the village who wanted to do agriculture. This was enough to lay the foundation for Isangi's new fertilizer. However, to create an even more perfect fertilizer, ingredients were needed that were imbued with an even greater reserve of the magical power inherent in this village. With a smile on her lips, Murcia suggested that the boy go to the forest, saying that it was there that he could obtain the real raw materials, filled with magical power, so necessary for the village. This unexpected idea of the girl surprised Isagi somewhat. Mercy excitedly told him that it was in the forest that one could find unique natural materials that were not found anywhere else. The girl nodded towards the window, and a dense forest spread out right before their eyes. Isagi immediately understood. All the resources they needed were undoubtedly hidden there. Full of confidence, Usagi decided to set off with a smile. He was already tempted to go into the forest to get raw materials for the village, but suddenly he fell silent, cutting off his story mid-sentence. Suddenly, the girl told the boy that she would go with him to the forest. The young man was surprised. He did not expect to hear that she would keep him company on this journey. Confessing, the girl said that she had been to this forest many times before. Moreover, she promised to be his guide, so the collection of the necessary materials should pass without any worries and smoothly. Nevertheless, the anxiety in the head of the general director did not subside. This forest seemed too dangerous for the young companion. Mercy's words, full of gentleness, tried to calm the boy's anxiety. After that, she firmly gripped her mop in her hands. Surprised, but with dignity, the girl noted that she was only a servant. In her hands, the mop turned into almost a fighting club, and her confident voice sounded surprisingly calm. Isagi's surprised gaze lingered on the black-haired girl. The connection between the status of a maid and her safety remained incomprehensible to him. Only later did the truth emerge. A maid must possess combat skills to protect her master. The girl's remark that a maidservant must have combat skills literally threw Isagi off balance. After a brief moment of confusion, all that remained was to awkwardly accept the news. Murca did indeed possess combat skills. After some time, both of them were already wandering among the forest thickets. Isagi was amazed to catch sight of the unknown beauty around him. Green carpets of moss, mysterious reflections on the leaves, the whisper of the wind between the branches. Meanwhile, the girl confidently walked forward. The familiar paths did not cause her any surprise, because nothing could surprise her here. The path stretched steadily before them. The boy studied the strange inhabitants of the Pulmenian forests with fascination, not hiding his genuine amazement and interest. Murcia walked ahead, confidently leading him, like an experienced guide. While admiring the forest, Isagi noticed that it seemed that due to its location in the animal kingdom's domain, the local plants had subtle differences from the familiar Imperial flora. This discovery aroused curiosity, so the boy turned to the black-haired girl with a question. Calmly and confidently, Marcy explained to him that in nature there is a fierce struggle for survival, so such behavior is quite normal for them. Animals and plants here develop much faster than anywhere else. Meanwhile, the girl was talking in detail about how the fauna of the animal kingdom differs from the Imperial one. But suddenly, Isagi's gaze fell on the bushes nearby. Something about them invisibly drew the boy towards them. It turned out that on that bush, strange fruits that resembled stars had ripened. The boy was captivated by the unusual shape, and he could not resist the temptation to touch the bizarre fruit. But suddenly, Murcia's voice interrupted his movements. The girl warned, "If you touch the fruit of this plant, acid will immediately be released." Isagi instantly pulled his hand away from the ripe fruit, feeling a chill of fear. An awkward feeling gripped the boy as the realization hit him. He should have studied the plants carefully first, rather than rushing towards them with his hand outstretched. However, Murcia nodded sympathetically. In the thick of the forest there are also treacherous traps, like this one. Alchemists had a unique ability to study any substance down to the smallest detail. The young man's face suddenly contorted in intense thought, and then his eyes opened even wider as he engaged the art of investigation, directing his gaze to the bush. This plant is called carambola. It can be found in the forests of the southern part of the animal kingdom. You only have to squeeze the fruit from the tree. The acid hidden inside will immediately squirt out. If the acid gets on your skin, immediately wash it with water and start treatment immediately. The girl wondered how best to approach this plant. Isagi wanted to collect the woody fruits of the carambola. In her imagination they were quite suitable as raw materials for the manufacture of concentrated acid and weed killer. Eventually, Murcia decided to join the boy in picking the fruit. Armed with a thick cloth, she carefully helped to pluck the sharp-looking gifts of the tree, skillfully preventing the caustic acid from leaking out. After all, if she had only touched the fruit, the poisonous juice would have immediately sprayed in all directions. Hiding the ripe fruit in the comfort of a thick towel, the girl carefully supported it while Isagi, with a light movement of the sharp scissors, effortlessly separated the fruit from the carambola branch. Concentrated on finding the raw materials, the boy skillfully picked the fruits from the tree. With a light movement, he pierced the caramel shell of the fruits with a needle, skillfully collected the acidic solution in a test tube, and carefully put everything into the magic bag. Mercier diligently helped him in this task nearby. Running his hand over his forehead, Isagi wiped away the beads of sweat. Fatigue weighed on him like a stone. However, despite everything, the boy admitted out loud. For him, training and joint activities remained surprisingly exciting and gave him real pleasure. Hearing these words, Murca asked Isagi about gatherings in the Empire. From his story, the girl concluded that such things were usually strictly forbidden in the Empire. The young man confirmed the girl's guesses. She was not mistaken. From a young age, he had been told more than once, materials that were extremely necessary were better left to brave knights or adventurers to search for. Having already learned to work skillfully with the materials, the young man was about to say something else, but suddenly cut off his own thought. Immediately the girl gave a shrill cry, addressing her master. Pale as chalk, Isagi froze in horror, staring speechlessly to the side with a look of despair in his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying monster, whose outline resembled a wild boar, but of unheard-of size, blocked the road. Crouching in terror, the boy and girl tried to sneak away from this beast, hoping to remain unnoticed. The young men stared with tired eyes at the huge boar-like figure that had suddenly appeared nearby. Barely audibly, Isagi whispered to the girl about this terrifying creature. From Mercy's words, he learned that this giant, beast-like pig was none other than a demon. This monster had a wild temper, and its massive, sharp fangs allowed it to swiftly pounce on anyone, leaving no chance of escape. Suddenly, the demonic monster rushed forward with a furious speed, its mouth opening so wide that thick, sticky saliva flew in all directions. Its huge, sharp fangs gleamed in the darkness. The predator was full of rage and intended to tear its victims apart. The tension gripped inside him like a vice, not letting go of any thought. Isagi's pale face was drained of color with horror. The fear of what he would have to do to escape the wrath of this demonic monster gave him neither peace nor hope of escape. Suddenly, the girl's calm voice rang out nearby, bringing the boy back to his senses. Tense as a spring, the boy immediately turned his gaze straight at her. Immediately, exuding confidence, the girl declared that she would cope on her own, and asked Isagi to entrust it to her. She desperately wanted to deal with the monster herself, and standing in front of the boy, resolutely blocked his path. Such unexpected courage stunned Isagi. Fear gripped him, and he, not knowing what to do, tried to stop the girl. Meanwhile, a giant, beast-like boar was rushing towards them at breakneck speed. The demonic creature was filled with the desire to pounce on the boy and girl. A giant boar rushed at the girl with furious speed. Murca was tensely preparing for a fight with this monster. Not far behind, Isagi was watching the girl closely, not hiding his excitement. The demonic monster approached the black-haired girl, ominously intending to attack. However, at that very moment her silhouette instantly disappeared from the monster's field of vision, and it was never able to sink its sharp fangs into its victim. The demonic monster looked around in confusion, surprised by the sudden disappearance of its prey, and turned its head frantically, trying to find it among the shadows. Meanwhile, Isagi, wearily watching the demon, stood very close, not taking her gaze off it. Suddenly raising its head, the demonic monster froze. Something made its pig-like eyes widen in surprise. Just above it, like a shadow, the figure of a girl flashed across the monster's face. It hung straight down from above. Suddenly it became clear. The girl was right above the demonic monster. Gathering her strength, Mercy jumped up, spinning in the air with a spectacular somersault. The huge boar had time to notice the danger, so he rushed forward, trying to jump back and avoid the blow from the black-haired girl. Murca spun rapidly in the air, flipping several times, and with this maneuver she instantly closed the distance to the demon, who was running headlong from her. Gathering all her strength in her fist, she prepared to strike at the beast, which looked like a wild boar. The young warrior resolutely approached the demonic monster, raising her fist to strike. The stunned beastly boar did not even have time to react. It had to be dealt with quickly, because Isagi's safety was at stake, the main goal of this fight. The girl quickly approached the demonic monster's body and punched it right in the snout. The beast-like boar didn't even have time to dodge the sudden attack. All that remained was to absorb the full force of the blow. The impact was so devastating that the demonic boar, rising into the air, flew several meters and crashed straight into a tree. Isagi only managed to jump to the side to avoid being in the path of the angry creature, which was flying in all directions. The girl watched with cold-blooded determination as the demonic boar, knocked down by her blow, flew back a few meters. The victory was obvious. The monster had finally been defeated, and the lives of the inhabitants of East Side were no longer threatened. Deep astonishment gripped Isagi. Could Mercy have defeated such a huge, formidable demon with just one blow? He cast a gaze filled with admiration at the fallen boar, which the black-haired girl had easily defeated. Calmly shaking the dust off the maid's dress after a fight with a ravenous boar, Mercy explained that she could not allow her master Isagi to be distracted by such petty concerns. Realizing that the physical power of beasts far exceeds the capabilities of other races, Isagi was still stunned by Mercy's unprecedented fighting power. Her capabilities far exceeded the normal level. A sneaking doubt flashed in the boy's thoughts. Was Mercy really just a simple maid? Not holding back, he cautiously asked her about it. When asked by the boy, Marcia only nodded and confirmed. She was indeed a servant. The girl was silent for a moment, choosing the most precise words to answer. To this question, Isagi received an answer from Mercier. The girl, although belonging to the bestial race, can be in the Imperial castle solely due to her exceptional fighting abilities. To earn money, Murca took on various night jobs. The young girl agreed to such work without hesitation. Her sharp eyesight in the dark and the inconspicuous appearance of the maid often misled people. But sometimes trouble happened. Impudent bandits dared to attack her. Warmed by a soft smile, the black-haired girl caught the boy's attentive gaze. A thought flashed through his mind. In this empire, where representatives of the bestial people are looked down upon, demanding more from them has, unfortunately, become a kind of norm. Suddenly, the girl's memory flashed back to how she had been increasingly urged to take on a suspicious case at work recently. That was why Murcia was relieved when she was able to leave at the same time as Segi. The news of such dark work stunned the boy. Thanks to you and the other guards, Isagi confessed to Murcia. Even a man like me is able to live peacefully within the walls of this castle. Hearing his words, the girl looked up in surprise. What he said so struck her that for a few moments she simply froze, unable to utter a single word. Continuing his story, Agi sincerely thanked his friend for all the good deeds he had done and continued to do for him. In return, he gave Murcia a grateful, warm smile, in which sincere gratitude for every care shown. The speech, full of gratitude, struck the girl to the core. Holding her breath, she was momentarily speechless, unable to immediately find the words to respond to his sincere thanks. With embarrassed eyes lowered and a delicate blush, Murcia said that the night watch was also part of the duties of a servant, and therefore it was a familiar and natural thing for her. These words were intended to emphasize that for a girl it was a trifle, not worth paying attention to at all. A slight blush played on Mercy's cheeks. Embarrassment was evident, although the girl's gaze stubbornly avoided the boy. True emotions were still betrayed by the black animal's tail. It beat in all directions, not hiding its excitement. Isagi's quick mind noticed. The duties that this girl sometimes performed were usually entrusted to knights. Suddenly the interlocutor switched language. He was interested in something unusual. A memory immediately flashed in Isagi's imagination. A magic stone was hidden inside the body of a demonic monster. For Mercy, this was a real discovery. She had never known about the existence of such an artifact before. Isagi then told her that all the magical energy the monster accumulates from its environment and during its hunt is stored in its magic stone. Alchemists use these stones to create a variety of artifacts. After that, the young man approached Boar's body. Focusing, the young man resolutely rushed to search for the source of magical power inside the demonic monster's body, in order to accurately determine where the beast-like Boar's magical pearl was hidden. Some time passes. Isagi, carefully placing his palm on the body of the beast-like boar, carefully searches for the hidden source of magical energy. Finally, under his fingers, he feels a weak but distinct pulsation somewhere in the demon's neck area. Rummaging in his magic bag, Isagi pulled out a gleaming dagger. In a moment, his gaze focused intently on the spot where the magical energy within the beast-like boar was most intense, and the blade of the weapon was pointed precisely there. Having cut open the monster's skin in the very place where the magical energy was raging, the boy and the black-haired girl saw an incredible, unusual artifact. The shocked Isagi froze, not taking her surprised gaze from the mysterious find. Before them stood a magical stone of a wild boar beast, of impressive size and with incredibly pure magical energy. Such a trophy was quite surprising. A magnificent prey, and also with excellent power properties. The girl, however, had a different opinion and remarked, despite its enormous size, this demonic monster was only average among the local animals. Her words stunned the boy, plunging him into genuine shock. In the capital city of the Empire, it is extremely rare to see monsters larger than the palm of your hand, while here, creatures the size of a huge boar look quite familiar to the locals. Fascinated by this contrast, Isagi turned to Murca with a question about the number of monsters in the vicinity of the village of Pamenia. A few seconds of silence, and Marcy replied, "If the monsters were not exterminated from time to time, their entire herd would inevitably move to Pamenia." The news stunned Isagi. He was numb from the unexpected truth. Fate generously presented him with the chance to collect a considerable amount of magic stones of rare quality. Finally, it became quite achievable for him. Isagi enthusiastically set about transforming these magical stones into the basis for a new fertilizer. This method promised much faster results than concocting a mixture from ordinary, albeit magically powered, ingredients. The girl suggested that the boy collect as many magic stones as possible left behind by the beast-like monsters. Isagi gladly agreed to this idea. They continued their journey in search of the next monster from which they could obtain a valuable magic stone. However, their path in search of new monsters was unexpectedly blocked by a girl. Just as they were about to set off on a hunt for monsters with magic stones, Murca paused for a moment, wanting to turn to Isagi. Frozen in anticipation, the boy watched her closely, catching the slightest changes in her gaze. It turned out that the girl wanted to take with her the meat of a demonic animal like a boar that she had just defeated. Rumor had it that the meat of such creatures was extremely tasty. Hearing this, Murca quickly descended to the fallen body of the demonic boar. Understanding the girl's request, the boy hurried to apologize, as Isagi's thoughts were absorbed only in searching for raw materials for making fertilizers. Mercier, on the other hand, took a moment to get the demonic boar meat. While Murca was dismembering the monster, the girl skillfully tore apart the prey, and the boy took a wooden barrel from the magic bag. For Isagi, the undeniable difference between this place and the Imperial castle she was used to gradually opened up. In order to survive, it was necessary to search and obtain food on their own. Once, a truly cruel scene unfolded before their eyes. The girl was concentrated and confident, cutting open the carcass of a demonic boar without hesitation for a moment. Next to the girl, on the ground, lay scattered various tools for cutting up the carcass of a wild boar-like beast. Nearby was a bucket for collecting all sorts of liquids. All the pieces of meat immediately disappeared into a large wooden barrel. The boy realized that he was still only stockpiling materials and creating things exclusively on orders from others. Meanwhile, his gaze fell on Murca, who was skillfully disassembling the carcass of a beast-like boar. Suddenly, Isagi turned to the dark-haired girl, knocking her out of concentration while she was processing the prey. Putting the phone down, Isagi asked the girl to teach him how to cut up a carcass. What she heard did not leave Murca indifferent. She approached the hanging boar carcass, choosing a convenient place near the body to begin the training and facilitate the processing process. Murcia was frozen for a few seconds when the boy suddenly asked to teach him how to dismember a monster's carcass. A surprised look slid over Isagi's face. She had not expected such a request. However, the next moment the girl gave the boy a friendly smile. After that, she accepted Isagi's request without hesitation and agreed to help him learn how to disassemble the carcass. Some time passed, and their small canvas bag was already bulging heavily, filled to the brim with numerous magic stones. The task was accomplished. For this reason, Murca advised Isagi to return to the village. The bodies of the fallen monsters lay nearby, a real trophy. The numerous magic stones that had been obtained could well become the basis for the creation of a new, powerful fertilizer. As soon as the desire to return to the village took over, the boy resolutely stepped forward. But as soon as his foot touched the ground, something seemed to stir beneath it. This was what made Isagi freeze and not move further. Isagi dropped to one knee, staring at his own palm in astonishment. His fingers were dirty with the same dirt he had just stepped on. The boy's keen gaze caught gradual changes in the ground beneath his feet. The soil was taking on completely different properties. This made it clear that the travelers had already gone far into the forest thicket. That was why the boy did not want to return to the village. The thirst for adventure drove Isagi further into the depths of the forest, a landscape that beckoned with secrets. He shared his intentions with his companion while Murca diligently wiped her blades after a fight with demonic monsters. The boy stretched out his hand towards a distant mountain that loomed on the horizon. Isagi must have wondered if there was any ore to be found there. Hearing his words, the girl looked intently towards that mountain. The message made it clear that it was on that mountain that ore was being mined. However, Murca felt uneasy. If she went after this resource right away, the whole thing could drag on indefinitely. Everything was going great for the boy. Isagi reassured the girl, saying that thanks to his alchemical skills, he could sense where the hidden ore deposit was, so the search wouldn't take as long as she thought. Now Murca no longer felt any anxiety. The boy's gaze was fixed on the distant mountain on the horizon. If ores were indeed hidden among its slopes, Isagi would be able to create even more golems and structures. This prospect fascinated him immensely. With excitement on his face, Isagi announced to his friend that it was time to go in search of ore. Deposits of precious metals awaited them somewhere on the mountainside, very close by. After a long journey, they finally reached the Dream Mountain. On the way, they had to overcome a winding path that ran right along the steep slope. The girl was worried about her friend, so she quietly asked if everything was okay with him. Although Isagi claimed in his words that everything was fine with him, in reality, anxiety was raging inside him, a cold fear tightly gripping his soul because of the danger of the narrow path. After all, the mountain path was so narrow that with any careless step one could fall straight into the abyss. Every step was not easy. The tension literally shackled the boy. Drops of cold sweat ran down his cheeks, fueled by the panic fear of stumbling and falling off the narrow mountain path. She walked lightly along the narrow path of Murca, not feeling the slightest fear of possible dangers. It was a familiar thing for her, so she moved confidently and quickly. The boy involuntarily felt a slight envy, watching how deftly she moved even in her modest maid's attire. Suddenly, the girl deftly broke away from the narrow path and jumped headlong down, flying over all the winding slopes and making her way straight ahead. Lack of agility prevented Isagi from repeating the girl's easy jump. All that remained was to carefully descend and overcome the narrow and dangerous paths alone. But as soon as the exhausted young man approached her, Murca revealed a little secret to him. An underground passage was hidden next to them. The boy was gasping for air from the fatigue and stress caused by overcoming dangerous mountain paths. All wet from the effort and exhausted from the difficult descent along the narrow path, Isagi finally reached his dream destination with his companions. The boy and girl followed the path that led to the underground passage they needed. Isagi immediately noticed the considerable age of the tunnel. Murca explained that this corridor had been dug a long time ago, so now its walls were increasingly showing the ravages of time. Looking around the structure of the underground passage, Isagi realized the fire-hardened earth reliably restrained the collapse of the ceiling and walls. Despite the age of the wooden structures, they confidently supported the entire structure from above. Turning to the girls, he asked permission to reinforce the peeling section of the underground passage. Murca, without hesitation, agreed to his initiative. The next moment the boy raised his palm and summoned a powerful flow of magical power. A huge magic circle shone in the air, appearing right at the entrance to the underground tunnel. Suddenly, Isagi, wielding his alchemical skills, rebuilt and significantly strengthened the entire underground passage. Soon he managed to complete the work. The underground passage had finally gained strength and was ready to reveal its secrets to the explorer. Murca, convinced of the reliability of the fortifications, was the first to lead the boy into the darkness of the dungeon. Isagi waited tensely for her to give the signal to enter after her. The girl confidently walked ahead a few meters, as if leading the boy straight to the underground passage. Meanwhile, the young man carefully peered into the details, trying to discern the peculiarities of the design of the entrance to the underground itself. As soon as he stepped into the underground passage, Isagi felt a pang of sadness in his heart. The darkness was too thick to see anything. A cloud of sadness enveloped him. Because of the darkness, he would not be able to properly study the structure of the tunnel, and safely navigate it. Suddenly, Isagi remembered a peculiarity of beastmen. They could see just as well in the dark as they could in the daytime. That was why the girl walked calmly through the underground passage, without hesitation for a moment. Realizing this, Murca bowed her head guiltily before the boy. She felt ashamed that she had forgotten to take care of a lantern for him, so that he could safely pass through the darkness. Then the boy independently took the lamp out of his magic bag, carefully turned the switch on it, and a soft light spread around. The powerful stone at the heart of the lamp filled the underground corridor with a bright glow. The warm light of the lamp filled the underground corridor with a soft glow. Isagi was going to move on, leading them forward with this magical lamp. The lamp, it turned out, was a magical artifact, and it was it that served as a guide in the darkness. Murca examined the unusual device with sincere amazement. Grabbing the magical device, the girl began to carry it herself, because Isagi had to concentrate entirely on searching for ore or hiding places. The young man sincerely thanked her for her support. A little time passed, and they found themselves deep in the underground tunnel. The girl confidently walking ahead of the boy, carrying a lantern in her hands and dispelling the darkness around them. Isagi carefully examined the mine walls, keenly searching for hints of hidden ore deposits, because that was what they were there for. Soon, thanks to the alchemist's keen sense, the boy was able to determine the probable location of the ore deposit. With confidence, he pointed with his hand in the direction in which they should move further. Heading towards the stone wall of the underground passage, the boy placed his palm on a certain area. His alchemical talent allowed him to discern something hidden in the depths. It was in this corner of the stone wall of the underground passage that many ore veins were hidden. The young man enthusiastically shared this discovery with his companion. Murca held a lamp in her hand, which poured soft light into the dark passage. Everything changed in an instant. The girl had left her lantern somewhere, and instead, with amazing speed, she had plucked a pickaxe out of thin air. She was about to dive into the excavations, eager to extract the valuable ore. But at that very moment, Isagi stopped her, assuring her that there was no need for that. Indeed, the boy could have gotten the ore from the wall in another way. Had Isagi told Murca all the details? When alchemy can enhance the properties of a material by directing a flow of magical power through it, there must be an opposite effect, making the substance more brittle. The boy's palms touched one of the stone segments of the underground wall. At the same moment, a magic circle appeared on the surface, as if something invisible had moved a hidden mechanism. After all he had to do was press on the structurally vulnerable spot and everything became possible. The task was to destroy the obstacle, a stone wall blocking the path to the underground passage. Using alchemy, Isagi unfurled a magic circle that gradually covered the entire surface of the wall. Soon, the valuable ore they were looking for easily emerged from the ruins at the spot where the magic circle had recently appeared. Noticing this, Isagi turned to the black-haired girl, asking her to collect the debris that had fallen to the ground from the deposit. After that, the boy again rested his palm against the cold stone wall of the underground passage. Isagi's thoughts of work flooded his mind. He longed to return to extracting ore from the deposits. The boy effortlessly discovered the deposits and immediately marked them. At the same moment, numerous magic circles, sent with the help of alchemy, flashed on the stone wall. With a decisive movement, the boy aimed and accurately hit the ore vein. Murca was surprised by what she saw. The girl had almost managed to collect into a bag all the ores that fell to the ground from the wall of the underground passage. However, within a moment, ores began to pour out of the magic circles. Without wasting time, Isagi rushed forward, searching for new deposits of valuable minerals. Stone blocks of various ores were torn from the ruined wall and fell to the ground, raising dust. At that very moment, Isagi's unexpected voice stopped Murca, forcing the boy to turn sharply towards the black-haired girl. It turned out that Murca had asked the boy to slow down in search of ore, as her legs were stained with ore up to her knees. Realizing his mistake, Isagi, looking around in confusion, immediately apologized to the black-haired girl. After some time, the girl finally emerged from under the pile of ore. Isagi explained to her that they would be extracting and transporting the ore right here, on the spot. Murca calmly accepted the boy's order and agreed to follow his instructions. On the floor, next to the black-haired girl, a boy with a concentrated look carefully picks through the wet pieces of ore, studying each one in detail. Meanwhile, Murca, calmly awaiting his verdict, spreads the piles of ore in front of her. A lamp glows dimly next to them, enveloping everything around in a soft light. The boy soon realized that their loot consisted of various ores: iron, copper, even lead and magic. There were also a few nuggets of gold and some precious stones. Studying the stones of various ores with close attention, Isagi examined each fragment, but, as the young man had predicted, he failed to find either adamantite or mithril among the samples he obtained. The girl remarked with undisguised irony that she had expected nothing else from Mystery Saga. The boy did not hide his surprise at her sudden remark. The meaning of her words remained a mystery to him. Not understanding what Murca was doing here, he gave the girl a confused look. The girl explained to the boy that such drilling technology would be in great demand among many thinkers. Her remark skillfully emphasized Isagi's exceptional abilities. Isagi explained to her that alchemists were actually sent to special mining chambers, but living there was extremely difficult. That was why such work was considered exhausting hard labor among the aristocracy. For Isagi, these trips had become a real routine. He was sent there often. The boys' faces darkened as they recalled it. The hard work still echoed in their memories. The change in their friends' moods did not go unnoticed by Murca, who felt anxious for them. But in a moment, the young man regained control of himself, pushing the disturbing memories of that place deep into his memory. After all, right now Isagi had a new task to take on: to process the newly mined ore. The boy's palm extended forward and pointed directly at the ball. In this way, Isagi tried to imbue it with magical energy. The magical energy he applied immediately began to affect the ore. Before his eyes, the ugly piece of raw material transformed, acquiring clear outlines and gradually turning into a perfect ingot. The material completely changed its structure. The girl managed to grab one of the newly created ingots in a whole day. The shiny surface of the hut was so smooth and clean that it reflected everything around it like a real mirror. The girl held her breath in admiration, admiring the ingot of processed ore. Without stopping for a moment, the boy processed more and more types of ore, trying to process as much as possible at an accelerated pace. The girl, recovering from the shock, quickly got up and rushed to help her exhausted comrade. Soon, a quiet harmony reigned between the boy and the girl. Busy smelting the ore he had obtained, Isagi carefully worked on every detail. The girl patiently watched him, occasionally lending a helping hand, without disturbing the peace of their joint work. A little time passed, and almost all types of ore had already been processed. On the floor lay a dozen ingots of various sizes, each with a metallic sheen. Assessing the result of his work, the boy realized it was time to leave the underground passage. Curious, the girl asked the boy if they had managed to extract a lot of ore from this mountain. Their efforts were not in vain. They had indeed collected a lot of reserves. Bright ideas flashed in Isagi's eyes. From such a quantity of ore, many useful things could be created. The young man looked delighted at the thought of having the opportunity to increase the number of golems. Isagi was overcome with foreboding, as it was possible to strengthen the main field and create even more advanced agricultural tools to harvest a much richer harvest. Isagi was filled with excitement. Joy gave him wings not only from the process of creation itself, but also from the realization that he was capable of doing such things. The girl's incredulous look betrayed her lack of understanding, so she immediately asked what it was all about. Isagi turned sharply to the black-haired girl, a smug smile spreading across his face, confidently directed towards Murca. The boy did not answer her question. It wasn't long before they reached the village. Near the house, on a deserted piece of land, the boy and girl stopped. It was here that Isagi, full of inspiration, finally shared with the black-haired girl his idea, to set up a workshop right there. Surprised by his words, the girl couldn't help but ask about the workshop again. Isagi explained to her that if the alchemical process failed, an explosion could occur, reducing the building to ruins. In addition, a pungent odor often arose during the work, so the workshop should be equipped separately from the residential building. Murca offered to help the young man build a workshop, but Isagi politely declined, his self-confidence preventing him from accepting the offer. Suddenly, the interlocutor switched the conversation to another topic. Reminding her that it was already the second harvest season, he suggested that Murca help her fellow villagers with the fieldwork. She took his words carefully, listening to the request. The boy had already turned away from Murca, who was moving away. The girl, with a basket in her hands, confidently headed towards the fields to join the harvest along with the residents of her native village. Finally alone, Isagi was eager to get down to business. There was a considerable amount of work ahead of him. A new workshop needed to be built. So his desire to get started on the construction as quickly as possible only grew. First of all, the young man set about determining the dimensions of the future workshop. Step by step, he measured the space, trying to imagine how much space he would need to work. In Isagi's mind, a huge, spacious workshop emerged, of which he had long dreamed. The young man abandoned the idea of setting up a large workshop, as its maintenance and care would be a lot of trouble. Instead, using a tape measure and a few pegs, he carefully outlined the future dimensions of the dwelling he needed. A simple truth dawned on Isagi. No partitions or extra rooms were needed for the workshop. A single workbench and a small storage compartment were all that was needed. Carefully unwinding the tape, the boy got down to business. Soon, the boy was marking out the area of his future workshop, stretching a tape measure between stakes to define the boundaries. The outline of the work reached exactly the dimensions he had long dreamed of. The plot for the workshop even exceeded the area chosen for the house. Later, the boy brought all the necessary materials to build a workshop there. The damp wood served as the foundation for the future dwelling, and the bricks were to strengthen the structure. All that remained was to prepare the mortar. Suddenly, the boy pulled out a wooden box and carefully placed it on the ground. Then he untied the canvas bag and poured cement and sand into the box, carefully observing the proportion: 1 part cement to 3 parts sand. Using an alchemical technique, Isagi quickly transformed the mixture into a homogeneous mass. To do this, he placed a magic circle on a box containing a mixture of cement and sand, which instantly mixed it into a single substance. A small hole was made in the very center of the box, into which water was carefully poured, gently stirring the mixture. As soon as the lumps disappeared and the mass became thicker, the process was complete. Soon, the finished mass appeared in the wooden box, a thick, homogeneous solution without a single lump, just as it was supposed to be. The boy began to lay bricks along the outer wall, skillfully directing each movement with the help of magical power. A moment later, an even layer of cement, also appearing thanks to the magic circle, lay on the bricks. Working intently, Isagi first covered everything with a layer of cement, then began to carefully lay bricks on top of it. Every movement was precisely timed, brick by brick, layer by layer, step by step. Routine but confident work without the slightest hitch. Isagi's workshop was almost complete. The bulk of the work was behind him. All that remained was to put the roof on the building. The boy looked dreamily at his creation, feeling proud of the journey he had made. Working on the workshop made Isagi sweat profusely. Looking around the almost completed structure, the boy noticed only one thing. Even from the bricks alone, there was already a surprisingly pleasant atmosphere here. After thinking about his next steps, the young man decided to take on the construction of a workshop. He enthusiastically plunged into work, considering how best to arrange the interior of the future workshop. A little time passed, and the girl returned from the fields with a basket in her hands. The work on the harvest, together with her fellow villagers, was already completed. Murca moved forward, not looking up. The girl turned towards the workshop and loudly addressed the boy, asking how the construction of his workshop was progressing. It was at this moment that the girl was able to see the boy's workshop in all its glory for the first time. Murca's gaze fixed on the building, her eyes shining with genuine admiration. A tall, beautiful brick house appeared before my eyes. Without unnecessary pomp, in a restrained style, it attracted with coziness and tranquility. Next to the house stood a wooden box made of boards, hinting at the recent completion of construction. The girl confidently moved towards the workshop, which was already towering above the street. She was struck by the boy's lively intonation. His voice sounded joyful. Isagi did not hide his delight. Now the rooms finally resembled a real alchemical laboratory. A soft knock on the workshop door came from Murca, who politely asked Isagi for permission to come in. The busy young man, as soon as he heard the girl's familiar voice, immediately invited her inside. The door to Isanga's workshop opened quietly with the girl's hand, but she never dared to step over the threshold. Murca froze in the light of the passage. Something in that room so struck her that moving further became impossible. A bright room with large windows appeared before the girl. Inside, there was already a table covered with alchemical supplies. On the floor were open boxes, among which Isagi was intently arranging things, putting the space in order. Looking at the stunned girl with a blank expression, The guy tried to lighten the atmosphere by explaining that he was only engaged in interior design. Marcia responded to him with silent admiration, not taking her eyes off her unusual acquaintance. Expressing her admiration for the aesthetics of the home, the girl noted that not only was the exterior of the workshop striking in its beauty, but the interior of the house was no less beautiful. The compliment immediately touched Isagi. Her cheeks flushed with a confused blush, and the girl's words filled her heart with joy. Bursting with enthusiasm, the young man began to share with her the story of creating his own workshop. By skillfully changing the ratio of wood resin, he achieved a softer glow on the walls and reduced the annoying shine. With Isagi's manipulation, striking changes took place. The light took on new shades. The rooms were filled with pleasant warmth, freed from excessive brightness. Then, full of enthusiasm, he enthusiastically talked about the direction of his workshop, even involving Kraid in the conversation. In addition, the boy wanted to fill the house with a sense of antiquity, so he lined one of the walls with neat bricks. The story of the creation of this workshop captivated Isagi. Every word seemed special to her. Murca followed the story in silence, and a gentle smile bloomed on her face as she watched him. The girl with a charming smile congratulated the boy on the completion of the construction. Finally, he had the perfect place for exciting research and interesting experiments. Murca was sincerely happy for his success. A faint smile appeared on Isagi's face as he thanked the girl sincerely for her warm greetings. Then he leaned closer to Marcy, within breathing distance. Her cheeks flushed with the sudden closeness. Ignoring her embarrassment, Isagi enthusiastically shared the good news. From now on, he would have unlimited opportunities for research. The young man's proximity made the girl feel confused. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly turned away. Embarrassed, almost stumbling over her words, she offered the boy help with arranging the furniture. Isagi accepted her offer. Suddenly, a memory flashed through the boy's mind. Isagi had asked the dark-haired girl to bring another bed to the workshop, so that he could occasionally rest right in the middle of his work. But Murca flatly refused to grant his request for a bed in the workshop. Stunned by her instant reaction, the boy searched in vain for an explanation for such categoricalness, and could not understand what had caused such a lightning-fast refusal. With a gloomy look, Murca immediately made it clear. All he had to do was put a bed in his workshop, and he would settle there forever, so as not to bother himself with going into the house again. The girl understood perfectly well. He would become so lazy that he would stop even crossing the threshold of the house. The explanation stunned Isagi, and she couldn't think of any objection. She could only silently agree with the black-haired girl's arguments. Murcia's unyielding stubbornness was evident in this very matter. She could not allow even the slightest concession to Isagi. This was where the struggle of her convictions took place. The boy immediately understood that his intentions were read to her like an open book. The young man dared to ask the girl for something else, not a bed. However, Murca guessed his intentions even before he said anything, and refused without further explanation. There would be no sofa in the workshop. Murca, looking offended, said that she was only trying so hard to keep him healthy. She was visibly upset and reminded him that he should sleep properly in his own home. Overwhelmed with excitement, Isagi had to give in to the persistent words of the dissatisfied Murca. He had to come to terms with the thought. Spending the night in his own workshop was a no-brainer for him. When he felt unwanted pressure from the black-haired girl, the boy instantly changed the subject of conversation. Feigning indifference, he suggested that they immediately start making fertilizers. Murca decided to join in the cause without hesitation. To create a fertilizer that was perfect for the soils of the village of Pomenia, the locals painstakingly mined the necessary ingredients in the forests and mines nearby. An image of a boar demon and an underground tunnel filled with precious ore flashed through Isagi's mind. Finally, the long-awaited day of creating a new fertilizer arrived. A green plant was in the boy's hands, which he carefully placed on the table. All the necessary ingredients were already waiting nearby, carefully laid out that morning. Mercier brought him a drawing board, having completed the final preparations. To begin with, it was necessary to find 3 types of fertilizers, the very ones that the peasants of Pomenia used. The boy's gaze stopped at the 3 bags of fertilizers spread out on the table. Israi, full of anticipation, asked Murca about the results of improving the properties of 3 types of fertilizers from the village of Pomenia. The girl immediately began sharing the results of her research. The girl, without taking her eyes off the document, read, Fertilizers from the village of Pomenia are still inferior in quality to Imperial ones. Her voice sounded restrained, but the news left no room for doubt. The document with detailed information about the progress of the implementation was compiled personally by Murca. He handed it over to Isagi so that he could read the report in detail. After carefully studying the document, Isagi noted that the restrictions only applied to the current fertilizer. His concentrated gaze swept over the tables with the marked data, and his serious expression betrayed the tension in his thoughts. It seemed like a much better idea to mix the fertilizer with another ingredient. Hearing this idea, Murca noted that it would take a lot of time. The young man realized that creating fertilizers from scratch would take more than a year, or even more. However, having an Imperial document with all the formulas and characteristics of fertilizers at hand, the process was greatly simplified. Besides, the reserves of excellent magic stones were fully secured. A smile lit up the boy's face as he showed the black-haired girl the stone he had obtained from the monsters. There was no reason for worry left. The girl's interested gaze slid towards Isagi. The magical stones had been given to them by forest monsters, so doubts about their value were understandable. However, the boy assured her that the quality of the gems was truly impressive. Murca was astonished to learn that in the Imperial capital, they were asking 20 silver coins for a similar magic stone. She had never imagined such an incredible price. In Palminia's home village, these magical crystals usually cost only 1 silver coin. The price difference so stunned Isagi that the precious stone slipped from his hands in surprise. Stunned by what he saw, the boy turned to the girl with black hair, enthusiastically trying to understand. Were magic stones really a common thing in her native village of Palminia? Surprise and disbelief sounded in his voice, because what he heard seemed something incredible. The girl thoughtfully admitted that in their village, magic stones really do exist at every turn. She even added that in these parts, every resident certainly has at least one such stone. The news struck Isagi even more deeply than he had expected. In a bitter, muffled voice, the boy agreed with the girl's answer. Murca, noticing how the boy's spirits had dropped after her words, looked at him in surprise. The boy's consciousness returned instantly. A playful smile bloomed on his face, reflected in the magic stone. His voice was filled with unwavering confidence. No matter what happened, he would undoubtedly create a fine fertilizer from this magic stone. This was the promise Isagi's interlocutor received. When he returned to work, Isagi's first decision was to add the magic stone to the fertilizer. Murca responded to his idea without hesitation, agreeing to prepare the pots for the experiment. The girl immediately set off on her errand. Meanwhile, it was not the desire to control magical power that guided you. As soon as the boy clasped the magic stone in his hands, it instantly flew upwards. To tame the chaotic magical power hidden in the stone, the boy had to bring order to its flows. Under his palms, the gem rapidly released energy, spreading a pulsating stream of magic around. At that moment, the magic stone rose even higher, unleashing a veritable whirlwind of magical energy around itself. Streams of power poured from the crystal, and Isagi, with the confidence of a master, skillfully controlled each stream of magic that burst forth. After some time, the magical energy within the stone calmed down and became harmonious. Then, using his alchemy skills, Isagi carefully purified the magic stone of all foreign impurities. Soon, everything was ready. In the air, above the palm, hung a crystal-clear magic stone, carefully cleaned of any impurities. Looking at the perfectly finished artifact, Isagi smiled with satisfaction. When the magic stone was shining clean and well-ordered, Murca appeared next to the boy, carrying a large armful of pots. Isagi gratefully accepted the dishes from the black-haired girl, thanking her for her care. The unusually crafted magic stone, created by Isagi's careful hands, immediately caught the attention of the grill. Unlike the others, it was distinguished by its impeccable purity and special radiance, which arose due to careful cleaning from foreign impurities. Murca gazed with admiration at the magical artifact, not hiding her curiosity. Gazing mesmerized at the crafted magic stone, the girl could not take her eyes off its enchanting beauty. The perfectly transparent gem shimmered with a delicate purple glow, like a living spark. Isagi explained that in the Empire, the highest circles of nobility liked to wear such stones as precious jewelry. With a rapt gaze, Murca did not take her eyes off the shining magic stone. Its beauty was enchanting. Deep down, The girl was irresistibly drawn to find out what else these amazing magical gems could be used for. A little time passed, and Mercy, holding her breath in horror, watched as the stone-faced boy ruthlessly broke the beautiful magical stones and mixed them with fertilizer. Isagi, indifferent to their beauty, without a drop of hesitation, destroyed everything he came across. Noticing the girl's mood change, the guy immediately apologized to the dark-haired beauty. Her fascination with magic stones really captured her, and the destruction of fragile gems slightly darkened Mercia's mood. With a feigned calmness in her voice, the girl assured the boy that the magic stone was just an ordinary material, so there was no need to worry. However, her gaze, full of sadness, stubbornly returned to the clay pots. Quickly rushing towards the warehouse, the girl hurried to bring Isagi a few more jugs. The boy silently, not distracted by the rotation of the millstones, agreed with this decision. But Isagi's anxiety did not leave, and her gaze followed Murca for a long time, who disappeared behind the door. Realizing how deeply the girl was upset over the loss of the beautiful magic stone, Isagi noticed how her beastly ears drooped in sadness. So he had an idea: to give her a precious piece of jewelry with a magical gem next time. In his mind, the boy noted another reason that pushed him to continue the difficult task. At that time, Isagi carefully ground the ingredients, trying to create a fertilizer that would enrich the soils of the village of Pomania with new strength. The boy added several special ingredients to the magic stone: thick thickets of grass, famous for its incredible ability to reproduce, terrariums with a powerful insect resistance factor, and genjid, which accelerates the decomposition of biomaterials. Mixing this with various materials collected in the forest, he carefully combined all the components with each other. Soon the boy had completed the prototype of the new fertilizer. Murca, gently holding her partner's hand, suggested that they immediately test the invention in practice. After that, a new number appeared on the pot. It was carefully drawn in ink. Since this was their first experiment, a clear one appeared on the clay surface. Then they poured fresh soil into the pot. Immediately, specially selected seeds of a plant called arugula were dipped into the soil of the pot. A little more soil was poured on top of the seeds, after which the soil was generously moistened with water. At that very moment, a sprout, born from a tiny arugula seed, suddenly sprouted from the pot. The lightning speed with which the plant stretched upward stunned Isagi. The next moment, the plant did not stop its crazy growth. Without a single pause, it stretched higher and higher. Another moment, and the fragile sprout of arugula turned into a strong, luxurious adult plant. Joy flared in Isagi's eyes when he saw the ripe arugula. Lush, juicy leaves abounded in the garden, thanks to the plant's surprisingly rapid growth. Watching the arugula with fascination, the boy noted how impressively the plant had grown thanks to the fertilizer. Isagi was about to write this result down in his lab report. To everyone's surprise, the arugula had no intention of stopping. The green stem stretched upward, and now the plant was taller than the boy and girl. Isagi, unable to believe his own eyes, watched with delight this incredible miracle. The arugula had grown unusually tall, towering several meters high. The sturdy stems were no longer familiar. They had grown many times over and had become surprisingly thick, absorbing nutrients at breakneck speed. The sudden surge of growth made the pot shudder and rumble like the earth during a storm. Murcia's gaze was filled with wonder and admiration as the plant gained momentum in its rampant growth. Together with the boy, they held their breath as the arugula reached all the way to the ceiling, its sprawling shoots clinging stubbornly to the wooden beams above. Murcia easily informed Isagi that if the arugula grew even a little longer, the walls and ceiling of the workshop would simply collapse. The boy was seized with uncontrollable fear at the thought. A moment later, Isagi rushed to the pot of arugula. His hand swung sharply and aimed clearly at the very base of the stem. At the same time, the boy knocked the pot on its side. At that moment, Isagi directed magical energy at the plant, crushing its base. Thanks to this, the wild growth finally stopped, and the danger to the house passed. Using alchemy skillfully, the hero instantly threw the remains of the destroyed plant off the side of the table and onto the floor. Isagi was seized with terror as the realization of danger swept through him. His gloomy gaze was fixed on the overturned plant that he had carelessly knocked over. Just a hint of curiosity had almost resulted in the destruction of the new workshop the boy had just set up. The girl was surprised to note that no one had any idea that the plant would grow so large. Murcia was inclined to believe that the real reason lay in the properties of the thick grass growing nearby. However, Air assumed that the powerful synergistic effect of high-quality magical energy also contributed. In the end, this was their first failed experiment. If that was the case, then Isagi thought about trying to extract magical energy from a magic stone. Moreover, in order to see the true result of mixing the raw materials, it was necessary to select the appropriate magic stone for the experiment, to invent the perfect fertilizer for the Pomeranian lands. All that remained was to go through the path of experiments, testing each composition separately. Dreamily standing next to the plant that had grown on the unsuccessful sample, the boy carefully examined it, pondering his next steps. With a smile on her lips, Isagi warned the girl that working with fertilizers would be a real challenge. But if they put in the effort, they could hope for a decent harvest. Meanwhile, Murcia carefully removed the remains of the failed arugula. Supporting the boy's words with a warm smile, Murcia, holding a pot of plants, hoped to be of use to him in creating fertilizer for the village of Pomania. A little time passed. The rain was already pouring outside the window. Despite the bad weather, the boy and girl still remained in the workshop. The pot was decorated again with a unique plate with a new number. It was time for the second experiment. This time, Isagi carefully sowed the arugula seeds, using a different fertilizer. However, the result was identical to the previous experiment. The arugula had once again grown to incredible sizes. Seeing this development, Isagi immediately understood what to do next. A little more time passed, and then came the boy's 73rd attempt. This time, the opposite happened. The plant grew to its usual size, but as soon as it reached full growth, it instantly withered and died. This fiasco hurt Isani, plunging him into disappointment. Another experiment with fertilizers again failed to meet their expectations. Having planted a new plant, sweet pepper, they watched the first fruits, which, as soon as they appeared, immediately began to wither along with the plant itself. The inability to find a solution increasingly worried Murcia. Some time passed. Night had already fallen outside the window, but intense work was still going on in the workshop. The young man and the girl did not give up trying to find the perfect fertilizer, immersed in endless experiments. The number of their experiments had long since passed the double-digit mark. This was now the 200th experiment. The girl was again sticking special marks on the clay pots. Meanwhile, at his desk, isolating himself from the world, Isagi tirelessly and intensely deduced new fertilizer formulas, carefully weighing all the shortcomings of previous experiments. A whole pile of crumpled sheets of paper had already gathered on the desk, like mute witnesses to his searches and failures. Pausing for a moment from composing new fertilizer formulas, Isagi raised his head and smiled wearily, staring thoughtfully into the void. Such hard work, as he and Marcia conducted experiments over and over again to improve their creations, brought back memories of the times when they still lived in the Empire. Memories momentarily enveloped the boy in a warm wave of nostalgia, but there was still painstaking work ahead to improve fertilizer formulas. Some time passed, and work began to boil again in the laboratory. Among the fragments of pots with spoiled experiments on the table, a new hope appeared. The boy and the girl carefully planted another pepper seed in the fresh soil of a new pot. With careful movements, Murcia poured water on the pot with the planted seeds. There was tension all around. The Shinisage worried whether everything would go well. The boy carefully followed each action, preparing to apply alchemy and correct the mistake in case of failure. At the very moment when the last drop of water hit the damp soil, the seed came to life, instantly breaking out into a fragile shoot. And this was the 252nd experiment with fertilizer in their series of experiments. Watching intently, Isagi and Murcia kept their eyes on the fragile sprout. They were on full alert. Very soon it had grown into a magnificent bushy plant, already pleasing the eye with ripe peppers. The plant looked simply magnificent, and the fruits, resembling juicy ripe peppers, were striking in their appearance. Isagi and Marcia froze in surprise when they discovered that the plant's growth had suddenly stopped. Mercy reported that the plant's stem and leaves showed no abnormalities in growth. Studies also confirmed that the result obtained completely coincided with the effect of the Imperial fertilizer. Only one thought flashed through his mind. Leaning against the table, Isagi froze in silent astonishment. With a mixed feeling of surprise and disbelief, he quietly said that everything was ready. With happy tears in his eyes, The boy lifted the pot with a successful experiment. Finally, their experimental test of the fertilizer was crowned with victory. They spent 3 weeks of hard and dedicated work on this discovery. Using exclusively the resources of his native village, he managed to create his own fertilizer for the first time. So now the problem of its shortage is a thing of the past. With enthusiasm and genuine joy, Isagi picked up on the black-haired girl's words. From now on, the peace and fertility of the village fields were securely protected. However, the boy's spirits instantly dropped. A disturbing thought crossed his mind. There was no other alchemist in the village besides him. If he got into trouble, the production of fertilizers might stop. Murca advised the boy to give the fertilizer recipe to the city's alchemists so that they could create a remedy for the community. But Isagi doubted. Their considerable lack of knowledge and experience in alchemy would hardly allow them to repeat this complex recipe. Intrigued by the idea, Murca suggested a new option to the boy, to try to create a simpler recipe. However, Isagi was also hesitant. The boy had no idea of the level of skill of the local alchemists. For a few seconds, the room was filled with oppressive silence. Murca despaired, as the desired solution remained out of reach for her. Isagi, on the other hand, was lost in thought, feverishly trying to find a way out of the difficult situation. The lack of a solution forced the boy and girl to temporarily postpone this problem. They didn't want to rack their brains over the unknown. Unnecessary difficulties seemed tiring. And suddenly, on the 250th attempt, they managed to get the desired fertilizer. The next morning, Isagi sincerely thanked the girl for the delicious meal she had served them. The vegetables they had served the day before had a long aftertaste in their memory. They were so appetizing. Mercier also enthusiastically supported these words. Taking the used dishes, the boy carried them to the sink, where at that moment the girl was already busily washing the plates. Looking back, Isagi decided to support the girl by washing the dishes. Seeing this, Murca warmly thanked him for his help. Sagi's eyes caught how, in their shared business with Murca, their lively conversation suddenly died down, and an uncomfortable silence hung in the air. Strangely enough, there was no uncomfortable feeling around her. A slight, almost imperceptible smile lit up Isagi's face as he leisurely washed the dishes, immersing himself in this unexpected harmony. He felt like addressing the girl. Isagi addressed Murca, remarking that, standing side by side like this and doing household chores, they resembled a married couple. Hearing this, the girl trembled with surprise, and her cheeks suddenly lit up with a flame of shame. Murcia's cheeks flushed. She turned away from the boy in alarm, and blushing, muttered the words about marriage again. Embarrassed, the girl began to stammer and timidly tried to add something in response. However, her further words were interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. Someone was standing outside the threshold, looking for the alchemist Isagi. The young man assured the girl that he would deal with the guest himself, and advised her to get back to washing the dishes. Isagi's gaze fell on Murca, who was clearly unhappy. A shadow of gloom settled on her face, and her cat's tail was wagging in anger. Despite this, Murca uttered a subdued, "It's okay." Isagi walked confidently to the door. A thought flashed through his mind. Murca was only unhappy because the dark-haired girl despised washing dishes. Opening the door, he met the stranger's gaze. Suddenly, a bag appeared in front of him. Isagi didn't see a single living soul nearby, so he looked around in surprise. There was no one around. But before he could come to his senses, he suddenly heard someone calling him from below. A short girl with the features of a beast appeared before her eyes. She was carrying a bulky and heavy backpack that seemed larger than herself. The boy's gaze fell on the stranger. Clearly standing before him was a representative of the humanoid animal race, namely the dog branch. Her small stature and fragile figure suggested that this creature was still quite a child. Smiling cheerfully, the girl introduced herself as Kanya, a representative of the trading company Daivo. Kanya had approached him with an important mission. She had been tasked with conducting serious negotiations with none other than his Sogi. The unexpected desire to negotiate with him caused Isagi sincere surprise. The girl confirmed their desire with a smile. She asked with lively curiosity whether it was possible to discuss all the details of this matter right at his house. Realizing the situation, the young man opened the door and led the girl into the living room. She timidly apologized for her unexpected visit. Kanya quickly ran up the stairs to the porch, trying to sneak into the house as quickly as possible. At the same time, the heavy backpack remained on her shoulders, she didn't even think about throwing it off. Her huge, overstuffed backpack became a real obstacle for her on the threshold of Isagi's house. The girl tried with all her might to squeeze into the room, but the owner immediately warned her that with such luggage, his door would not obey. Because of this, Kanya was forced to leave her heavy, overcrowded backpack out in the open, in the yard. It lay alone on the ground, forgotten by everyone. Sitting down in a chair, she apologized to the guests for the inconvenience. Konoha's thoughts raced. She wanted to address Isagi and the mysterious dark-haired girl, but the latter's name still remained a mystery to her. The room fell silent for a moment. The girl hesitated, searching for words to speak to her interlocutor. Embarrassed, Mercy didn't expect Kanye to stare at her for so long. Filled with admiration, Kanye turned to the guy and asked if Murcia was his wife. Such an unexpected question caught the girl by surprise, and quite surprised her. Beaming with joy, the boy immediately replied to Kanya that this girl was his servant, and at the same time, the daughter of the village chief. In turn, Marcia, overcome by a wave of feelings, could barely restrain the trembling of her whole body. Having awkwardly apologized to the girl for her question, Kanya stepped back in embarrassment, but Murcia only smiled cheerfully in response, assuring her not to worry. Then she happily informed everyone that she would now prepare tea for the company. Surrounded by the light and casual melody the girl was singing, Isagi watched her slowly walk away in a good mood. The boy was surprised, because not long ago, Mercy had been seething with indignation and literally glowing with discontent. Dreaming, the young man watched Murcia's rapid mood changes, which greatly confused him. The mystery of a woman's heart remained an unsolved mystery for him. Meanwhile, the girl, smiling, easily picked up the tray and leisurely went to the kitchen, leaving them in thought. Soon, Murcia served the guests tea she had brewed herself. Konya Nia gazed with admiration at the fragrant drink the girl had created. The small company, Isagi, Murcia, and Konyanya, had a good time, filling the room with lively conversation. Konya was extremely impressed by the taste of this tea, and she did not hide her admiration. After the meeting, Cognia, a representative of the canine race, carefully took the cup prepared by the girl and slowly tasted the tea. Evaluating the drink with a careful sip, Konya was delighted to report that despite the bitterness, the tea had a delicate, barely perceptible sweetness. The taste of the drink was a pleasant surprise. She asked with interest what exactly Murcia uses to make the tea. It turned out that she brews wolfberry leaves, which she collects in a nearby forest. The news caused the girl to be truly delighted. Konya briskly jotted down new information about tea made from wolfberry leaves in her notebook. Just brew it, and you will get a unique taste that will immediately capture your imagination. The horse immediately said that she wanted these things, so she offered to buy them. The girl immediately wrote down the information she had received in her notebook. The unexpected appearance of the notebook so surprised Isagi that he was left bewildered. While the girl was enthusiastically taking notes about wolfberry leaves, Isagi quietly leaned over to Murcia and began asking about that mysterious trading company. He was openly curious about what exactly the firm did. Murcia said that Wonderful is an extraordinary, huge trading company, famous throughout the Beast Kingdom. Their head office is located directly in the royal capital, and branches are scattered like lace in various cities. The entire staff of the company consists exclusively of half-humans of the dog race. The guy was stunned when it turned out that these people were representatives of a large company. He had no idea why Konya, a well-known businesswoman from such a powerful company, was interested in him. The girl quickly wrote down all the necessary information in her notebook. She slammed it shut and sincerely apologized for the delay. Kanye's news came as a real shock. The girl herself had recently noticed a sharp increase in the number of selected crops at local markets. What she heard literally stunned the guy and Murcia. The surprise was incredible for them. Amazed, Kanyon noticed that these crops were distinguished by their rapid growth rate and yielded crops regardless of the season. In addition, their taste far surpassed anything that had been grown in the animal world. Curiosity, thirsting for answers, called the girl straight to the village of Puminia, where this amazing culture was born. To get here, she had to overcome a considerable distance. Mercy suddenly understood. She was talking about the harvest in the village of Pumini. Isagi also finally understood why she had appeared here. Since the harvest in this place had recently increased significantly, merchants had gone to other villages to conduct trade there. In this way, the horse learned that it was Isagi who was the real reason for the rich harvest. The young man's words caused such a flurry of emotions in the girl that her tail wagged with redoubled force and delight. There was only one thing that surprised Kanya. Why the harvest from the village of Plomin was also grown in other villages, but no one managed to get the same abundant fruits. For Isagi, the answer was obvious. Everything was happening exactly as it should be. His calm confidence stunned Kanya. Isagi told her how he had bred these crops using alchemy, adapting them specifically to the soil of this region. They were easy to grow, but the same quality would hardly be possible anywhere else. The horse suddenly understood. The whole point was in the soil. The use of alchemy in agriculture caused the girl genuine surprise. Thanks to alchemical knowledge, the best varieties of plants were selected here. With particular care, the young researcher noted these observations in her notebook. Kanya's thoughts completely coincided with Isagi's beliefs. The girl, continuing to diligently note down every little thing in her notebook, only confirmed her calling. A true businesswoman from a large trading corporation, she instantly grasped new information and amazed with her rich imagination. Having finished writing down everything necessary, the girl carefully closed her notebook. A look of determination flashed across her face. It was time to move on to the main topic of the negotiations. Kanya's request for the opportunity to sell her harvest wholesale for a wonderful trading company on a permanent basis left Isagi in a slight shock. Beside him, with Murca, the boy did not hide his surprise at such an unexpected offer from the girl. Over time, it became obvious that, unfortunately, the resource reserves around the village had limits. Access to a powerful trading company became a vital necessity for the locals. The man did not object to the proposal itself, but he put forward certain conditions. Kondya was curious to know what exactly he would talk about during the negotiations. Isagi informed the girl that he was an alchemist. Therefore, without the necessary components, the creation remained unattainable for him. He emphasized that he needed these materials first and foremost in order to have time to complete his plan. To the brief condition regarding the delivery of the materials needed for alchemy, the girl responded only with a restrained smile and a slight nod, radiating calm. With a smile full of pride, the girl assured them that this was no problem at all. After all, their unrivaled trading company could obtain any product in the animal kingdom, regardless of its rarity. With genuine curiosity, Isagi asked the girl about alchemical materials that could be found outside the empire. Kanya felt embarrassed at these words, and she involuntarily looked away. She could not make any firm promises in such a matter. There was silence. All questions had been exhausted. Then Kanye asked how much Murcia and Isagi could consistently supply in bulk. The question seemed really important. Further trade depended to a large extent on this information. The young man had prepared for this conversation in advance, compiling a detailed report on the current harvest. Such a document would significantly reduce the discussion time and add structure to the trade negotiations. With particular vigilance, Cornea began analyzing the weekly harvests. I wondered with interest what share of the harvest they would be able to deliver. Perhaps this is truly the most important question of all. Murcia's self-confidence knew no bounds. She assured that nothing was impossible for Mr. Isagi's improved varieties, and the amount of work would always equal the volume of supplies. Kanye was sincerely amazed at the dedication of the young men to the cause. The desire to start a trade simply shone in their eyes. The girl was pleasantly surprised by the incredible speed with which the guys are able to send cargo. Between them, they have the ability to send parcels every week. I was wondering if it was possible to increase the supply volume so that the work could progress even more efficiently. Isaki's thoughts were spinning in his head, because in fact, it was extremely difficult to increase the true volume. Now only Gollum and the boys were left to do all the work. If they had worked any harder in the fields, there would have been no strength left for anything else. He mentally formulates a plan to combine the production of a certain type of fertilizer with the selection of the best varieties of plants and collaboration with masters of magical artifacts. It is still too early to expect that he will devote himself to work with the dedication of a true farmer. By this point, he still had a lot of work to do, and now was not the best time to make important decisions. In such a situation, Kanya suggested hiring workers to take care of the fields. This would undoubtedly make the task easier. The words that had been spoken echoed loudly in Isaga's and Marcia's voices, like the echo of someone else's secret. It only took them a few moments to realize that doing so was a real fashion trend. And until now, they had never for a moment imagined that some of their responsibilities could be entrusted to others. It was surprising why such a simple idea had never even occurred to me. Perhaps it was the habit of working until exhaustion, imposed by circumstances, that was to blame. It had never even occurred to me to imagine that this was actually possible. The girl is delighted with Koni's invention, considering it a real discovery. In her opinion, Isagi should focus on mastering alchemy and leave the care of the fields to others. This way, it will be possible to grow even more varieties of vegetables and fruits, expanding their diversity. The palm closed into a strong, almost steel fist. Unwavering determination gripped Isagi. Firmly taking Koni's words into his own hands, he planned to act exactly as his comrade advised. The guy's plans are to turn the vacant lot into a large field. Such a step would be a real breakthrough for their business. A proposal was made by Punya to turn a wide field into a future farm. The echo of thoughts flashed through Isagi and Mercy's minds again. Another elementary idea flew by, remaining unattainable for them. However, there was no need to worry. The main thing was that the truth had finally been revealed to them. In the heart of the vast field, the three of them gathered around a table. The realization that the entire farm could be transformed for the better dawned on Isagi, an idea that seemed surprisingly appealing to him. This will open up not only new horizons for trade, but also give him the opportunity to grow unique varieties on his own. In his imagination, Isagi already sees himself as the owner of a luxurious farm, where crops are ripening generously, ready to be sold in distant cities. Konya, full of foreboding, already relishes the day when the wonderful company will realize its dream. Their goods will be sold everywhere. The burning desire for victory that flared up around Isagi and Kona drove away any signs of mercy. It seems that the girl has already sensed how many worries lie ahead. Extending her hand to the young man, Konya sincerely wishes his large farm prosperity. From that moment on, the young man is looking forward to working with the trading company. Murcia does not hide his joy that everything turned out this way. New opportunities await them, and over time, even more chances to grow unique plants. The young man was faced with the question, what to do next with the staff. An interesting idea flashed through his mind, to invite specialists under contract from a trading company. Great. Such a solution could really simplify some of the hassle. However, it was worth looking for a few other ways to solve this problem. Despite everything, this idea didn't seem like the best. So the boy decided to first look for helpers among the villagers. If that wasn't enough, he would have to turn to others for help. Suddenly, a girl approached the boy and held out a glass of drink. Whether the villagers would respond to the new job advertisement was a question that haunted Isagi. His heart pounded in his chest, because no one could predict how things would turn out this time. Food has become much more affordable in the village lately. The guy wonders if there will be anyone willing to work on his farm now that the villagers can feed themselves. The girl with unshakable faith is sure. In any circumstances, there will always be those around her who will help. All the residents are sincerely grateful to this guy. He has done so many useful things for them, discovered and taught them so much new things, that their respect and admiration for him only grows. Taking care of the workers on his farm, Isagi wants everyone to feel that his efforts will benefit them. The girl understands that her master is distinguished by extraordinary generosity and care for people. Carefully cupping the glass in his palms, he feels a pleasant warmth spread over his hands. The girl notices how the master's tenderness and kindness are manifested in his every action. He thinks that for the sake of profit, it is quite possible to create varieties that the guy has not yet distributed among the villagers. In this case, people will have at least some motivation to come for an interview. It would be a real miracle to have unique varieties that can only grow in one special place. The locals, having acquired them, would surely be delighted with such a rare opportunity. The girl suggested growing an orchard of apples and bananas. A moment later, the girl with shining eyes enthusiastically suggested planting grapes. Her eager desire to taste these juicy berries was evident without words. With apologies, Isagi noted that the grapes were currently only in the ripening stage. The news fell on the girl like a bolt from the blue. Despair gripped her soul, and only then did the boy realize how much she was passionate about grapes. Without answering that question, she only asked to be informed when there would be an opportunity to improve the grape harvest. Isagi immersed himself in thought, considering where best to start his own business. A huge amount of work lay ahead, which absolutely required order and clear organization. 5 employees are needed to get started. The volume of operations and the size of the profit are still vague. To test the idea, the guy set himself the goal of trying everything out on a compact team. Over time, the main income is expected to grow, because there will be enough work here with a surplus. The girl announced to the boy that she was going to her father for permission to hire people for work, and left the room. Isagi sincerely hopes that everything will turn out as well as possible, and without unnecessary difficulties. After all, a farm of this scale requires considerable effort and hard work. It had been 5 days since Isagi had posted the recruitment notice. Deep in his reading of an engrossing novel, he had no idea that an unexpected visitor was waiting for him. Murca had rushed into the room, barely able to catch her breath, and it seemed she had some shocking news. The question of whether anyone had responded to the recruitment ad caught the girl off guard. A genuine look of confusion flashed in her eyes. As it turned out, there were surprisingly many people willing to work. Applications were received more than 10 times more than there were vacancies. A whole crowd gathered outside the boy's house. Everyone was eager to try their hand at this business and work on the farm. No one had any idea that so many people would come for an interview. A crowd gathered at the entrance to the house, forming a dense wall. Suddenly, a real crowd gathered at the doorstep. There were much more people wanting to get a job than the guys expected. The first contender unexpectedly turned out to be a mutual acquaintance of Isagi and Murca. It turned out to be Nia, who had also applied. She was quite amused by the coincidence, because a good job and a decent salary would appeal to anyone looking for interesting opportunities. Nyan immediately noticed the many contenders around her. Isagi honestly wants to give everyone who wants to work here a chance, but circumstances force him to limit his choices and conduct interviews to narrow down the pool of candidates. Nia's sudden call broke Isagi's concentration. Her face suddenly turned into something incredibly cute, like a kitten's. The question addressed to the boy had an innocent undertone. Were they really friends? At the same time, the girl delicately hinted that it would be nice to work on the farm. Murca appeared behind the girl in an instant, her cold gaze not a good sign. Just one stern look was enough to calm the job applicant. Her confidence immediately faded, leaving behind only awkwardness and confusion. The girl confidently declared, "The interview is for everyone, without any exceptions." Without thinking twice, she was pushed aside and ordered to join the general line. The girl's argument reached the boy, and awkwardness crept into his soul when he unwittingly overheard their conversation. To Isagi's surprise, there were far more people willing to work on his farm than he had thought. And he had no idea that so many people would show willingness to join in. Such unexpected interest could not but please him. Under such circumstances, a team would surely come together without any problems. Finally, it was time to begin the interview. After thanking him for his patience, Isagi focused on the task at hand and got into a rhythm. He and Murca had a lot of work to do. It was necessary to analyze each applicant for the vacancy in detail. Listening to everyone who came to talk about their candidacy, Isagi did not miss a single detail. Every moment had its own value in the matter of selecting people to work on his farm. The next day, some of the boys were invited to the farm. Without words, it became clear. A second invitation most likely meant final approval for the job. The realization of this brought great satisfaction, because only a few were lucky enough to pass the difficult selection. Among the selected 5 guys were happy with their success and celebrated their victory in the selection. However, many others were less fortunate. The interview did not bring them the dream job, and they were left with nothing. Hearing this, Nia rushed to Murca and hugged her, filled with wild joy. Murca, in turn, did not share such a display of tenderness, but did not refuse it either. She remained discreetly next to her newly chosen employee. Even though the guys probably already knew each other, Isagi still invited everyone to introduce themselves. It is this kind of introduction that, as usually happens, becomes one of the key moments for successful collaboration in any team. Introducing herself, Niga told how she often helped her grandfather in the fields. This experience significantly strengthened her professional profile, because the ability to work in practice from a young age is always highly valued by employers. Recalling the past days, Isagi cannot help but note how skillfully Nia helped them on the field. A real support and an indispensable assistant in important matters. This is how she appeared in the eyes of everyone. If circumstances require advice, there is hardly a better advisor. The accuracy of her tips is impressive and really beneficial. Rhodes, surprisingly, turned out to be the son of a beekeeper. An unshakable confidence in his own endurance and strength has been inherent in him since childhood. Although he did not have to deal with agriculture, he was physically strong enough to handle such work. You can rely on him quite calmly. On her father's large farm, Nora was always there, lending a helping hand, and in her mother's store, she skillfully handled accounting. Although she couldn't be called as strong as the local workers, Nora was at her best when it came to the world of numbers. Her ease in small jobs and office tasks was sometimes worth its weight in gold. Ricardo was fond of hunting, and he did not shy away from hard work in the fields. He diligently sowed the seeds given to Isagi. Of all the villagers, it was Ricardo who sowed the largest crop that Isagi harvested. Apparently, he understands how to work the land. Ragmant has as much experience in farming as Ricardo. Doubt swirled in his soul. Did this guy really want to hire him? The unknown for Ragmant. Why was he invited to work if he allowed himself to say a lot of harsh words to Isagi during the banquet? The young man explained that it was for this reason that he wanted to hire him. Isagi has no doubt that Ragmant will be able to ask him any question without the slightest embarrassment. Now the man begins to guess what the matter is. In that case, he insisted on the right to personally interrogate Isagi, considering it his duty. The honesty and straightforwardness of this man also commanded respect. Generosity is in full swing in the fields. Rakes, hoes, and shovels gleam in the sun. Leaning over to the workers, she calls out, "It's time to start harvesting." Naya wonders what it will take to do this kind of work now. No one had any idea how huge the task would be. The girl read aloud the list of vegetables that were to be picked today. Among them were juicy tomatoes, crunchy cucumbers, elastic eggplants, bright bell peppers, and tender Chinese cabbage. In fact, there are still many different vegetables and fruits ripening on the farm. The list had not yet left the girl's lips when Naya suddenly asked, "Isn't this too much to collect in just one day?" The girl admitted that this was why she sought to enlist the support of the workers. Murca reminded us that despite the hard work, the pay here is really generous. Moreover, the Sien Isagi don't mind if the boys want to take part of the harvest with them. The conditions are more than attractive. Murcia's light, almost imperceptible, but authoritative hand rested on Naya's shoulder, and a soft smile appeared on her face. In this look, there was a gentle encouragement. There was no time for doubt, only forward. In this smile there was a hidden message. The workers, it seemed, had no other choice but to give themselves completely to the task. The girl's stunning aura made all the workers freeze for a moment, and then rush to work. The feeling that the atmosphere had become tense told them. Now it was better to strictly adhere to all the norms, and give their all. Walking confidently, Murca approached Isagi with a persistent request to concentrate on her work in the workshop, and leave the rest to her. Isagi did not try to refuse. He respected Murca's determination and seriousness too much to argue with her. The young men eagerly set to work in the fields. Everyone immediately set to work, each assigned to their task. Murca carefully explained, step by step, how to use each tool that had already been distributed to the workers. Interested and attentive glances were directed at the girl, who patiently shared her knowledge. Her stories aroused sincere admiration, because everyone wanted to learn something new. Murca showed Ragmant in detail and lively how to skillfully hold a knife and skillfully cut cabbage. Carefully following her movements, Ragmant squeezed the head of cabbage in both hands, trying not to miss a single detail. On his way to work, Naya was captivated by the sudden sight of an apple tree, its branches laden with ripe fruit. Her eyes shone with delight, but she still felt embarrassed even at the thought of picking even one apple. Murca was right next to her. After all, they would be able to take their generous harvest without rushing after work. The guys are working hard. For some of them, this ordeal turned out to be a real challenge. But for the hardy and strong-willed, the work turned out to be quite doable. They did not experience any difficulties. While the boys were working in the fields, Isagi was completely absorbed in the work of the workshop, taking care of the harvest. He carefully observed that the fruits still needed a little more time to ripen. Thanks to the arrival of new workers, it was now much easier to find time for this task. Surprisingly, strawberries, apples, and bananas have proven to be excellent to grow. But successfully running a large farm will require expanding the range of varieties, as well as increasing their viability and resistance to external influences. At this rate, the workshop will soon have to be expanded. While thinking about this, the boy's gaze involuntarily stopped at Murca, who was diligently doing something on the field. The realization comes suddenly. The girl is always there, whether in the kitchen, in the workshop, or in the field. It is her support that imperceptibly eases his burdens with household chores, and stressful tasks on the farm. Always makes excessive efforts, trying to prove to everyone his diligence. At that moment, Isagi suddenly remembered how the girl had been interested in grapes. The conversation about the juicy, large berries captivated her so much that for a moment she was lost in her own dreams of those sweet clusters. The realization that growing grapes is not a quick process does not stop Isagi. The guy is determined to put in the effort and complete the work of creating and growing new varieties of vegetables and fruits. It looks like Isagi is straining his back. The lushly scattered sheets covering almost every corner of the workshop eloquently testify, the work here is already complete. The realization is coming. The awakening of all is only a matter of time. The genuine efforts of the workers on the first day do not go unnoticed by Isagi. The hard work of these people has made a deep impression on her. The thought arises. Is there a way to thank them for their hard work? Suddenly a brilliant thought strikes. Rushing to his office, Isagi hoped that there was still some time left. His plan was to create a magical tool that could skillfully change working conditions on the farm for the better. Within the walls of the castle, in moments of rest, the boy enthusiastically drew diagrams of magical devices, improving his ideas day after day. Although his notes are more like sketches, by combining them, you can create a valuable thing that will be useful to every employee. In addition, there is an acute shortage of materials, so it is currently impossible to implement certain ideas. Some notes contain only drawings and schematic images of future inventions, so reproducing such ideas will be a real challenge. While delving into his notes, Isagi suddenly stumbles upon something unexpected even for himself. A drawing of a tool with a detailed description appears before his eyes. The very thing that could be the key to creating the dream device. Work in the field stopped instantly. Her warm hands clearly spoke of the fatigue accumulated from daily work. It seemed that no words were needed. Each of the boys felt for himself how much strength and endurance the farm work takes. All the boys were gathered in the room, barely able to utter a few words after their grueling work in the fields. Everyone was resting, trying to regain their strength. Mercy looked around the exhausted boys and praised their hard work. Ragman suddenly admitted that he hadn't felt so exhausted in a long time. And Ricard was surprised to note that he had worked much harder than usual on his own field today. None of them had imagined that the work would be so exhausting, but they all managed to feel the difficulty of this work. Fatigue completely knocked out his strength, but joy was bubbling in Rhodes' soul. Together with the boys, they managed to collect full baskets of vegetables. Fate would generously reward their efforts not only with a decent salary. Some of the harvested fruits would certainly end up on their table. Ragman's gaze fell on Nora. It seemed as if fatigue had not even touched her. The girl bowed her head and exhaled, as if releasing heavy thoughts from her chest. In fact, exhaustion had taken its toll. The only thing that still kept her on her feet was her indomitable feminine strength. The man's confusion was visible in his eyes. The meaning of her words escaped him. With her last breath, Nora whispered that she faced this every day. The joking laughter sounded unnatural, completely devoid of joy. Such exhausting work was completely unbecoming of a little girl. Entering the room, the guy thanked everyone for the work they had done. Then he suggested they sit down, because he wanted to demonstrate something interesting. The company immediately agreed, and holding their breath, waited intently for his further actions. Curiosity towards the guest was felt in every look. An object wrapped in cloth appears in Usagi's hands. With a slight smile, he says, "This is a gift for his employees." His soul is filled with joy. It's nice to think that now he will be able to somehow diversify someone's gray working days. Surprise gripped everyone, and their gazes immediately turned to the mysterious object, the nature of which remained incomprehensible. With a jerk, Isagi removes the cover, revealing his invention to the boys, Dough Mixer Number 1. The inventor beamed with pride, eager to personally demonstrate how his creation worked. The significance of this object remained a mystery to the boys, and its purpose only caused surprise. Isagi said that it was a magical tool. Its use would truly amaze the workers and make them look at familiar fruits and vegetables in a different way. The young man enthusiastically explained, "At the very base there is a magical fragment hidden without any properties, and one only has to start the flow of magical power. The blade at the top will immediately begin to rotate." However, to the workers, his words sounded like some kind of alien magic, completely incomprehensible and strange. A variety of sliced fruits appeared on the kitchen board. Murca carefully poured them into the blender. The young man plans to add water, and then pour in some magical power to activate the device, and get the desired item. The mixers suddenly rumbled, making a loud noise, and violently ground the vegetables inside. The realization that valuable vegetables were being wasted in this way stunned Naya. In her eyes, it seemed like a real disregard for the fruits and gifts of the earth. All the girl's screams remained like a mute silence for the boy. Not a single sound reached his consciousness. Isagi urged Nia to calm down and pay attention to the outcome of what had happened. What the boy had come up with caused considerable surprise on the faces of the workers. As he handed the boys a glass of freshly squeezed apple juice in damp palms, he didn't hide his excitement. All the workers were amazed by Isagi's ability to make apple juice using only 2 ingredients. This art seemed like real witchcraft to them. After the boy asked who wanted to refresh themselves, the children's palms flew up. Everyone was eager to taste the juicy drinks as soon as possible. The fatigue after a hard day in the field was acute, so the opportunity to try a new drink that perfectly quenched thirst was a real salvation. Everyone, without exception, liked the taste of the drink. Juicy, sunlight-drenched apples, from which fresh, cool moisture flowed generously, were vividly pictured in their imagination. Barely touching the bright delight, the children caught a feeling of warmth and joy in their hearts. Nia, Rhodes, and Ricardo were overcome with pure delight as they tasted a rich apple-flavored drink made from ordinary apples and water. The sophistication of the taste struck them to the core. With a sly smile, Isagi winked at the boys, obviously pleased that they liked the drink. Suddenly, behind the boy with the empty glass, a ragged shopkeeper appeared. They were also tempted to taste this strange drink. Isagi asked them both to wait a moment as he intended to wash the dishes first. This time, in an effort to make the drink softer, I decided to add milk instead of water. Milk, unlike water, provides a special tenderness. But because of this, I had to change the ingredients themselves, which gave the drink an unexpected flavor. It is Isagi who will take care of making banana and strawberry milk. Unusual drinks, the likes of which we had never even dreamed of before. Nora and Ragman boldly tasted the mysterious new products. The bright aroma and sweet taste of ripe strawberries instantly enveloped Nora, spreading a wave of warmth throughout her body. Happiness unexpectedly envelops her soul, and the fresh drink fills her with an unusual lightness. It seemed that in just a moment her wings would lift her up. The boy's fatigue vanished as if by magic. Ragman also refreshed himself. The drink filled him with new strength, quickly restoring his vigor. Admittingly, it was the first time Nia had tasted such an incredibly delicious juice. After such a portion of juice, Ricardo felt confident. At least tomorrow he would be on the battlefield. He wanted to harvest an even bigger crop than today. All the workers were once again convinced. The working conditions here are of the highest quality. The boy was filled with joy when the children enthusiastically tasted the juice. All his efforts had not been in vain. Noticing the appetizing appearance of the banana milk, Nia is also eager to try it. Isagi does not object, but first decides once again how to wash the bottle. With a slight smile on her lips, Mercy will carefully listen to all their conversations. Mercy is overjoyed that Isagi has made friends with the boys so quickly. She had no doubt that a true gentleman can do this. At first, Isagi didn't even understand what was going on. Mercy guessed that the boy had a pattern. He lured the workers with fragrant fruits, forcing them to get used to the treats so much that they no longer wanted to run away. The girl noted to herself that this gentleman was a master of the carrot and stick policy. You didn't even think about this side. However, it would be great if children found at least a little joy in working on the farm. Murca completely agrees with this opinion. The boy's beliefs resonate with her own views, because the girl thinks the same way as her mentor. Suddenly, Isagi hands Mercy a glass of drink. A guess arose. The girl was probably already exhausted and hadn't even had time to taste the drinks. Taking the glass, with a mysterious smile, he invited them to taste the drink together, before the rest were served. It was clear that Isagi had created a completely new drink. His imagination and ingenuity truly knew no bounds. Mercia smiled gently. The glasses clink merrily, and feeling victoriously tired after a difficult day, they decide to finish the drink to the last drop, in honor of their own efforts. The bright sun shines on the farm when Murca asks Isagi to inspect and organize the harvest in the field as usual. Without a single complaint, the boy gets down to business. He is used to listening to the girl's advice, because her support is always important to him. A month and a half has passed since the boys started working on the farm with him. The 5 workers in Murcia have finally provided the farm with full strength. The efforts do not go unnoticed. The work bears abundant fruits, and everyone feels these changes. The farm grew to real proportions. Alongside the usual fields, plantations of healing herbs, golden wheat fields, and a picturesque orchard appeared. All this diversity became an indispensable part of the harmonious work of the farmland. The impressive size of the company has grown to such an extent that it can be called gigantic without hesitation. Numerous plots and plantations as well as countless fields. All this can amaze anyone's imagination. Awareness of the scale of the situation tells Isagi, getting around this obstacle is becoming increasingly difficult. But suddenly an unexpected thought dawned. The girl had to wait a little longer, just a moment more, and her idea would finally come true. With a smile, the young man shares. An interesting thought flashed through his head. Taking purified copper, he created a real miracle, a copper horse, which was almost indistinguishable from a living animal. It turned out that this horse was a real golem. The ability to move quickly and effortlessly made life much easier. From now on, exploring such vast territories has become much easier, because convenient transport perfectly solves the problem of wasting time and effort. The girls sincerely thanked the gallant gentleman for his invaluable help. Inspired, Isagi decides to make another such horse so that the two of them can ride together. In the end, there were catastrophically insufficient materials to create another horse. Both had to travel around the territory, sharing only one horse between them. The news caught Murca by surprise. The girl, riding alongside the young man, didn't even try to hold on to him. She behaved reservedly and awkwardly, as if she were out of place. Isagi's persistent request to hold on tighter. Without support, the journey becomes a real danger. Murcia's face flushed as she confidently grabbed the boy by the jacket. The moment of intimacy with this gentleman brought her genuine pleasure. Suddenly, the young man turned to hear a soft purring sound somewhere behind him. Intrigued, he turned to the girl, asking if she was the one making those sounds. Murca turned away only slightly, assuring him that it was just a dream. She touched her head to Isagi's shoulder again, as if seeking support from him. Curiosity gripped Isagi. What kind of sound would occur under such circumstances? The bronze horse raced at breakneck speed, allowing the young men to complete the circuit in a matter of minutes. Wherever they were, this iron assistant saved them precious time that would have taken many times longer to complete the inspection on foot. Isagi arrived in Rhodes with Murca. Once there, he immediately got down to business, joining in the work alongside the golems. The unexpected meeting with the guys was unexpected, but the morning greeting was sincere. Rhodes, known for his impeccable work, never gives reason to doubt his reliability. The boy assured them that he had only come to inspect the farm and take care of some business, so he asked them not to worry about him. Rhodes understood everything immediately and did not interfere. Meanwhile, the boy confidently moved towards one of the greenhouses. It attracts attention. The Promino house perfectly maintains a comfortable temperature around it. The translucent film covering the building, combined with the charming equipment, allows you to skillfully regulate the heat inside. The young man's opinion is that it is worth slowing down the growth of plants, allowing them to develop more slowly. After all, the ideal ripening rate of vegetables and fruits is a key factor in obtaining a quality harvest. Ida's attentive gaze glides over each bush, carefully examining it and measuring the fruits with concentration. Murca notes with admiration that this guy is a truly outstanding person. As it turned out, Isagi didn't hear a word. He barely asked the girl if she had said anything, but she immediately denied it and turned away, as if avoiding an answer. Her gaze fell on the window, and her thoughts slowly circled around the large farm. It was not possible for everyone to build such a farm in a small village. That was why her own mentor seemed to her a real miracle, a person who deserved to become an example for others. After making sure that everything was in order, he suggested going to the garden. All the fields of the farm required a thorough inspection. Such an audit allowed to timely detect any problems or undesirable signs during the cultivation of vegetables and fruits. Suddenly, Neha runs up to Isagi, panting and pale. In a voice trembling with excitement, she exclaims, "Something has happened to the garden." Barely catching her breath, she tries to control herself somehow, and this anxious commotion leaves no doubt. The situation is truly urgent. Without wasting a single moment explaining, the girl immediately moved forward, urging them to follow her. After all, right now, every second was worth its weight in gold, and it was impossible to postpone such important news. The friends entered the garden and saw a real mess. All the fruits were beaten and spoiled. The watermelon rinds were lying haphazardly on the sides of the field, and the torn flesh of these berries was scattered in shreds almost everywhere. A terrifying scene unfolded before Isagi and Murca's eyes, sending a chill down their spines. It seemed impossible to understand how such an event could have happened. In people's imagination, such things only happen under absolutely unique circumstances, so rare that they can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The fruits resembled victims of a hurricane, as if a merciless wind had tossed them across the field and then slammed them against the ground so hard that they shattered into pieces. However, such a disaster is by no means like a natural disaster. Isagi asked Nei if anything like this had happened the day before. The girl shook her head, assuring her that nothing like this had happened. The sky was still clear. There was not even a hint of rain, nor of a storm, and a lot of time had already passed. After the work was done, everything remained as usual, she claimed. However, with the onset of morning, the world around her changed beyond recognition. The horror that gripped reality almost made Naya cry. The realization of her own involvement in this catastrophe gave her no peace and squeezed her heart with reproaches. The guy asked if there were any rotten fruits left. The girl shook her head in the negative, saying that rotten things only happen here. However, these words did not bring relief to Naya, because she was the one responsible for the melon with watermelons. The boy was relieved to realize that the scare had passed, for only the watermelons had been spoiled. Such a small loss was a miracle, for if the storm had affected other fields, the farm could have suffered devastating damage that would have taken a long time to recover from. Naya's hands clenched tightly into fists in front of her chest. She trembles all over. Tears are streaming from her eyes. She begs the boy to forgive her. The terrible incident in the field caught her by surprise. She could not imagine that such a disaster would happen. The feeling of guilt weighs heavy on her. She reproaches herself for not keeping a closer eye on the harvest. It seems that it was immediately obvious how worried the girl was about the upcoming harvest. Mercy's gentle words gradually calmed her down. She convinced her that it was not her fault. Isagi supported her. No one could guard the fields around her, even at night. To start, Isagi decided to collect all the damaged things. The girls willingly offered their help. The wooden crates were filled with rotten fruit, swarming with annoying insects. The scene made Isagi wonder how this could have happened. Suddenly, I noticed strange scratches on the skin of one of the fruits, as if sharp claws had left a mark. Wild animal tracks were discovered near the field. This finding eloquently testified to the possible reasons for the spoilage of a significant part of the harvest. Perhaps these forest dwellers were responsible for the damage. Everything finally becomes clear. It is not human hands. Mercy also confirms this, sensing the faint scent of wild animals. The situation immediately becomes clear to the boys. Now they know who the real culprit is. Suddenly, Naya's voice attracts everyone's attention. She calls to come closer to show something interesting. Finally, the girl finds evidence that can confirm with sufficient accuracy the boy's assumption about the guilt of wild animals. To everyone's surprise, the girl found a ball of black wool. I assumed it could have been a black wolf. Powerful creatures that cause a lot of trouble. In the wild, they find food on their own, guided only by their predatory instincts. Naya was taken aback. The boy understood everything just by touching the strand of wool. He confidently declared that processing and analyzing the properties of materials was his forte. Isagi skillfully took apart the girl's find, demonstrating his extraordinary skills. Murca guessed that the wild animals that had descended from the mountains at night to the melon patch were undoubtedly attracted by the sweet scent of watermelons. Naya felt a deep anxiety in her heart. Would it happen again today? Mercy's words sounded like a sentence. It would certainly happen again, just as bears, having once tasted human flesh, would not leave their victims alone, but would break other people's fates again and again. The comparison was eerie, but it really felt real and certain. With fear in her eyes, Naya listens to this news, barely suppressing her anxiety. The question is spinning in her head: what to do next? The antics of wild animals pose a real danger, and giving away the harvest for free will only lead to losses for the farm and deprive the workers of their earnings. The cunning and agile monster has a powerful attack, so a collision with it in the open spaces of the farm poses a significant threat. In this situation, the guy suggests holding a performance right in the middle of a watermelon field where the harvest was recently plundered. The boy asks the NEA to call Ragment and Ricardo to protect the farm. However, they don't have to risk it. The girl instantly obeyed and ran away headlong. Without hesitation, the boy ordered the golems to put everything on hold. The main task now is to defend the farm. Now, together with Mercy, they need to think through every step, because the future they both believe in depends on their decision. The boy saddled his horse, intending to investigate the tracks of wild animals that led deep into the forest. Mercy quickly saddled her horse, firmly declaring that she would set out with her master no matter what. Convinced that Isagi might need support at any moment, she was not going to leave him to his fate. He announced that he would speed up a bit, so the girl would have to hold on tight. There was no objection in Murcia. The determination to find out why the watermelon crop had gone bad only grew stronger. The boys had long since been lost among the trees of the forest. The young man asked the girl if the tracks they had recently discovered were similar to those he had seen on the melon. This detail seemed extremely important to him. It was the only way to be sure that his guesses about the events on the farm were correct. The girl nodded confidently, confirming her words. The tracks stretched further, into the very depths of the forest. The faint smell of wild animals still lingered in the air. These remarks only strengthened the assumption. It was the forest animals that caused the damage to the harvest. Suddenly, Murca notices a huge pack of wild animals nearby, rushing in all directions at breakneck speed. Suddenly, the distance between them disappeared, and the boys realized with surprise that they were walking almost side by side, so close that they hadn't even expected to see each other at such a close distance. Suddenly, a pack of wild animals gathered around the boys, finding them under complete siege. Shadow wolves appeared before them. Mysterious creatures that only the brave whisper about around the campfire. The boy was not mistaken when examining a ball of wool accidentally found by a worker in the middle of a field. It was not worth expecting anything else, Isagi catches himself thinking. Suspecting that he risks falling into a trap alone, he regrets not having taken friends for safety. Defeating a pack of wild creatures, each of which is significantly stronger than a person, is not an easy task at all, and he did not foresee this. The guy curiously asks Mercier if she can handle the shadow wolf. Although her confidence has still shaken a little, her resolve is not lacking for a moment. The fire in her heart burns brightly. She has no hesitation in standing up for herself and her master. At this moment, Isagi realizes that he is facing an enemy so powerful that the concept of mercy is completely alien to him, and the question of victory is under a big question mark. According to the battle strategy, the support of his comrade would increase their chances of success. However, the Black Wolves will do everything possible to prevent this from happening. He carefully pulls his hand out of the glove, trying not to move the fabric even a millimeter. Murcia appears before the boy and decisively declares, she will stop the enemies, and at this time he needs to flee. The girl's bold choice is striking. Stunned by the girl's words, Isagi could not believe that Murcia would take such a desperate step, to remain in the middle of the forest, risking being alone with the beast. Her courage took him by surprise, because such determination could turn into danger. Fury was evident on his face as he declared, there was no way he could leave her and run away. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, the hero still feels that he is deprived of the right to indifference. As the only man, he must show mercy. A certainty grows in Isagi's mind. He has no right to follow this path. With a quick movement, he grabs the girl by the shoulders and passionately says that even after being expelled from the Imperial castle, she remained by his side, did not betray her choice and faith in him. Isagi's reasoning is unchanged. Even when everything goes wrong again, this does not give him the right to leave Murcia alone with her trials. The guy is firmly convinced that only together, especially in the most dangerous moments, they gain true strength. These words penetrated directly into the heart of Murcia, touching him to the depths of his soul. The merciless growl of a wolf suddenly ruined this touching moment. All the boys instantly became alert, trying to see where the eerie laughter was coming from. Their eyes wandered around in search of shelter, but they had no idea where the wild beast was hiding. One of the shadow wolves thought that these creatures were too foolish to think they had time for arguments. In the wolf's opinion, humans were too indulgent to waste their most valuable resource, time, so frivolously. A realization flashed through the boy's mind. The wolf was endowed with such a developed intelligence that it not only spoke, but also perfectly understood human language. This was impressive, but at the same time seemed quite natural for a wild, magical creature. A suspicion arose. The wolf was just playing with them, not intending to attack. In that case, the boy had a chance to make a deal. Mind hunters are quick to come up with ideas. Isagi was also hatching a plan that could do without any force. Suddenly Isagi's voice breaks, offering the wolf a deal. Murcia is taken aback. She didn't expect such an offer. She is even more impressed by the master's determination to take the risk and speak to the dangerous beast, despite the obvious threat of defeat. The wolf raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked again if a person really wanted to make a deal with them, the monsters. No one had ever dared to do something like that before. But suddenly, an unusually brave man was found and took the first step towards the wild creature. He nods to confirm that the conversation will be short and profitable. Interested in this offer, the wolf descends to him and gives him the opportunity to speak. The lips slowly approach the boy. A threatening voice rings out like thunder from a clear sky. If things get boring, Isagi will have to be defeated. A chill runs down my spine. But now is not the time to retreat in despair. The hand gripped the glove tightly, as if it could protect it from the whole world. Curious, he asks the wolf if they had eaten watermelons that night that ripened on his farm. Now the wolf learns the name of this juicy fruit, watermelon. In his mind, he is already making plans to visit there again tonight to eat more. The young man warned. If the wolf continued to feast on watermelons, soon there would be no fruit left. In the worst circumstances, the wolf will try to find new sources. Its confidence is unshakable. If one fruit and berry disappears, others will certainly appear in their place. The boy spread his hands, explaining that, unfortunately, only they could grow these watermelons. A real surprise spread among all the wolves who had gathered around. This news threw them off their feet. Even the wolf who was conducting the negotiations did not hide his surprise at what he heard. An irritation flashed in the wolf's eyes as he asked what the boy would demand in that case. It seemed to him that the Sagi wanted the wolves to leave if the watermelons disappeared. Unease settled in the beast's soul. The food could disappear at any moment. The young man strongly denies this, claiming that this is completely untrue. In exchange for juicy watermelons and other carefully grown gifts from the garden, the wolves must repay him, and he will certainly make his own demands. The wolves gazed with delight at the juicy watermelons. These fruits really appealed to them. They listened attentively to the boy's words, calmly accepting all his conditions, as if enchanted and meek. In exchange, Isagi asks the wolves to protect his farm. Fury seized the wolf. He roared that the boy was going to treat them like ordinary dogs on a chain. Such an insulting role seemed humiliating and unbearable to him and the pack. The proposed conditions categorically did not suit the forest predator. The wolf tensed, adopting a fighting stance, ready to rush forward at any moment. Anxiety cast a bitter shadow over Mercy's heart. Events were clearly spiraling out of control. The realization that not only her master's fate, but also her ability to ever return to her home farm, depended on every word she said was overwhelming. But still, Isagi remarked, everything depends on the angle from which the wolf looks at it. From a wolf's perspective, humans resemble an inexhaustible herd that constantly provides delicious treats. The validity of the boy's judgments was beyond doubt. Each of them relied on the wolf's words. This train of thought stunned the wolf and caused him genuine admiration. The boy explained that his farm had not only watermelons, but also many other delicacies. The wolves had finally calmed down at that moment, and now listened to the offer with great enthusiasm. The boy is interested in the consequences of the wolf's choice. The wild animals, full of determination, ardently sought to gain a permanent shelter, where there would always be something to eat. The deep darkness of night has descended. Fearlessly gathered at the farm's border, the boys tightly gripped their weapons and improvised cleaning equipment. The farm is fully prepared for defense. The defenders' determination is unwavering, each determined to stand to the last for their home. Far ahead, a tiny source of light suddenly flashes, and Nia's gaze immediately stops on it. The boys immediately recognized Mercy and Isagi, who had just returned. Joy filled the hearts of all present, for their friends had been absent for a long time, and now they had finally appeared, unharmed and alive. The young man apologized for their tardiness, explaining that the golem's horse had broken down on the way, so they had to continue on foot. Despite the difficulties, they still reached the village safely. Marcia remained silent in response. Anxiety gripped Naya's heart. Had the boys suddenly gotten into trouble? Fortunately, everything ended as well as possible. The boy reported this with relief. Those present were happy to see that all the guests remained alive and unharmed. Concern for the condition of Isagi and Murca prevailed among the comrades, who did not hide their anxiety for their friends. The girl thoughtfully wonders if the boys managed to subdue the black wolves. Trying to gather his thoughts, the boy held his breath and, having made up his mind, asked to listen to him calmly. But before he could even begin his speech, a question suddenly arose from the crowd. "Can I leave?" The instruction to be silent came at the very moment when the boy was about to tell his friends everything. The tension was growing, because not everyone is able to comprehend the true essence of the union between a man and a wild animal. A black eye suddenly appeared near the boy's shoe. In just a moment, a giant wolf's snout emerged from the darkness, looming menacingly over the entire farm. The farm guards were horrified. The monster's appearance so close was a complete surprise. The boy exclaimed in despair. A real monster lurked in Isagi's shadow. Isagi's outstretched hand became a familiar signal for the boys to control themselves and calm down. Still, to reduce their fear of unexpected guests, they needed to at least be given the opportunity to listen to the stranger, try to understand his words, and absorb the new information. Once upon a time, in the middle of a dense forest, a wolf cunningly offered a boy a deal. However, the wolf warned that if the boy could not satisfy his hunger, the agreement would immediately expire. Despite this, Isagi resolutely agreed. No farm can surpass his in terms of yield or the rich taste of the fruits. The young man is sure of this without a shadow of a doubt. Joy filled the wolf's heart with the certainty he had been rewarded with. Finally, there was certainty that the pack would be able to count on a constant source of food. Ragnant had not expected to meet such a prominent personality near the village. In fact, Ricardo was surprised. The boy's decision to make a deal with a formidable monster seemed to him a manifestation of rare kindness. Not everyone is capable of showing such generosity of soul. Relief covers Isagi. Finally, he can forget about the danger of attacks. Peace appears in his soul. Now it is time to calmly return to work. The guys understood everything and did not express any objections, because everyone realizes that these steps are taken for the good of the farm and its workers. Suddenly, a voice comes from the darkness that hid the boy. Someone asks if it's time to break free and get out of here. With Isagi's permission, the next moment, a terrifying otherworldly creature leaps out of his shadow. The monstrous creature shakes off the remnants of fur. The young man immediately suggests returning to the discussion of responsibilities. In his opinion, this is the key point. Now all conditions will be discussed openly, directly in front of the employees, so that everyone remains informed of what is happening. The wolf's job, Isagi emphasizes, is to guard the farm, especially at night. The wolf doesn't object. He's ready to take on this responsibility. And in return, he asks for fresh fruit and vegetables. The arrangement is transparent and fair. But as it turns out, a few additional rules still need to be agreed upon. Thoughts swirl around the bounty of this year's harvest. At this point, Murca insisted on being entrusted with the case. The determined girl was convinced that she would be able to convey the essence of the matter to the wolf concisely and clearly, and also convince him to accept the terms of the deal. The girl promised, "Whoever defends the village will be treated to a feast every day, and every 5 days the entire pack will be provided with a generous supply, enough for everyone." The offer seemed profitable to the wolf, so he agreed without hesitation. Thoughts crept into his mind. How far humanity must have advanced in agriculture if it is able to provide such a generous amount of provisions every 5 days. In this situation, the guy decided to discuss the general rules in more detail. The wolf had no idea that, in addition to the duties, there would also be restrictions. The guy explained that it was a kind of agreement that would allow both of them to coexist peacefully. The beast strained his ears, carefully catching every word. The boy insisted not to attack people, not to destroy property, to stay away from the farm's crops without permission, and not to spoil anything around. In addition, he was required to help other workers in the event of an attack by the monsters. The menacing stomp of a wolf's paw interrupted the boy in mid-sentence. According to this man, their duty is only to guard the farm. The fate of others does not bypass him at all. The wolf's mood is changeable, as befits a true predator. It constantly fluctuates, reflecting its wild, untamed nature. Isagi objected, emphasizing, "Not at all, because without workers, the harvest would remain just a dream. That is why they should be considered an integral part of the farm." In this approach, the desire to protect other workers also becomes understandable. It is quite logical. The wolf does not hide. There is a grain of truth in the boy's words. However, he does not dare to assure that he will be able to protect everyone. The strength and power of a predator are not unlimited. Cruelty, agility, and endurance, although impressive, still have a limit. However, for Isagi, this turns out to be enough. An irritated hiss escaped the wolf. Having descended to the ground, he briefly shared the essence of the matter with the pack. He ordered his comrades to go out to a final meeting, to finally discuss the terms of the agreement and immediately get to work. One by one, other wolves emerged from the leader's shadow. They froze in front of him, attentively catching every word of the order. Everyone was satisfied with the leader's decision, and the terms of the agreement did not cause any objections. The wolf ordered to follow the established rules and perform his duties carefully. The young man noticed that passing through the twilight was a surprisingly convenient skill. Everything happened so quickly and easily, as if it were a perfect gift for the agile, strong predator. Murca wondered, should she not go to the village and explain everything in detail to her father and fellow villagers? The boy respectfully supported this idea, politely asking for it. Now all that remained was to inform everyone of the news, and then they could get down to business. The wolf gave him the name Isagi. I wondered with curiosity whether the wolves, heading to the village right now, could count on melons and watermelons. After all, this is a completely natural question, considering all the agreements made between both sides. Without thinking for long, the boy agreed and promised to lead the wolves to the melon right away. Carefully examining each watermelon, Isagi wanted to make sure he was getting the sweet fruit. Asking for a few minutes of patience, he asked not to rush to cut the fruit. Since the wolves took over the protection of the plantation, peace and quiet have settled on these lands. Local residents are no longer worried about possible attackers who could destroy the harvest, and the owners of thick fur no longer worry about where to get food. Almost 36 black wolves joined the ranks of the guards. All the damage done earlier by the deer and boars was repaired. The little one often made mischief on the farm, and Murca only smiled gently, calling the mischievous ones to peace. Murca walked through the city in the company of the leader of the wolf pack. Kokuro could not help but notice how the wolves gladly put their heads under the gentle touches of the palms of passers-by. It was impossible to understand how everything turned out exactly as it did. The formidable, harsh-looking beasts suddenly turned into obedient and submissive. Convinced of harmony with nature, the wolf said that demons live in unity with the forest and its laws. The most important thing is that people do not object to this presence. Murca only smiled indulgently, because the wolf's thoughts about coexistence with people caused her to smile sincerely. Thanks to the presence of the wolf, Isagi can finally devote himself entirely to scientific research. There are many chances to engage in breeding new varieties of vegetables and fruits, without being distracted by worries about the safety of the farm. Now he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. With a notebook in his hands, he went down to the basement, where semi-darkness and silence reigned. The basement turned out to be a storage room. On the shelves hung dried herbs, baskets of fresh greens, a lot of ore. Obviously, the owner had adapted this room for a leisurely, thoughtful study of each component. Isagi wanted to increase yields, so he built an underground experimental farm. The first thing he needed to do was collect data from there, which would form the basis for future research. Isagi's underground farm is bathed in soft light, thanks to a magical device that absorbs and stores solar energy. Thanks to this amazing thing, the boy no longer needs to worry about lighting the laboratory. Immature crops can develop in completely unexpected ways. Underground, on an experimental farm, plants mature and undergo unusual experiments. The oak tree turned out to be unstable, both in growth and nutritional value. Broccoli, on the other hand, absorbs nutrients too actively, depleting the soil to the limit. So the guy realized, such crops should not be planted on the farm yet. New heights awaited him on Isagi. However, before he took action, the boy called Murca to make sure that the girl was somewhere far from the scene of the events. He was very anxious that she should not learn anything about his secret preparations. Indeed, the plan was extremely important. Touching the wall with his palm, the boy saw it instantly dissolve before him. In the spacious room, heavy clusters of grapes with intricately carved leaves hung from the branch-covered ceiling. Each berry, like a pearl, shimmered with glints of light, reflecting them all around. The juicy bunches of grapes sparkled so perfectly, as if the master of the brush himself had breathed life into them on canvas. The boy was simply fired up by curiosity. He desperately wanted to know what this mysterious product tasted like. The group felt an extraordinary sourness in the taste, an impression that could not have been otherwise. It is not always possible to grow a perfect crop in a short time. Often you have to wait several weeks. The seeds come in various sizes, and it is not so easy to use. It causes a lot of trouble. The realization of how difficult it was to strike a balance between yield and taste gripped the boy. Doubts about mass production began to creep into Isagi's mind, making him consider abandoning the idea. But suddenly, Murcia's interested look during the conversation about grapes pops up in his memory. He doesn't dare to stop. The desire to move on awakens the desire to at least thank the girl for her efforts. Realizing how much good Murca has done for them, the young man thanks her with the juiciest grapes. Confidence in the chosen crop allows him to realize his plan exactly as he dreamed. Suddenly, Isagi's ears heard a voice from deep within the laboratory. In an instant, he rushed forward, and as soon as he had passed, the wall behind him suddenly took on a completely normal appearance. Isagi peeks out from behind a large plant stand and spots Murcia, who knows without a doubt that the man is in the basement. The woman cannot remain unaware of where this man is and what he does, because the years of living together have long since revealed all of each other's secrets. Mercy's reproachful gaze slid toward Isagi. She noticed that the boy had hardly left the workshop for the past 2 weeks, completely absorbed in his work. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy doesn't notice how quickly time passes. Murcia exhaled, pity flickering in her eyes. The girl noticed. If the guy keeps trying so hard, it could turn into an illness for him. The thought of taking a break and resting crossed Isagi's mind. However, the guy's desire to find something to do on the weekend is a complete mystery. Long months without any real rest? And has he ever rested? It seems that Isagi wouldn't mind someone's support, or at least a drop of mercy here either. Despite everything, Mercy decided not to give up the picnic. Today was a surprisingly sunny day, and there was a lovely flower meadow nearby, where one could have a wonderful time. No doubt her knowledge of such things often came in handy. The guy liked the offer. Enthusiastic about the idea, he immediately advised, "We should start cooking now so that we can have time to go on a picnic today." As it turned out, Mercier had already taken care of all the little details, having carefully organized everything. She handed the basket of food to the gentleman with a mysterious smile, as if inviting him to evaluate her own foresight. "You thought it was a great idea and thought about inviting your colleagues." But it turned out that Mercy had already taken care of that. The other employees would join as soon as they finished their work. The young man expressed his gratitude to the girl for the harmonious cooperation. The boy had barely closed the door behind him and stepped outside, when a shadowy creature crept silently out of the dark spot at his feet. Its appearance is always unexpected, sometimes so unexpected that even casual passers-by involuntarily shudder with fear. The boy was stunned when the wolf appeared right in his shadow. At such a small distance from the predator, it was no longer possible to remain calm. A chill of fear ran down his spine. The wolf calmly declared that he was also a farm worker, so he had every right to join the picnic. The boy was surprised when it turned out that the wolf Gakuro was also willing to join the picnic. In response, the beast only looked away, making it clear that he wanted to go to the forest with his new companions and did not want to explain. The bright sun floods the street with its warmth. Murcia, Isagi, and Kokuro set off on a picnic. The journey took them through the bustling city, then through narrow forest paths and colorful meadows, until they reached a magical flower garden. Everywhere they looked, the landscapes left behind them. Traces of their exciting journey stretched out. The boy was overcome with delight as soon as he stepped into the garden, where incredible beauty opened before his eyes. The boundless flower fields were striking in their perfection. A lonely tree generously showered the boys with petals that swirled smoothly in the air. The girl reported that they had already reached their destination. The number of flowers was so impressive that it would be impossible to list all their species. Imagine the boy's surprise when he found out that such a luxurious garden was hidden not far from the village. So many colorful plants harmoniously intertwined into a single picture, further emphasizing the unprecedented beauty of this place. Isagi studied the flowers intently, examining each petal with special attention. Meanwhile, the girl calmly watched him, feeling a quiet joy that this man had finally gotten a well-deserved day off and allowed himself to simply enjoy the moment. The young man had no idea that such a magical garden was hidden so close to the village. The young man was fascinated by the names of individual flowers. Murca, who knew the names of every plant in the garden without exception, proudly pronounced each answer, willingly satisfying his curiosity. Isagi was intrigued as the girl confidently named the many flowers, even though he only understood their structure. It turned out that such knowledge was not enough to fully enjoy a beautiful day in the midst of incredible nature. A question came from the young man's lips. Would the girl allow him to pick a few flowers? Murca nodded with easy agreement, but the only mystery that remained was why he needed these flowers at this particular moment. The boy casts a spell, and the petals suddenly transform into a flower of a new, bright color. Murcia's gaze immediately caught the change. The petals of the Hansania, which had shone with snowy whiteness just a moment ago, suddenly turned a rich blue. The guy told how he used alchemy to change the elemental gradients in the flower. He hands the altered flower to the girl, saying that he is giving it to her. Finally, it is revealed why the boy needed that flower from the garden. Not expecting such a gift, Mercy was confused and blushed. The boy hesitated for a moment, pulling the bouquet towards her. The wolf, seemingly unconcerned by the events, dozed peacefully among the fragrant petals. Realization suddenly dawned on the boy. With an apology on his lips, he involuntarily wondered, why had he even held out the flower without thinking it through in advance? Such a reckless gesture seemed senseless to him, because the desire to show kindness should have looked completely different. The boy's hand with the flower slowly drops down. A disturbing thought arises inside Isagi. Maybe he's just annoying the girl. The realization of this brings him bitterness, because Murcia does so much for him, sacrificing her own time and leaving almost no space for herself. Unexpectedly, Mercy snatched the flower from the boy's hands. With a smile, she assured him that she did not feel any irritation at all. On the contrary, the unexpected gift from Isagi pleased her immensely. Even though there was no reason for it, the moment itself brought genuine pleasure. The girl has no idea that the guy is informed about one thing. In fact, Murcia is genuinely surprised, because the gift that Hansen chose for the representative of the opposite sex carries a special meaning. For the guy, it was a real surprise, because he does not understand at all what it is about. He was interested in what exactly this gesture symbolized. A faint smile crept across her lips as the girl turned away and said slyly that it was a secret. Her finger carefully touched her lips, a conspiratorial gesture emphasizing it really was a secret. A slight chill runs down Isagi's spine. An uneasy premonition makes her ask for the flower back. But Mercy only smiles slyly and categorically denies. Now this flower belongs to her, because it was Isagi who gave it to her. Turning away, she immersed herself in the flower's enchanting fragrance, allowing it to fill her ears and heart. A touching, tender moment was broken by the wolf, who had finally woken up from a deep sleep. Kokuro, feeling hungry, immediately suggested that they not delay and start eating. After all, the guests had long since gathered in the garden, and the table was still empty. On a green lawn, under the wide crown of a tree, the boys spread out a blanket. When Murcia opened the basket, fresh sandwiches were waiting for everyone inside. The girl tried her best not to let Isagi worry about this picnic. When they saw what was in the basket, Isagi and Kokoro could not hide their surprise. The shock of what they saw overwhelmed them instantly. The basket was filled with a sea of sandwiches of all kinds and tastes. The wolf's appetite grew even more, and he impatiently demanded his portion as soon as possible. A smile appeared on the young man's lips, and without wasting time, he promised to cut off a piece right now. The sandwich cut in half revealed a whole spectrum of ingredients. Each layer stood out appetizingly in the colored slice. The guys greedily munched on delicious sandwiches, enjoying every bite. Juicy, fragrant ham, crunchy leafy lettuce and tomatoes, sweet as freshly ripened fruits. All of this, combined with the right acidity, left an unsurpassed impression. The taste of the vegetables grown on their farm stunned the young man with amazement. He had never tasted such juicy and aromatic gifts of the earth. According to Murcia, the vegetables grown by that noble gentleman were distinguished by a special taste. It is impossible not to note how wonderfully these facts harmoniously intertwine with each other. Isagi's gaze swept over Mercy Asenwich's dish. The juicy slices of tomato and the familiar crunchy cabbage proved that the taste must be exceptional. Kokuro, however, seemed unconcerned by such combinations. The wolf asked if the boys had any watermelon sandwiches ready. Isagi wondered in surprise how anyone could possibly eat such an unusual dish. In his opinion, watermelon tastes best in its natural form, without any unnecessary additives. A strange combination. That's how Isagi perceives this situation. To top it all off, it turns out that there are watermelon sandwiches. Murcia wasn't lazy and even prepared such a wonder. Sandwiches with juicy watermelon and yogurt graced the table, and next to them was the same salad of salted watermelon and cheese, which has already become a classic among gourmets. Surprisingly, this dish promised a real taste pleasure. Murcia asked if Mr. Isagi would like to try some of these delicious sandwiches. The man would have gladly agreed, as the treats looked tempting, and the wolf was already enjoying the treats, especially the slices with his favorite watermelon. Taking a bite of the sandwich, the boy immediately felt how the refreshing sweetness of the watermelon harmoniously intertwined with the sourness of the yogurt. Pleasantly surprised, now he no longer had any doubts. Even in sandwiches, watermelon can be a real taste discovery. The capital's sugary sweets have never appealed to Isagi, but the taste of the watermelon sandwich pleasantly surprised her with a combination of sweetness and light saltiness. Mercy's efforts are not in vain. She is able to turn any fruit into a real culinary masterpiece. After thanking Murca for the delicious treat, the boy sincerely remarked that the dish was surprisingly tasty. Meanwhile, the tired wolf was already dozing peacefully, licking his lips contentedly after a hearty dinner. Kukro noted that the real deliciousness lies in the watermelon. According to Isagi, only ruthless hands can make a watermelon truly unbeatable. There is no better combination. Hearing these words, sincere joy shone on the girl's face. He eagerly took to the second sandwich, savoring the familiar taste. Her smile glowed with warmth as she watched him. The cozy shade of the sprawling tree enveloped the boys, driving away all the worries of the world. A light peace settled in their hearts. It was precisely such a carefree moment that they had not experienced in a long time. Suddenly, a girl's cry came from the field. She waved her hand, announcing that their comrades had already started lunch. Meanwhile, the other workers had completed the tasks that Murca had assigned them, and also hurried to join in the rest. As it turned out, it was Naya and all the guys. Tired after work and hungry to death, the whole company was hurrying to Isagi and Murca. Unable to restrain their curiosity, each of them dreamed of tasting the famous sandwiches that Murca had prepared. The boy was filled with joy when he learned that all the work was done. Unlike him, Mercier did not share his enthusiasm at all. The girl believed that the boys should have been given even more tasks. Deep down, she simply wanted to spend a little longer with her mentor. The confused young man asked the girl what she was talking about. She instantly broke into a casual smile, assured him that everything was fine, and suggested that they move on, keeping a greater distance from each other. All the guys joined the vacationers, beaming with joy from the unexpected weekend, when everyone could finally forget about everyday worries. With a smile, Cognos greets everyone with a good morning. A representative of a respected chamber of commerce and industry, she radiates sincere goodwill wherever she appears. Friendly greetings were heard in response from all those present. Ease of communication, cordiality towards customers and colleagues. This is what this girl is appreciated for among merchants and visitors. Cooperation with her is always accompanied by a pleasant atmosphere. Isagi's keen gaze caught a familiar girl. As usual, she was buying the harvest. Kioni confirmed his guess, sincerely thanking the boy. Pointing to the harvest with a gesture, the boy explained that it was the fruits of their efforts. This time, they managed to gather a generous harvest. Kanye's attention was open to a whole mountain of boxes and barrels filled with various goods. The girl's face shone with sincere joy. She sincerely thanked Isagi. Now she has even more goods at her disposal, which can be sold profitably at the market. At Kanye's command, the boys rushed to work. All the carts were quickly filled to the brim with goods. Suddenly, a shadow of surprise flashed across the girl's face. The change in her mood did not escape Isagi's watchful gaze, so the boy immediately asked what had happened. A letter from Murcia brought Kanye the news that the guards were demons. The boy only confirmed these rumors. Isagi explained in detail that they were shadow wolves and black wolves. Hearing this, the boy asked if they should be contacted, but the girl did not object. With a wave of his hand, Isagi called one of the shadow wolves to come closer. A smile bloomed on Kanye's face. She could not contain her delight at noticing such a charming creature. However, even such a cute appearance does not hide the wild, unpredictable nature of the beast. Intrigued, Kanye asked if she could touch the wolf. She was explained. If the wolf allows it, then you don't have to worry. Everything will be fine. As soon as the girl reached out her hands to the wolf's head, her hat broke off and instantly flew aside. The wolf, clutching the hat he had just caught, quickly jumped away from the girl to a safe distance. His intelligent gaze never left her, and the trophy remained firmly clenched between his sharp fangs. The predator valued his new toy no less than his own freedom. It seemed that he had no intention of giving it up. The girl's heart sank wildly. It was her favorite hat. She rushed headlong after the wolf, shouting loudly, demanding the return of her expensive thing. Finding herself under the pressure of the pursuer's unexpected speed, The predator was completely confused, but he was not going to give in. The girl, not having time to reach the wolf, fell face down on the ground. Later, she asked in surprise where the black beast had suddenly gone. At the same moment, voices came from the boy's shadow, warning him that the wolf would not be caught so easily. Kokuro emerges from the darkness behind the boy, carrying a girl's hat in her teeth, and awkwardly apologizes. Suddenly, Kanya jumps straight at the wolf, exclaiming that she has finally caught it. Holding her hands tightly in the beast's luxurious thick fur, the girl does not let go of her prey. Uncontrollable with fear, Kokuro froze in place, while the horse cried out, demanding the hat back. The wolf, armed with patience, nevertheless agreed to their condition. If only the girl would stop shrieking shrilly right in his ear. Suddenly, Isagi approached Koni with a proposal to increase trade volumes to about 1.5 times the current level. The idea seemed profitable to Koni, but with so many carts and designated areas, it's almost impossible to cope with this now. The girl immediately guessed, the guy must have such a harvest that he has nowhere to put it. They grew so many vegetables and fruits that there was simply no room for them. She boldly suggested going to the city to sell the surplus vegetables and fruits there profitably. The news came as a complete surprise to the boy. Kanya had told him that there was a town called Milen not far from here, only a day's journey away. A memory immediately flashed through Isagi's mind. It was in Milen that he and Murca had to stop before setting off for the village. The nearest town to this village is Milen, a lively, adventurous place. Once the boys head to the local fair and pay for a trading post, they will be able to trade freely. Thanks to this, Isagi will be able to sell her harvest profitably. The girl firmly believes that the fruits and vegetables from his farm are always in demand. The quality of his harvest is consistently high, so purchases will not be delayed. The news caught Murca off guard, as the young man was about to sell his fruit harvest. The girl immediately appreciated the idea. She had just planned to buy some more provisions for the house. At the same time, Naya was also attracted by the idea of traveling around the city, so she fervently asked to take her with her. Murca's curiosity made her ask what motivates the girl to also strive there. In fact, Naya had a cherished dream, to tell everyone about the amazing taste of the harvest from their farm. And only she, in her opinion, is capable of so skillfully advertising her fruits. The smiling young man asked the girl what was really drawing her to the city. Nay replied that she worked hard and wanted to escape to the city at least sometimes to have fun. The next moment, the girl realized that she had said too much. Everything turned out as it should with Isagi's presentation. The boy understood. The girl had revealed her true intentions to him. It is quite possible that she sincerely wanted to create a wonderful advertisement for Isagi's harvest, but this was only an external reason, and the true goal lay deeper. Murca explained that this trip was not for fun at all. There was serious business ahead. However, Nia just shrugged. As long as she got out of the village, she didn't care about anything else. Finally, both girls' gazes lingered on the boy, each waiting for the final verdict. With his characteristic concentration, he agreed with Nate. One of the girls immediately jumped up to gather her things as quickly as possible. Murca assumed that Isagi had invited the girl on the trip because they had known each other since childhood. However, the boy denied it, reminding her that he would be working on sales with Murca, while Naya would be serving customers. Murca willingly agreed, deciding to do her best, entrusting Naya with meeting the visitors. Meanwhile, Naya quickly ran out to the boys, full of anticipation for the upcoming trip. Her easy image, a cropped shirt and shorts, gave her the appearance of a true adventurer. Murca noticed immediately that the girl had changed. Naya, her eyes shining, explained that these clothes were specifically for walking around the city. Energy filled her, and her gaze shone with impatience. It seemed that she had been dreaming of this moment for many days. Leaning towards Murca, Naya asked with a faint smile why she didn't try to wear something nicer for variety. In response, Murca sighed and admitted that the work was so time-consuming that, no matter how hard she tried, there was simply no way she could find anything special. Naya admitted that all this seemed boring to her. She sincerely would like to see Murca in beautiful dresses more often, because outside of work this girl is truly stunning in her beauty. But, unfortunately, she always lacks time to dress up. Murca urged Isagi to hurry up. If they left now, they would be back before dark. Without hesitation, Isagi agreed. According to him, thanks to the golem horses, the journey would take only 3 hours. Murca's last ride on the golem horses with that boy flashed through her mind. Her cheeks burned with heat, and her palm immediately hid this treacherous reaction. Vivid images of how she had to sit, hugging him tightly, immediately swirled in her head, not giving her peace. Fortunately, there were exactly 3 horses, one for each traveler. Isagi had thoughtfully prepared everything necessary so that everyone could move faster and not waste precious time. Naya was beaming with joy. She too had her own golem. Surprisingly, the boy had recently received whole chests of fresh materials, among which was the copper needed to build the column. For Isagi, this was a real stroke of luck, and a wave of joy swept over her, because the circumstances had turned out to be extremely successful. Her gaze fell on Mercy. The girl's mood was gloomy, so Isagi asked what had happened. Mercy was in despair. Even her appearance had become listless and sad. In her heart she hoped that she would ride with the boy again, and this would give her at least a little closeness and warmth. Without a single expression on her face, Murca confidently mounted the saddle and ordered the horse to prepare for departure. The young man decided that she did not like the appearance of the horse. Sometimes Isagi could hardly decipher the girl's true feelings. The friends set off, racing at full speed across the endless fields. Naya was beaming with happiness, because she was not only taken with them, but also given her own horse. Finally, the freedom she had dreamed of became a reality for her, and every breath was filled with unstoppable joy. Naya's loud cry announced that the city had finally appeared on the horizon. Isagi was filled with joy at the news. She could already see the roofs of the houses peeking out from behind the strong, reliable wall. Through a huge arch together with the crowd, the boys entered the city. Murca deftly jumped off her horse and joined the procession. The journey lasted a long time. Step by step the company advanced further and further through the city. The boys slowly moved through the city streets, getting lost in the crowd, which consisted not only of people, but also of a multitude of amazing magical creatures. Each inhabitant attracted the attention of Naya, to whom everything around seemed incredibly interesting. Gradually, Isagi realized, Milen really is impressive in its scale. On the way to the majestic arches that led straight to the heart of the city, the boys froze, holding their breath. Life was bustling around them. Endless streams of merchants hurried from all over the district, eager to offer the townspeople their wares. Naya thought it was the boys' first time in the city. However, Isagi unexpectedly confessed. He had been to Milen before. However, his visit had gone almost unnoticed by him. Things had not left a single minute for an excursion, and all he had managed to do was change maps. Naya's joy was boundless. Finally, the boys had a chance to take their time and look around. Did Isagi support this idea? But now they had a chance to explore the city to their heart's content and focus on real trade. First, the boys need to sell their supplies and earn some extra money. Neha enthusiastically sets out to help Isagi and Murca with this task. Suddenly, both Isagi and Murca freeze in place, having noticed something in the crowd. Frozen in place, Mercy could not take her eyes off the display case of luxurious jewelry. The bright sunlight made the precious stones sparkle as if alive, beckoning with their mysterious radiance, and the fragile chains on which they hung added incredible grace and lightness to the whole image. Isagi recalled an episode when the girl was passionately interested in something. Noticing this, he turned to Murca with a direct question. Did she really like this object? In response, she began to hotly deny it, trying to convince her that she did not feel anything remotely like it. Easily sensing Murcia's secret interests and noticing how poorly she hides her true feelings, the guy comes up with a little trick. Isagi decides to give the girl something special after work. With this gesture, he sincerely wants to please Murcia, for the sake of her smile. The young man reached the bazaar, where, as far as the eye could see, tents with all kinds of goods were spread out. Having paid for the chosen place, he immediately set up his own tent. All that remained was to neatly lay out the goods. Feeling proud of the goods he had arranged, Isagi carefully looked around the rows of neatly arranged fruits and vegetables on the shelves. Naya just gave him an indifferent look. In her opinion, the fruits and vegetables should have looked much more attractive than they did now. The appearance of the counter did not at all excite the girl. Murca and Isagi were sure that they had succeeded long ago. The products were attractive, and the fruits were surprisingly tasty. The conviction in their own success seemed to speak for itself. It was enough just to look at the counter. Nia's dissatisfied sigh betrayed her attitude. The girl sincerely hoped that the boys would understand. The buyers had no idea how incredibly delicious the vegetables and fruits from their farm were. Nia made every effort to convey this thought to her friends as clearly as possible. Murca and Isagi exchanged enthusiastic glances. The idea had struck them like a bolt of lightning, something they had never even considered before. Meanwhile, Annie A. began explaining the steps needed to fix the situation at the bar. Curiously examining the boxes of fruits and vegetables, the girl thought for a moment. Nia suggested not limiting herself to just fresh fruit. You could also serve freshly squeezed juice. It was a good thing Isagi had a blender with her. NEA decided that serving the food in fancy dishes would be a great idea. Luckily, Murca had a number of beautiful baskets from the village that perfectly complemented the festive look of the treats. Nia had the idea to collect various fruits and combine them together. Murca and Isagi watched her carefully, waiting for the girl to surprise them. The basket with the bright fruit selection cost her 3 silver coins. The amazing composition caught the eye with its elegance and harmony. Everyone would want such a basket, a perfect gift or memorable souvenir. Nai is proud of her creation, eagerly awaiting the first buyers. Nearby, the guy held his breath, wondering if anyone would want to buy this beauty.